Warm up from the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. We've got an excellent podcast for you. We did have some games yesterday, but we don't have quite time for a recap on this podcast today because we've got a lot to break down on this college basketball podcast. We've got, I'm counting about like 122 games on the betting board for this college basketball Saturday. Might be one more or less than that, but we've got well over 100 games today, so it's going to be a straight up podcast. I'm going to give you guys picks and analysis on every single one of them as we hit some bank shots. And if you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you have one or two ways we'll fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at gunit_81. Keep in mind, letters EM, the name does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. And the other way is via an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. We're going to keep this one relatively commercial free because we've got our good friends Better being able to power it all. That is BETR on Better. They're making it easier than ever before to be able to hop into the game with some daily fantasy. You get to just go on betr.app, you type in the promo code of VSINPOD, VSINPOD, and you get $10 free, and then you get to just take a look at a player, determine whether or not they're going to go over or under their stat line for the day, and boom, you're all good to go, just like we're good to go on this podcast. We are going to be having 2 breaks along the way, and it's going to be an over 4-hour podcast, which I would say that that's pretty darn good, and without further ado, we are going to be going in the Las Vegas rotation, or I do need to get that out of the way first things first, and that's where we're going to be going with the bigger games involving the major conferences first, and then these are the conferences that are going to be in the extra games, and that is going to be essentially the second part of the podcast. So I'll put in a break after we do the first part, and then we'll put in a pair of breaks in terms of the extra games, but the extra games involve the Atlantic Sun, the America East, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Southland, the Patriot League. If I haven't said the Big South already, the Big South, I think I have covered them all, and we've got ourselves a lot to break down. So how about if we stop messing around right now, get you guys the picks and analysis on every game on today on the betting board for this college basketball Saturday as we hit some bank shots.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
We lead off with 601, 602 on the card. It is Duke on the road against Michigan State. Michigan State anywhere between a 1-point favorite to a 1.5-point underdog. We're seeing a flip of favorites across the board, and the total on this game, it is 138.5. I did set a total of a 140.5, so I am going to be in on the over. I recognize that these are 2 rock-solid defenses. Both teams are in the top 15 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, and you've got a Michigan State team that is outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, but you've got a Duke team that has been really good offensively as well. Recognize that they played a little bit of a slog of a game against Florida a few days ago, but still, this is a top 15 team in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis, and for as good as Michigan State is on defense, I did have to set Duke as the 2.5-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to take them up to a -1.5 with this Duke unit. I just think that they have the best player out there on the floor in Cameron Boozer, 23.5 points, 9.5 boards, 3.5 assists per game while shooting 37.5% from 3-point range, and for Duke, I do think that there's going to be a little bit of regression to allowing teams to shoot only 26% from 3, but they do have so much great length along the perimeter. Even someone like a Malik Brown, who's a little bit more of a defensive stopper, he's been able to give you about 6 points, 4 boards per contest. He's been rock solid. Dame Sarr has been great. Patrick Dagongba, I think, is going to be able to hold up down low against a Michigan State team that is a top 15 team in terms of their rebound percentage as well. For Michigan State, you just have so many guys that are doing such a great job in terms of being able to pound the glass. It starts with Jackson Kaler, the fact that he's been able to give you about 8.5 to 9 rebounds per game. And for Michigan State, first 5 games of the season, they were shooting less than 29.5% from 3. They've heated up ever since. In the last 3 games, they've been able to shoot 42% from 3. They're currently shooting for the year about 33% from the outside. I think that that's pretty sustainable. You've got Cohen Carr, who's been able to give you about 11 points, 5 boards per contest. Jeremy Fear is just one of the best facilitators in all of college basketball. 2.3 turnovers to 9.4 assists per game. Duke not necessarily a team that's going to generate a whole bunch of turnovers, so we should be getting a lot of clean possessions in this one. Michigan State mid-tier in terms of generating turnovers as well. Both of these teams just do a great job of playing in your grill sort of defense, but with having the execution that you're going to be seeing out of the likes of a Kurt Tang and company, I do think that these guys rise up a little bit more for Michigan State. State. I do think that in the end, Duke has a little bit more depth, so I set a total of a 140.5. I think that you also get some late game fouling, so like the over, and I'm willing to lay up duties here with Duke. 6-3, 6-4 on the card. Iowa State on the road against Purdue, and Purdue does find themselves as a pretty mid-sized favorite here. You're going to be getting them in the neighborhood of -4.5, and total on this game is between 150.5 and 151.5. Interestingly, these two teams are number 1 and number 2 in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but I took the under. I set my total at a 145.5 for Iowa State. This team is always really good at generating turnovers. They are back in the top 15 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Tamin Lipsby, who's been dealing with a little bit of an injury, he's missed the last 3 games. He did return to practice on Friday, should be good to go in this one, and he leads the team in steals, 3.2 steals per contest, 18.5 points per game. Has never really been the world's greatest 3-point shooter, but Joshua Jefferson, he's been Mr. Versatile and do it all. 18.5 points, 7.5 boards, 5.5 assists. At 6'8", he has been magnificent. Milan Mimasilovic has been able to shoot about 55% from 3. Think there's going to be regression there, and Iowa State is right now shooting 43.3% from 3-point range. I just don't think that that's going to be long-lasting, and for Purdue, I do think that they've got a nice edge down low. You bring in Oscar Clough, who led all of college basketball in terms of rebounds last season, and he's been rock solid down low as he's been able to average darn near a double-double, 11 points, 9.3 rebounds per game. Trey Kaufman-Renn is averaging a double-double, 15.5 points, 11 boards, and it's a Purdue team that, for as efficient as they are, they're not necessarily a super up-tempo team. They are outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. You've got Fletcher Loyer shooting 49% from 3, and Purdue as a whole, they're shooting 41.8% from 3. I think that might be doing for a little bit of regression, but they should be able to control things even with someone like Daniel Jacobson down low, who's been able to give you 5 boards. He's rock solid out there. And then Braden Smith is just one of the best facilitators you're going to find in the country. 41% 3-point shooter with 13.5 points, 9 assists, steal per contest. So with this Purdue team, I do think that home court advantage is big. And even though Lipsy, I think, is going to play, probably not going to be quite at 100%, I think that both of these teams cool down just a little bit in terms of that offense. So I did set my total 145.5. I do like the under end with Purdue. I'm willing to lay up to 5 with them, made them a 5.5 point favorite. 6-5, 6-6 on the card. It is Dayton, and they are going to be playing against Virginia. This is from the Spectrum Center, so neutral court game. Virginia is a 5.5 point favorite. So on this game, 144.5 to 146.5. This is being played in more of the eastern part of the country, so I do think that Virginia gets a little bit of a boost there, but I could still only set this team as a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take 5+ with Dayton. Dayton already has a nice win on their resume against Marquette. Now, Marquette has been struggling a little bit, but still, this is a Dayton squad that it just feels like time and time again, they've been able to give you a good effort. Even in that loss against BYU, they were very competitive there. You've got Javon Bennett along to Sean Montgomery, both give you 16 points apiece. They've been able to combine for about 6.5 assists per contest for Dayton. This traditionally is a really good 3-point shooting team. They're only shooting 33.5% from 3. I think you get positive regression with the fact that they're allowing teams to shoot 38% from the outside, and I do think that the versatility that you get out of 7'1" Emil Atang is very big. 13 points, shooting 37% from 3, and then Keontae Jones, who came in late in the transfer portal, and he's been shooting about 45.5% from 3-point range, 9 points, 5 boards, good versatility there. And for Virginia, they've had some really high totals set this season. This one, much more of a tame one. I think people are realizing that Ryan Odom, while he's a really good coach, his teams never really have been super up-tempo. You look at VCU last year, outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Virginia is right now on par for that. As for Virginia, they've brought in 2 international men of mystery in John and Grunlow, along with Adias DeRitter, that have really been able to do a nice job down low. Grunlow, about 3 blocks, 7.5 boards, 9.5 points per game. DeRitter is leading the way with 17.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Right now shooting 47% from 3. I don't think that's necessarily sustainable. And to have a Virginia team that's now shooting about 38% from 3-point range, so we've seen a little bit of a spike there. This is also a top 5 team in all of college basketball in terms of block shot percentage. You've also got Ogana Unyasu, not necessarily the world's greatest rebounder or guy to really cut you off from 2-point range, but when he blocks a shot, he blocks a shot. He gives you 3 blocks per contest. You haven't seen a lot of Delvin Tillis, though. Virginia has good depth, but it feels like they're still trying to figure out their rotations, and I do think that Dayton does a nice job being able to hold in there with the way that they're able to take care of the ball. So this is a circumstance where I did set my total 146.5. I think that you get some late game fouling. I do think that both teams are going to be efficient from the outside, so I like the over, and with Dayton, we'll take 5+ with them. 607, 608 on the card. Providence is playing us Rhode Island. Rhode Island is a underdog here of 7.5 points. Balanced game between 156.5 to a 158.5, and with Providence, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Rhode Island, and you've got dueling styles here. Providence has just decided to gun it this year. with Providence right now. They find themselves 18th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Rhode Island has really dialed it back. Rhode Island is currently 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and I do think that for Providence, they're going to get it through their skull that maybe they should dial it back a little bit. I said a total of 157.5 between the 156.5 to 158.5. Personally, I would rather take the 158.5 under, mainly because with Providence, this is not even necessarily the world's greatest three-point shooting team. You've had pair of guys in the backcourt, Jason Edwards, Jalen Sellers, be able to combine for about 35 points per game, and Sellers is now shooting about 39% from the outside. Stefan Vox has really been a nice find, 13.5 points. He's now shooting about 39.5% from three-point range, but it can be really hit or miss with these guys. With Providence, they're really not generating a lot of turnovers either, so clean possessions should be had for Rhode Island, and Rhode Island, I think, is going to do a nice job on the boards, even though you got Oswin back from a season ago, not even going to try to pronounce the last name. 7 boards, 3.3 blocks per contest. This team has been outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're allowing teams to grab over 13 offensive rebounds per game. They've also allowed teams to shoot about 36% from three-point range. I do think that ultimately that is going to be going downward a little bit, but on the Rhode Island side of things, you got Tyler Cochran along Jonah Hinton doing a nice job of hitting it hard, with especially Cochran. 4 steals, 6.5 boards, 15 points per game, not shooting well from three. In Rhode Island as a whole, they're only shooting about 29.6% from three-point range. I think that goes northward a little bit. Hinton has been able to shoot about 34% from the outside. He's supplying 16 points per game. Kian Itajeri has been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game, and it's very much been a rebound by committee sort of system for Rhode Island. You got 5 different guys that give you at least 4.4 rebounds per game. Cochran is the only guy that gives you over 5.4 rebounds per game, and this team as well has been allowing a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but top 125 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. They've been a top 80 team in terms of generating turnovers. I think they're Rhode Island going to be pesky in terms of generating those turnovers to help them hold in this game. I'm in on the 158.5 under, and with Rhode Island, it's not the best 5.5 point dog, so I'm willing to take those points. 609, 610 on the card. It is Monmouth, and they are going to be on the road against Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech a 9.5 to a 10.5 point favorite. 143.5 to 145.5 is the total, and I said a total of a 141. I'm going to be in on the under with Monmouth. This team is outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Georgia Tech in the top 125, but that's a little bit of a warped stat. They played that double overtime game against Maryland Eastern Shore to begin the season, and with the Georgia Tech team, they've been a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so do like the under. I said a total of a 141, and with Monmouth, you've had just a little bit more well-roundedness with this team. Typically, they've been built around like one main scorer that's give you 20 points per game, and you do have Jason Rivera-Torres right now giving you 8 boards, 2.5 assists, 15 points per game, but you also have Stefanos Patelis along with Justin Ray, both give you about 12.5 points per game. You've had Andrew Ball and Jack Collins, who have been in the program for quite a while. Not necessarily be great scorers. Between the two of them, you get about 16.5 points per game, but between the two of them, also about 11 boards per game. Collins has been able to give you 4.7 assists per game. Now, this is a Monmouth team that, once again this year, rough with their inside shooting, as they're outside the top 275 in terms of their two-point shooting percentage, but this has also been a team that has been a little bit better on the interior with regards to their defense as well. They become a top 150 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, or a top 40 team in terms of block shots, as you've got Doc Mortar, who really doesn't give you any scoring, but he's been able to give you about a block and a half per contest. And for Georgia Tech, this is a team that's very much built down low. They lose their main facilitator from a season ago in Nathan George, so now they've been looking to a lot of Mohamed Ciala and Bate Ndongo, who have been able to do a nice job combining for about 17 rebounds per game. But I mean, other than Kawasi Reeves, you don't have a lot of, shall we say, reliability in the backcourt. 14 points out of Reeves. He's been able to shoot about 39% from 3 points for a team that's only shooting 30% for 3. Cam Kraft last year, 40% 3-point shooter over at Miami of Ohio, 8 points on 33% 3-point shooting. That should rise, but they bring in Lamar Washington, who was versatile over at Pacific last year, and he's given the team a bit of everything. 5 boards, a steal at 8 points per game, but he's never been a great 3-point shooter either. It is a Georgia Tech team that, without that main facilitation, they've been outside the top 225 in terms of ball security with about 13 turnovers per game, and then this team is checking in outside the top 275 in terms of free throw shooting percentage, 3-point shooting percentage, and 2-point shooting percentage. So I think they get a slog of a game. So by total 141, I like the under and a 9+. I'm going to take those points with Monmouth. 6-11, 6-12 on the card. It is Miami. They play us to Southern Miss, and Southern Miss does find themselves as 21.5 point underdogs. 152.5 to 153.5 is the total. And with Southern Miss, I did set them as an underdog of 22.5 points. So I'm willing to lay up to 22 with Miami. For Southern Miss, this unit has been a little bit all over the place the last few years because they got into the Andre Curbelo business a few years ago, and that was not good to say the least. And for Southern Miss, they've tamed themselves down quite a bit. They're now about 247th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but this is a Miami team that has a top 35 defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Miami not necessarily looking to gun it, but they're playing at a relatively brisk pace, about 126th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and they should just absolutely manhandle down low. Malik Renew, 20.7 boards. He's able to pop it from three as well at 35%. Miami's whole has been able to shoot about 37% from three-point range. They've been a good but not great offense, or a top 75 unit in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Trey Donaldson has been able to give you 15 points, 5 assists per contest. True Washington comes over from New Mexico. He shot 40% from three-point range there last season. Now he's been able to give the team 5 boards, 2 assists, 3 steals, 14 points, and he's shooting 44% from the outside. So I really like the way that these guys are coming together. And for Southern Miss, this has been a team that has been really rough in terms of their exterior defense. They've actually been good on the inside, top 100 team in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. They've got a positive rebound differential, as you've had Tylik Weeks along with Isaac Tavares be the main headline guys for this team. They are right now combining for 36 points, 13 rebounds, 4 steals, 4 assists, but they don't really shoot it well from three-point range. Deji Benoit, who comes over from the SWAC, he's also been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game, but it is a unit that has been very sloppy in terms of giving it up from three. Opponents are shooting 36% from three-point range against them. They're still trying to really find their bearings in terms of the main facilitator, as Dylan Brumfield has really been the main guy, only about 5.5 points. Does give you 3 assists per game, but I do think that Miami just has way more size with having a guy like an Ernest Uday that's able to lock it down low. I think that Southern Miss is really going to struggle from the interior, and that's going to allow Miami to be able to have some very wide open looks from three-point range. So I do think that you get a little bit more of an up and down game here. I said my total 155.5. I'm in on the over, and with Miami, I'm going to lay up to 22 with them. 613, 614 on the card. Richmond is playing us Old Dominion. Old Dominion does find themselves as an underdog of 11.5 points. Toss game, it is 149 to 149.5, and with the itsy bitsy Spiders, I did set them as a 9.5 point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Old Dominion. It's been a big disappointment for Old Dominion, by the way. I thought that this team was going to leave something to be desired with their three-point shooting, as last year, outside the top 350 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, they've actually shot 33% from three-point range. It's not great, but it's not awful. This team has been much worse on the glass than expected, though. Last year, they were a top 40 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, or outside the top 200 this season. I think that that's going to turn around a little bit. You've got Caleb Swen-Roger back from a season ago, 7 points, 4.5 boards, block per contest as a true 7-footer. And then in the backcourt, you've got a trio of guys, LJ Thomas, Jordan Battle, and Casey Shaw, who've done a nice job combining for about 41 points per game. With Battle, he shoots 38.5% from three. Shaw is not a guy that's going to shoot it from three at all, but he does a nice job driving to the rim, giving you some defense, as Battle and Thomas have been able to combine for about 3 steals per game. And on the other end for Richmond, this is a team that's now playing a little bit more mid-tempo. They have really sped themselves up a little bit, and it's an Old Dominion team that is not really looking to push a ton of tempo, but they're about 191st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. With Chris Mooney's squad, it's been based around just a whole is greater than sum of its parts approach, because you only have one player that's giving you more than 10.9 points per game. That's AJ Lopez at about 11.5 points per game, shooting 40% from three-point range, but you've got 8 different guys that give you over 7 points per game, 9 different guys that give you at least 6 points per contest, with Jonathan Beagle, Michael Walls combining for 13 points per game, and they also combine for 13 rebounds per game. So Richmond has been much improved on the offensive glass, as they're also a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well, holding it down there. But there is one Achilles heel, and with this Old Dominion team, they don't take a lot of threes. They look to punch a ball inside, and Richmond has been right around about 275th to 300th in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I think that that's going to be able to keep this Old Dominion team relatively lively, though Richmond has now ascended into the top 125 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Do think that Richmond gets a little bit back to their more slow and controlled roots, so I did set my total at 145.5. I like the under, and with Old Dominion, I'm willing to take anything to double figures with them. I set them as a 9.5 point dog. 615, 616 on the card. Bowling Green plays also Utah Valley. Utah Valley is a 1 to 1.5 point underdog. Total on this game, it is 146.5, and I say Utah Valley is a 2.5 point favorite. I do like them outright on the money line. Bowling Green, a really good team at generating turnovers. A top 15 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They are coming off of absolutely punking Kansas State earlier in the week, but this is a Utah Valley team that they're just always built around good, solid defense. For Utah Valley, they're a top 20 team in opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. They're allowing teams to shoot less than 30% from 3-point range. A top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis themselves. They play sloppy games. They are turning the ball over themselves about 14 times per game, outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, despite having Trevon Leonard, a really nice point guard out there, 6 assists, 13 points, has turned the ball over about 3 times per game, but he's also shooting 45% from 3. Tyler Hendricks, 59.5% three-point shooting. We should see a little bit of regression there. He's been able to give the team 13 points, but how about Jackson Holcomb, one of the main holdovers from last season, becoming captain versatile. How about 1.8 blocks, 2.5 steals, 4 assists, 7.3 rebounds, and 15.5 points per game. Love what I'm seeing out of him. And then on the flip side for Bowling Green, you've been able to have Mr. Campbell be able to deliver the goods, as Shavonte Campbell was one of the top players in terms of steals last season. Back there once again, 17.5 points, 3.5 steals, only shooting about 30% from 3. Bowling Green has oftentimes left a little bit of something to be desired from 3, but now they're shooting about 36% from the outside. Josiah Shackelford has been a nice add with about 12 points per game. You bring in Meyer Wool, who he began his career over at Eastern Kentucky, so he's used to playing with a little bit more pace and tempo. 12 points per game. He's right now shooting 50% from 3. Again, that should see a little bit of regression, but just like with this Utah Valley team, though, Bowling Green is amazing at generating turnovers. They themselves having a little bit of a tough time in terms of holding on to it with about 12.5 turnovers per game. It has been a Bowling Green team that's been good on the defensive glass as well, top 75 unit in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got two teams that they're very much teams that are based around defense, in my opinion. You've got a Bowling Green team that under Todd Simon, they're going to be looking to push a little bit more tempo, 187th in terms of total possessions per game right now. I do think that they get a little bit quicker as the season goes along. Utah Valley, they're a very mid-tempo team at about 132nd in terms of total possessions per game, but I just think that you get a lot of turnovers here, and I think that Utah Valley executes a little bit better. Set my line at 2.5. I like Utah Valley on the money line, and I'm going to be in on the under. 617, 618 on the card. Butler plays with Boise St. Boise State, a 5.5 point underdog. 148.5 to 149.5 is the total, and I did set Boise State as a 7-point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay with Butler. It's a Butler team that I am very impressed with. Michael Jai has not really been able to shoot it from 3-point range, but he's done just about everything else well for this Butler team. As for Butler, they've been able to have him go off for 16 points, 12 boards, 3.5 assists per game, and Finley Bizjack, the way that he is bombing it from 3, 45% from 3, main holdover from a season ago, 19 points per game. Jamie Kaiser, Jalen Jackson have been nice ancillary pieces in the backcourt with a combined 20 points per game. Jackson is able to give you 4 assists per contest. It's a Butler team that has really been pushing a lot of tempo as well. A little bit of a warp stat. They played against SMU, and then they also played against IU Indy, and IU Indy is very much going to be warping your stats all throughout the season. But for Butler, they're about 46th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Boise State, 224th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and last year Boise State was number 1 in the country in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and teams got only about 20% of their missed shots as an offensive rebound, and Boise State is doing the same once again this year. They are currently allowing the fewest offensive rebounds by opponents of any team in all of college basketball. Javon Buchanan, Andrew Meadow, these two guys have been able to give you 26 points, 10 rebounds between the two of them, and Meadow is right now at 6'7", shooting 44% from 3-point. You had the Lessons Avery effort that we saw to begin the season against Hawaii Pacific. Ever since then, they've been able to straighten things out. It's a little bit of a hit-or-miss offensive team. You could use more out of the starter in RJ Keene, who's only given 3 points per game, but he's supplying 5 rebounds per game. Dylan Andrews just doesn't feel like he's necessarily the world's greatest fit in the backcourt. 12 points, 4.5 assists, but also a little bit over 3 turnovers per game, shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. So I do think that that's going to be a little bit wobbly. It's a Butler team that has been better at generating turnovers this year, and for Boise State, one of the main kryptonites has been losing the turnover battle. They're a bottom 10 team in terms of generating live ball turnovers, and this is a squad that they themselves outside the top 200 in terms of ball security. I do think that that's going to be costly for the over. You're not going to get a lot of second chances in this game, so set a total of 145. I like the under, and with Butler, made them a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. 619, 620 on the card. Cleveland State plays us to Detroit, and Detroit does find themselves as a bit of an underdog here, as you're going to be catching them as a 2.5 to a 3-point dog. Total on this game, it is 160.5, and I set Cleveland State as a 3.5 point favorite. I am willing to lay 3 and not a hair more with Cleveland State. It's been up, down, all around for Cleveland State, as their biggest issue has been losing the turnover battle. This is a Cleveland State team that right now about mid-tier in terms of generating turnovers, about 200th in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis on defense. They are turning the ball over themselves about 15.5 times per game, and right now they're outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but you just don't have a Detroit team that has a lot of rebounding in general, so that helps them out. And Cleveland State is shooting 37.5% from 3-point range. Trey Beard along with Dasan Nasaya have been your main 2 scorers. Nasaya only shoots about 30% from 3, but 15 points, 6 boards, 2 assists per game, and then Mr. Beard, 16 points. He's playing like he's got a beard. He's got 53% 3-point shooting written all over him. And then you got Ice Emery, who's been able to shoot about 37.5% from 3, 9 points per contest. He's been pretty rock solid. And on the flip side for Detroit, again, it's a team that they lose a lot of their backcourt from the season ago, so they've been a little bit disjointed with that regard. It's a team that has been doing an okay job taking care of the ball with about 12 turnovers per game. They're shooting 26% for three-point range. Do I think that that's going to go northward? Yes, but man, this is rough. Other than really TJ Nadeau, who's been able to shoot 40% for three with 11 points per game, it's been all sorts of brutal there. Now you've got great versatility out of Orlando Lovejoy. I mean, holdover from last season, 11 points, 4 assists, steal and per contest, and then Aiden Carter has actually become the main scorer for the team with a little bit over 12 points per game, but you just don't have any rebounding with this team. You don't have a single guy that gives you more than 4.3 rebounds per game. Legend Geeter does not Geeter done, as he's right now giving you 4.3 rebounds per game. He's been all around the block. Jaquel Khan, I had some high expectations for him. He's at 6'6". He's giving you about 3.5 points, 4 boards. You just need a little bit more out of him. It's a Detroit team that is not particularly going to be looking to fly, not necessarily the biggest slug out there in the world, but I mean, still, it's a Detroit team that's about 125th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You do have a Cleveland State team that's very much looking to run. Cleveland State right now, about 41st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I did set a total of 157.5. I just don't think they get the efficiency needed for the over, so in on the under. So Cleveland State is a 3.5 point favorite, so 1 to lay up to 3 with them. 621, 622 on the card. The Ohio State University is on the road against Northwestern. Northwestern is a 1.5 point underdog. Tonight's game between 150.5 to 152.5, and with Northwestern, I did set them as a favorite of 2 points. I'm going to be willing to take Northwestern here on the money line as a very slim underdog. For Ohio State, they have been really slowing themselves down ever since that IU Indy game where they scored about 500 billion points. I think that they're still scoring from that game. 159th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Northwestern coming off of a no-show in the first half against Wisconsin. Looked better in the second half, but it was too little too late. They're about 235th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but one thing you can count on with Northwestern is taking care of the ball, top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and you've got on the flip side for Ohio State, a team has been very good with their three-point shooting. Bruce Thornton shooting 54% from 3, 20.5 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists per game, and then John Mobley, Devin Royal, the main holdovers from season ago, combined 29 points with Royal, 5 boards per game. They are still missing Josh Ojowana, who comes over from Baylor, so that's left him a little bit hampered down low. But Christoph Tilley, who transfers in from Santa Clara, he's a true 7-footer that is able to pop it for 3, only about 16% for 3, but 5 boards, 15 points per game. It's been a nice rebound by committee team with Ohio State. Hasn't led to a lot of second chances, so outside the top 200 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and oftentimes for Northwestern, their main kryptonite is down low, but you've got a guy, Nick Martinelli, who's able to just do it all for this bunch, 19.5 points, 6.5 boards, and then you've had Arrington Page coming. He's been able to give this team a lot more on the glass. 7 rebounds, a steal and a half, 16 points per game. Martinelli, by the way, is shooting 71% from 3. That'll be going downward, and Northwestern, after that really hot start from 3-point range, now shooting a more sustainable 35.9% from 3. I think that that's going to be long-lasting. Now Northwestern not generating the amount of turnovers that they have in past seasons. They're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and being outside the top 300 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, not great. But again, Ohio State not necessarily generating a lot of second and third chances as well. With this Northwestern team, they're line teams to shoot less than 30% from 3-point range, and I think that that'll be just enough for them to get the job done at home. I did set a total of a 148. I do think that you're going to get a lot of clean possessions, but again, I do think that the 3-point shooting for Ohio State is going to be hampered a little bit here, and that allows Northwestern to get it done. I like Northwestern on the money line and the total under. 623, 624 on the card. Duquesne is going to be playing against Stony Brook. Stony Brook, a 9.5 point underdog. 152.5 to 153.5 is the total, and I set a total here of a 145.5. I'm going to be in on the under. It's a Stony Brook team that just does not necessarily play up tempo. The offense has been a whole heck of a lot better than it has been in past years, but with the Stony Brook team, in terms of total possessions per game, right now they're checking in 333rd in all of college basketball, and I recognize that Duquesne has sped themselves up quite a bit from a season ago. They are 20th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but this is still a relatively rock-solid Duquesne defense, as well as you've got a man that has spent a lot of time out there in the city of Pittsburgh, doing it once again in John Hughley, about 16 points, 6 boards, 2.5 assists. He's been shooting in the low 30s from 3. Terrence Gunyard has been able to shoot 43% from the outside, and for everything that Duquesne is doing well with regards to pushing tempo, it's led to a lot of sloppiness and a lot of dead possessions in their games, as this is a team that has right now turned the ball over 16 times per game outside the top 300 in terms of ball security. They themselves have been a top 75 unit in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis for this Duquesne squad. They do need to clean things up with regards to their interior defense. They themselves have been a top 25 team in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, but they're outside the top 250 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, so that's been a little bit inconsistent for them. And then for Stony Brook, you're bringing a pair of guards that have just really been able to uplift this team and be able to supply double figures. The UW Milwaukee transfer and Eric Pratt has been that main guy, giving you about 19 points, 3 boards, 4 assists. He's been shooting only about 28% from 3, but then you've got Hot Rob Brown. He comes over from Nichols. He's shooting 35% from 3, about 10.5 points per game. And then from there, you just have a lot of mixing and matching. Andrei Shakowski, he's been able to give you about 7 points per game. You can tell I completely guessed on that name. Richard Goods, a little bit easier name, comes on over from Hampton. He's been able to deliver the goods down low, about 5.5 rebounds per game. It's not a Stony Brook team that's going to generate a lot of second and third chances, but they've been much better on the glass than they were a season ago. Still outside the top 225 in terms of rebound percentage, but they've also become a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, or a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. But that said, I do think that this is a Duquesne team that is very much more complete. I do think that their defense is going to be able to execute a little bit better, and this is still a bunch in Stony Brook that has had a little bit of a tough time on the glass and is a bit top heavy. So I did set a line here of 12.5. I'm going to be willing to lay that number in. Maybe my total 145.5. I'm in on the under 625, 626 on the card. SIU Edwardsville plays us in Western Michigan. Western Michigan does find themselves as a pretty good size underdog here. You're going to be catching with them 6.5 points. Total on this game between 142.5 to 143, and did set a total of 137.5. I'm going to be in on the under. You've got a Western Michigan team well outside the top 240 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and same goes for SIU Edwardsville. And with Edwardsville, this is not a team that's necessarily going to be looking to push tempo. 252nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. With Western Michigan, they've been a little bit more up-tempo at about 94th, but again, with Western Michigan, the big fear with this team is all those dead possessions they're going to have there. Now, did set a line of 5.5. I'm going to be willing to take 6+ with Western Michigan, because this has also been a team over the last few seasons that has been pretty reliable on the glass. Top 175 team in terms of rebound percentage, the 14.5 turnovers per game. They're outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. That's a little bit of an issue, but they do bring over Jaden Brewer. He was over at Florida National last year, and he's a do-it-all guy. Let's give you right now 14.5 points, 7.5 boards. He's right now shooting 41% from 3. He's never been a good 3-point shooter. And then Brady Schwartz is right now shooting 58% from 3. I can assure you that that's going to be going down. We're at 8 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. But Max Burton, a guy that returns from season ago, gave you about 6.5 rebounds per game. Jalen Griffith has been able to supply 15 points, 4 assists per game. So things are getting straightened out with that front. And then on the flip side, have a Southern Illinois Edwardsville team that they had to replace their main guy from a season ago in Rayshawn Taylor, and they've done a nice job with just a lot of guys with size that stand like 6'6", 6'7", and I do like what I've been seeing out of Ring Belaith, who's a little bit closer to 6'9", 16 points, 5.5 boards. He's able to give you a little bit of 3-point shooting, but only about a 29% 3-point shooter. With regards to facilitation, Jack Champion, who comes over from Southern Indiana, he only gives you about 8 points per game, but 4 assists. He only have contest when needed. He's been a career mid-30s 3-point shooter as well. And then Miles Thompson, he stands right around about 6'7", good versatility, 10.6 boards. Lions are shot like 40% for 3 this year. That's down below 30%. Do think that that's going to be seeing a little bit of a bounce back, but Edwardsville has been a pretty solid team over the last few seasons in terms of being able to dominate on the glass themselves. This is a top 85 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, top 125 team in terms of overall rebound percentage, and they do a nice job down low. They're inside the top 100 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They've been allowing teams to shoot less than 30% for 3. I do think that the Edwardsville defense is going to be very rock solid here, but I do think that Western Michigan, with the way that they generate second and third chances, is going to be a hold in there, and for Edwardsville, they themselves outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So set a total of 137.5. I like the under, and at 6+, going to be willing to take those points with Western Michigan. 627, 628 on the card. IU Indy, they play us at Youngstown St. The Penguins find themselves as a 7.5 to an 8.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, it is 174.5, and I set a total here of a 182. I'm going to be in on the over for IU Indy. They are currently by far number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and Youngstown St last year was showing a great willingness to run, and this year they're a little bit more mid-tempo, 218th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but unlike a season ago when you had Youngstown St have Gabe Dines down low, who is still rock solid in terms of that interior defense, it's just not the same this year. Youngstown St outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They're now a middle-of-the-road team in terms of shot blocks as well, but they have been shooting 36% from 3 with Chris Carroll caroling all the way to give you 14.5 points, 5 boards, shooting 43.5% from 3-point. Rich Rolfe along with Vladimir Saldarizde. These are guys with size that are able to combine for 18 points, both shooting 40+% from 3-point range, and with Youngstown St outside the top 200 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. It's an IU Indy team that they very much gamble for turnovers. If you look at the raw turnovers generated per game, this team is towards the top of all of college basketball. If you look on a per possession basis, they're a little bit more in like the top 75 or so, but you do have a pair of guys, Matt Compass along Kyler D'Agostino, who've been able to combine for about 20.5 points per game. With D'Agostino, he's been able to shoot about 41.5% from three-point range. Cameron Tinsley, he's done a nice job of being able to supply this team with 10 points per game, and there's just a whole bunch of fouling that goes on in IU Indy games just because, for one, you get a lot of up-tempo play, and for two, this is a team that when you gamble for turnovers, and they use pretty much all their guys with regards to IU Indy. Right now, they've got 10 different guys that are seeing at least 10.5 minutes per game. It really takes a lot out of you, and you have to have all these guys use up all 5 of their fouls, so it's a very unique circumstance, to say the least. I do think that Youngstown St should be the favorite, but I do think that just going up against the style itself is going to be a little bit of a culture shock for them. You've got an IU Indy team that has been a little bit banged up, and Jackson Edwards, one of the few guys that had Division I experience going into this year, he's not fully healthy. He's given the team 8.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2.5 assists. The team has been a little bit more efficient on offense ever since he's returned, and had 14 points in the previous game against Detroit. So total where I set it at a 182, I'm in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to take anything above 6 with IU Indy. 629, 630 on the card. Louisville and Indiana are going to be doing battle on a neutral court from Gainbridge Fieldhouse in the state of Indiana, and Indiana is a 5.5 point underdog. 158.5 is the total, and I said Louisville as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. I did give Indiana a little bit of a boost because this is out there in the great state of Indiana, and with the Hoosiers, this has been a plenty efficient team. I recognize that they take that loss against Minnesota, but still a squad that is in the top 65 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Tucker DeVries, Lamar Wilkerson have been very good in that backcourt. They're combining for over 33 points per game. Both are shooting over 40% from three. This is a top 45 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and they've done a good job in terms of being able to guard in the interior as well. Indiana, actually a top 15 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Teams are only shooting about 31% from three-point range against them as well. That's big because, as we know, Louisville has pretty much everyone out there on the court that's able to do a nice job going bombs away from three-point range. Headliner right now is Ryan Conwell, who's been able to shoot about 42% from three. He's supplying the team with 19.5 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists per game. And then Mikael Brown, as a freshman, has been able to give you 17.5 points per game. Isaac McNeely is shooting 40% from three. And contrary to popular belief, when you think Louisville, you think of the high-octane offense. This has actually been a top 25 team in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. They are doing a very rock-solid job on the glass. They're a top 50 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and they've been a top 15 unit as well in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Now, I just think that you get enough efficiency for the over, and I do think that Louisville, as the season goes along, they're going to be pushing just a little bit more tempo as well. With Louisville, right now, they're not playing overly fast. They're about 60th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They've been slowed down a little bit more in their most recent games. I think that speeds back up. Indiana's been a very mid-tempo team, about 180th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Louisville really does make the most out of their possessions, a top 75 team in terms of ball security, and I do think that when it's all said and done, you have two teams that have very similar strengths. I do think that you get some late-game fouling with this being out there in the state of Indiana. I do think that the Hoosiers find a way to hold in there, so set my line at 3.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Indiana, and I'm going to be in on the over of 159 or less. 631, 632 on the card. Wisconsin, they play us a Marquette, and Marquette does find themselves as a underdog of 10.5 to 11.5 points. 156.5 to 157.5 is a total, and maybe Wisconsin an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Marquette. Needless to say, it's been a pretty rough start to the season for Marquette, but this is a team that is based mainly around the perimeter, and that should allow Wisconsin to be able to dominate down low, but still, you've got Chase Ross, who's done a nice job for this Marquette team, supplying 20 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, shooting only in the mid-30s from three, and Marquette as a whole is shooting 31.1% from three-point range. I think that they're going to be able to rise up in this rivalry matchup, and even though you really only have one guy for Marquette that's giving you over 5.1 rebounds per game, that'd be Ben Gould, 8 boards, 10 points per game, and he's shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range. They've actually done a really good job in terms of grabbing second and third chances. This is a top 80 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and the bread and butter of this Marquette team is generating turnovers. Top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. We've got a Wisconsin team that very much prides themselves on taking care of the ball. They've been a top 50 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They do the little things right, shooting 79.5% at the free throw line. Wisconsin only shooting in the mid-30s from three. They're not shooting at some ridiculous clip that has allowed them to be a top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're just really executing their stuff, staying smart. Nick Boyd, Elijah Blackwell have been tremendous. A combined 40.8 points per game between the two of them, and With Blackwell, he's shooting 42% from three-point range. Wisconsin doing a little bit better job of generating turnovers themselves. They've been a top 155 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Very vulnerable with their three-point shooting defense, though. They are allowing teams to shoot 36% from three-point range. And you got a pair of teams that play at a brisk pace. I'm not going to call it warp speed or anything like that. For Marquette, they're about 58th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and this ain't your father's Wisconsin team. They're about 104th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I do think that both of these teams generate just enough turnovers for the under. This is a big-time rivalry out there in the state of Wisconsin. I think that Marquette is going to be up for it. So here at a 157.5, I'm in on the under. So Marquette is an 8.5-point underdog, so we'll take the points. 633, 634 on the card. Buffalo is going to be playing against the St. Bonaventure. St. Bonaventure is an favorite of 4.5 points on the road. Throughout this game between 144.5 to a 145.5, and with the Bonnies, I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Buffalo's actually been a top 55 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they have slowed themselves way back down. Buffalo currently outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game, but they're off to a really nice, unexpected 8-0 start with Ryan Sable, main holdover from the season ago, supplying 15 points, 3 assists, but Daniel Freitag, way that he's really been able to just take ownership of this offense. 2.5 assists, 20 points. He's shooting 40% for 3. That has been big. You've been able to get functional rebounding. You know, a Bachelor is right now the lone guy that gives you over 4 rebounds per game. He's able to give you about 5 boards per contest, but it's a team that's not allowing a lot of second and third chances on the glass, so they've been able to do a nice job. And Buffalo, top 75 team in terms of keeping it clean, only about 9.5 turnovers per game. Now, they're outside the top 200 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and I think that St. Bonaventure just good to be able to completely own things down low. You've got a double machine in Frank Mitchell, give you 15.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, and Daryl Buddy Simmons has been really good from the outside, shooting 40% per 3, 15.5 points per game. St. Bonaventure, never a team that's really going to be pushing tempo. They're back outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game, but they're doing a nice job on the glass. For Bonaventure, they're shooting 37.5% from three-point range, and they've been holding teams down inside. They're a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Daniel Igbaniwe, who's dealt with a little bit of injury when he's been out there, he's been able to do a good job with that, and he's been able to give the team 8 points per contest. He should be good to go in this game after he missed the first few games of the season. Then additionally, you've been able to get a little bit more of Deshaunte Bowen, who was missing towards the end of the season last year due to injury. Really not giving you a ton in terms of scoring with about 6 points per game, but 3.7 assists to 1.1 turnovers per game. I think that it's going to be a slow grinder of a game with the way that neither team really pushes tempo, but I do think that you're going to get a lot of efficiency here, but did set a 12-140.5. I think that St. Bonaventure does a nice job of being able to guard the three-point line, and you're not going to get a lot of second and third chances to score. So set a 12-140.5. I do like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 6 here with Bonaventure. 635, 636 on the card. Fort Wayne is going to be playing against Northern Kentucky. Northern Kentucky is an underdog of 1.5 points. Throughout this game, it is 158.5, and I set a 12-153.5. I do like the under. You've got a Northern Kentucky team that is a relatively mid-tempo team, and for Purdue, Fort Wayne, they're back in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. Fort Wayne has always been a team that has done a nice job on the turnover front, and they are once again top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball. They are generating about 16.5 turnovers per game, so they've been a top 75 team with that regard as well. Still a team that does not give themselves a lot of second and third chances. They are well outside the top 3 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but Corey Hadnot has been very good. 19.5 points, 3 assists, 2.5 steals per contest, shooting 39% from three-point range. Abrima Kaba has been able to shoot over 40% from three-point range. He's supplying 6 points per game. And then DeAndre 3000 Craig, along with Mikhail Stevenson in tandem, they've done a nice job of helping out Hadnot with a combined 29.5 points per game. You've got Craig shooting 39.5% from 3. Stevenson, a little bit more of a facilitator with 3.5 assists per game. Both give you about a steal and a half per contest as well. And for Fort Wayne, as a result, I did make them the 3.5 point favorite in this spot, so I'm going to be willing to lay that number as Northern Kentucky. They do lose Sam Vincent, who was so good at being able to generate turnovers from a season ago, but this is still a top 70 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Donovan Ode, who comes over from Cal State Fullerton, he and Dan Gresinger have combined for about 35 points per game. You've got LJ Wells, who has been able to do a nice job down low with about 8 rebounds per game. Problem is, he's the only guy on the roster that's able to give you more than 4 rebounds per game, so they're going to need to get a little bit more in the post. But so with Northern Kentucky, even though they give up quite a few second and third chances on glass, they themselves top 125 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage with Northern Kentucky. The problem with their defense is if they don't generate turnover, they really give it up from 3. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, while Fort Wayne is a team that gambles for turnovers as well, they do a little bit of a better job in terms of being able to get back on defense. So they themselves have been allowing teams to shoot over 35% from three-point range. With Northern Kentucky, I have a little bit of question mark with regards to that three-point shooting. I think that Fort Wayne executes a little bit better, and I did think that you get a lot of sloppy possessions in this game. So I did set a total of 153.5. I like the under, and I'm willing to lay the 1.5 with Fort Wayne. 637, 638 on the card. It is Furman, and they play us Harvard. Harvard is an underdog of 6.5 points. 142.5 is the total, and with Harvard, I did set them as a underdog here of 4 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Harvard. With Furman, just a big disappointment this year. They did get the job done a few nights ago against Elon, and for Furman, they're still a top 30 team with regards to their 2-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 175 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, though, because they do lose so many of the guys in the backcourt like PJ Smith and company. It's actually been Alex Wilkins, a freshman, who has stepped up, become the team's top scorer, 17 points, 4 assists per game, and then they've had Asa Thomas be able to shoot 36% from 3, 12.5 points per game, but Furman is shooting less than 30% from 3-point range. Heck, they're not even shooting it well at the free throw line. They're shooting 63% of the free throw line. Your main two holdovers from a season ago are 6'10" forwards and Charles Johnson along Cooper Bowser. They've been able to combine for 23 points, 14.5 rebounds per game, actually 16.5 rebounds per game. You've got Johnson, who is able to bomb it from 3, but only about a clip of 26%. And then on the flip side, you do have a Harvard team that's pretty slow and controlled. Harvard has been outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Furman is checking in outside the top 275 themselves, though, and for Harvard, they bring back their top 3 scorers from a season ago, Robert Hinton, Chandler Piggy, along Thomas Beatties. These 3 guys have been able to combine for about 42.5 points per game. Between the 3 of them, you've been able to get about 13 rebounds per game. Piggy has been able to give you 4 assists per game, and for Harvard, not a team that's going to generate a lot of turnovers. They themselves don't turn the ball over a ton. And then for Harvard, they're outside the top 340 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, top 75 unit in terms of defensive rebound percentage. So Harvard is not going to get a lot of second chances to score. They're not going to give you a lot of second chances to score either. I think that keeps them very lively in this game. I do feel like Furman has just taken a big step back with regards to their offense. So I do think that you get a little bit more of a controlled game. Set by total 142. You're at the 142.5. I like the under, and I'm willing to take anything of 5+ here with Harvard. 639, 640 on the card. Princeton on the road against Loyola Chicago. Loyola Chicago, 5.5 point favorite. Totals between 136.5 to 137.5. I set Loyola Chicago as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Princeton. Both of these teams are teams that I've been really disappointed with this season. For Loyola Chicago, they finally got themselves a win against Central Michigan. For Princeton, this is not the same offense that we've seen in the past. Princeton is outside the top 260 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're shooting 33.5% from 3, and they're still dealing with the Dalen Davis injury. Dalen Davis, top scorer with about 16.5 points per game. He's already missed 5 games thus far this season. It's been up to Jackson Hickey along with Jackson to hold down the fort in the meanwhile. You've been able to get them for about a combined 24.5 points per game. And if Davis was in the game, my initial handicap was to set Princeton as a favorite. But I mean, with him still missing, it just makes it a horse apiece situation, especially with Princeton. They're never going to be a great team on the glass. You've got Malik Abdullah, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and that's about it. But for Loyola Chicago, where is the rebounding gone for this team? Because for Loyola Chicago, they used to be a team that would never grab for themselves second and third chances, but they wouldn't let you grab second and third chances either. Now they're outside the top 225 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Still have Miles Rubin, who's able to give you a 2.5 blocks, 6.5 boards, 12.5 points per game, but it just feels like a disjointed team right now. They're well outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. Princeton has actually become a mid-tempo team, and that's not necessarily to their benefit. And Loyola Chicago should see a little bit of positivity to allowing teams to shoot 40% from 3-point range, but I mean, these are two really gross, really grody teams. You've got DeLuke Tavares, who comes on over from Charleston. He's been able to give this Loyola Chicago team 38% 3-point shooting, 11 points per game, and then Justin Moore has been able to give you more, about 4.5 assists, but 3 turnovers per game, 11.5 points per game. Both of these teams are just shells of themselves in terms of their offense. I think that you get a low-scoring slug, though. Loyola Chicago is well outside the top 325 in terms of generating turnovers. Those clean possessions should allow Princeton to hold in there. So, set a total of 134.5. I'm going to be in on the under, and I'm willing to take those points with Princeton. 641, 642 on the card. It also plays host to Missouri State. Missouri State is a underdog of 11.5 points. 138.5 is the total, and with Missouri State, I did set them as an underdog of 11 points. So 11.5 is my minimum buy point here for Missouri State. The sloppiness with the ball has really been the concern for them over the last few years, as Missouri State last year was a pretty rock-solid team in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage. This year, with a few moving pieces, it has gone straight down the toilet bowl. They're only shooting about 26.5% from 3-point range. I do expect them to be a little bit better moving forward, but one of the main guys that they returned from last season, Mike Osibno. So he's only 6'4". He really doesn't shoot it from three, but shoots 68% from the floor, 13.5 points, 7 boards per contest. You've had Keith Pollock III be able to give you 17 points, 3.5 assists for a Missouri State team that has done a nice job in terms of cleaning up the turnovers. Only about 10.5 turnovers per game. One of the main guys that returned from a season ago, Zaxton King. He has been the king of being able to give you 11.5 points per game as well for Missouri State. Even though they haven't necessarily shot it well from three, they've guarded the three well. Opponents are shooting just 30% from three-point range against them. And for Missouri State, they have been a top 125 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Tulsa team that over the last few seasons under Eric Konko prior to this year, just very lackluster, and all of a sudden, the offensive punch is back. They're back in the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis with Miles Barnstable coming on in, and he comes over from St. Thomas, shooting 45% from three, 15 points per game, 5 boards, and you've got a lot of versatility for this team. Roma Dean and Ian Smichael are not necessarily guys that give you a lot of scoring, but they're both giving you 5 rebounds per game. Miles Rigsby, who comes over from Troy, seal and a half, 3.5 boards. He's been able to do a nice job of being able to be a nice ancillary scorer with about 8 points per game. And then David Green, who over at Rhode Island was shooting over 40% from three. He hasn't even really gotten it going at about 30% from three, but still giving you 14 points, 5.5 boards for a Tulsa team that has been a top 75 unit in terms of taking care of the ball with only about 10.5 turnovers per game. They themselves also generate a lot of turnovers. Those clean possessions should allow this Missouri State team to be able to remain lively, and I do think that you're going to get a little bit more of a slow and controlled game. You've got a Missouri State team that is well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game. Tulsa, they themselves, not necessarily looking to push a lot of tempo at 294th in terms of total possessions per game. I did set my total here at a 141, so you're at the 138.5. I just think that you've gone a little bit too low, and I think that we see Missouri State see some three-point shooting positivity, so in on the over, and I'm going to be willing to take those points with Missouri State, 643, 644 on the card. George Mason is on the road against Virginia Tech, and Virginia Tech a 3.5 to a 4.5 point favorite. 143.5 is the total, and I did set my line at 2.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with George Mason. George Mason has been just a rock-solid defense, top 30 team in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. A team that's not really pushing a lot of tempo. They're well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game, and George Mason is actually shooting well above 37% from three-point range as a collective. I do think that that's going to be going downward a little bit. Meanwhile, for Virginia Tech, they're pushing a little bit more tempo. They're about 83rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but also with this Virginia Tech team, they've been dealing with the injury to Toby Lawal. He's one of their main rebounders, 12.5 points, 10.5 rebounds per game. He's been out really since the middle of the Battle for Atlantis event that they partook in. You've been able to have, though, Nicolas Avadeas do a nice job getting the team 13.5 points, 5 assists. The 6'8" gentleman that comes over from Greece has been highly versatile. And for Virginia Tech, really good at taking care of the ball. A top 15 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Mid-tier shooting team. They're shooting about 34% from three-point range, or about 200th in terms of their two-point shooting percentage, and they have been a little bit of weak down low. They're outside the top 230 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and that's where Toby Luwal's absence is really going to be coming through. So I'm going to be willing to take the points here with George Mason. I made them only a 2.5 point underdog, and for George Mason, this is a unit that is doing a great job in terms of cleaning up the glass. They've been a top 100 team in terms of their rebound percentage. Riley Allenpatch, who comes over from St. Myanford, 11.6 rebounds per game, and really out of your top 5 scorers, all but one of them will give you at least 4 rebounds per game. Lone exception being Jahari Long, who's shooting 53% for three, 12.5 points per game, and then Corey Mincy shooting 51% for three with 19 points per game. I think both are going to experience a little bit of regression. George Mason is right now shooting 41.9% from three-point range, but still, it's a George Mason team that's been pretty rock solid in terms of generating 13 turnovers per game, despite playing at a pretty slow and controlled tempo. They're aligned teams to shoot less than 30% from three-point range. I think that this George Mason team does a really good job with their defensive tenacity to be able to hold in there and not having Luwal, even though you still have Amari Hansberry for this Virginia Tech team, give you 8+ rebounds per game. I think that George Mason does a nice job on the glass and slows this game down. So my total 138.5. I like the under and 3+ here with George Mason. 645, 646 on the card. It is South Dakota State, and they're going to be playing Idaho, and the Vandals hope to not vandalize bankrolls as a underdog here of 4.5 points on this game. It is 145.5 to 146.5. I said South Dakota State as a favorite of 8 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I'm just still not fully in on this Idaho team. Even though they brought back a lot of guys from a season ago, it's still a squad that does not play very good defense. They're so well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They don't have a lot down low. They're one of the worst shot blocking teams in all of college basketball. Now, they don't allow a lot of second and third chances. They've been a top 50 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. That said, they're outside the top 150 in opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and its squad really does not generate a lot of turnovers either. They've been dealing with the injury to Christian Gonzalez, one of their main holdovers from 8 seasons ago. Now, Isaiah Brickner is starting to rise up. They're giving them more minutes like they should have started with 10.5 points. Right now, shooting 66.5% from 3. That'll be going downward, but you know what? Jackson Rasmussen, along Colton Mitchell, they've been able to combine for about 25.5 points per game. You do have down low a trio of guys who will be able to give you at least 5 rebounds per game. Seth Jabba, that's a great name, by the way, Brody Woodbury, along Jack Payne, have all been able to give between 5 to 5.6 rebounds per game. But for South Dakota State, even though you do have a changing of the guard to Brian Peterson, this is a unit that once again is doing a great job with their own defensive rebounding. They're a top 30 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're holding teams only shoot about 30% from 3-point range. And for South Dakota State, it's a whole is greater than some of its parts sort of approach. You've got a trio of guys, Trey Buchanan, Kellen Gary, Matthew Morris, all between 7.3 and 7.8 points per game, with Buchanan shooting 44% from 3. South Dakota State, not the same 3-point shooting team that they've been in the past, only shooting about 31% from the outside, but your main scorer, Joe Saylor, of 12 points per game, is shooting 38% from 3. Jaden Jackson, he's been able to give you 11.5 points, 5 boards, 2.5 assists per game. The 13.5 turnovers, a little bit less than savory for South Dakota State, but they've been a top 150 team in terms of generating turnovers as well. And for South Dakota State, we've noticed over the last few seasons, even going back to the end of the Coach Eric Henderson era, that they've been slowing down a little bit more, about 221st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Idaho is not necessarily a team that's going to push tempo either at 231st, so I did set a total here of a 146, so I'm going to be willing to lay with South Dakota State, and here at a 145.5, that's my absolute max buy point on the over, but a buy point on the over. 647, 648 on the card. Oakland plays host to Toledo. Toledo is a 2.5 point underdog. 164.5 to 165.5 is the total. Set a total of 163.5. I'm in on the under. You've got an Oakland team that is fast, but they're not necessarily warp speed fast. They're about 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Toledo, they're very efficient on offense, not necessarily going to completely gun it as well. 193rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Now, Toledo well back outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. That's just what you can expect of this Toledo team, but you do bring back Sonny Wilson, who's been able to spike 15.5 points, 3.5 boards, 3.5 assists per game, and you've got 5 double-figure scores for this Toledo team. You've got Leroy Belden Jr., Sean Craig, Austin Parks, Kyler Vanderjagt, all between 11 and 14 points per game. Parks is a true post presence that comes over from Ohio State. He's been able to give the team a steal, a block, 5 rebounds per game at like 6'10". Sean Craig from IU Indy, he's very used to playing an up-tempo system, 40% 3-point shooter at about 6'8", 13.5 points per game. Blyden Jr. has been able to give you 14 points, shooting 50% from 3. Should be going downward. Kyler Vanderjagt over at Belmont and Central Michigan, very good 3-point shooter as well. Not a lot of depth with this Toledo team though, and that's been a hallmark of Todd Kowalczyk teams over the last few seasons. Now, Toledo actually doing a solid job of generating turnovers. They've been a top 85 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they very much gamble for turnovers as they allow opponents to shoot over 35% from 3. They're outside the top 250 in their opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and for Oakland, this is a team that is very much going to cast away from 3. Last year, they just didn't have great 3-point shooting. This year, they're shooting 36% from 3 with Brody Robinson coming over from UT Arlington, 6 assists, 16.5 points. He's shooting 39% from 3. Michael Ogie, he missed the first 5 games this season. He's given an immediate impact with 16 points, 5 boards. He helps out down low as you've got Bari Navalura, who comes back from season ago, 13 points, 5.5 boards. He gives you just under a block per contest, but for Oakland, they've got their offensive efficiency back. They're a top 75 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, Oakland always gets barbecued from 3, and there are a lot of teams that shoot 37.5% from 3-point range. But again, I don't think that this is going to be an overly up-tempo game. I think that Oakland does a good job of being able to take care of the ball, and I do think that they're going to slow themselves down just a skoch to make sure that they execute there. And as a result, I did set Oakland as a pretty good-sized favorite here of 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with them. I just don't trust in the Toledo defense, and I think that Oakland sees some positivity with that 3-point shooting defense. So my total 163.5. I'm in on the under. 649, 650 on the card. Louisiana plays us to UNC Wilmington. Wilmington, an 11.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, it is 129.5, and I did set a total for 133. I'm going to be in on the over. We've got a Wilmington team that is a top 75 unit in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Louisiana is outside the top 330. I actually think you might see a little bit of positivity here for Louisiana. I set them as a 9-point dog, so I'm going to be willing to take the points for Louisiana. It's just been rough without Jamarian Keller. He's a transfer that comes over from Oklahoma State. In the 2 games that he played, 17 points per game, and he was looking really good, and then he goes out of the fold, and ever since then, it's been a whole bunch of chaos. As for Louisiana, they're really being caused by not being able to take care of the ball. They're outside the top 330 in terms of total possessions per game. Right now, they are outside the top 300 in terms of ball security. Oh, and they're also outside the top 320 in terms of 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and about 300th in terms of free throw shooting percentage. So less than tremendous there. They've been a top 200 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage, so they've been able to do an okay job there, as you've got Jackson Oliveira, who comes over from the WCC, give you about 12 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Dorian Finster, who was over at Sam Houston and Kansas State last few seasons, about 11 points, 6 boards. That's a 6'5" do-it-all player. And then Joshua Lewis is actually a top 75 recruit, just hasn't lived up to that billing yet. 6 points per contest, and you're just having a tough time finding any sort of 3-point shooting whatsoever for the team. Meanwhile, you've got a UNC Wilmington team that they've been able to do a good job by committee on the glass. They're a top 50 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, as you bring back Nolan Hodge from a season ago, 15.5 point shooting, 41.5% from 3-point. Patrick Wessler, the true 7-footer from Virginia Tech, he should be able to dominate things down low. 12.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. And I mean, other than Wessler, you've got just a lot of guys by committee. They're doing a great job of being able to bring in their rebounds. You've got 5 separate guys outside of him between 3.8 and 5.4 rebounds per game, including Gavin Walsh, comes over from Binghamton with about 8.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. It's a Wilmington team that's not really going to force the issue in terms of generating turnovers, outside the top 255 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but a top 100 team in terms of taking care of the ball themselves. Wilmington does a great job in terms of getting to the free throw line, but I think that Louisiana team that really doesn't foul a ton, they do just enough to be able to hold in there, and I do think that with the clean possessions, that allows this Louisiana team to be able to hold in this game. I did set my line at 9, so I'm going to be willing to take the gob ton of points here with Louisiana, and I'm going to be in on this total under as well. 651, 652 on the card. It is Marshall on the road against Ohio, and the Ohio Bobcats are a 2.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 156.5, and with Ohio, I did set them as a favorite to 2 points, so I'm going to be willing to take 2.5 plus here with Marshall. You've got a Marshall team that has been all sorts of sloppy with it. Over 15 turnovers per game, outside the top 300 in terms of their overall ball security, but you've got an Ohio team that really doesn't force the issue in terms of generating turnovers, and it's a Marshall team that's been playing up tempo, 72nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Ohio's throttled it back a little bit from a season ago. They're down to about 188th in terms of total possessions per game, but this Ohio defense is ghastly right now. For Ohio, for the second straight year, they're outside the top 330 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They're outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They really don't generate turnovers. They're outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they are a team that executes pretty solidly on offense. We should see this Ohio team rise up from the fact that right now they're shooting 27% from 3-point range. Jackson Pavletsky, he's been able to give the team 16.5 points. He's shooting 39% from 3-point range, and pretty much everyone not named J.J. Kelly, who's, I believe, attempted 10 threes this far this season and shooting below 32% from 3-point range. But that's it. You've got Javon Simmons, who's able to come in from Toledo, give you about 13.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, and when Jalen Breath has been out there on the court, he has been able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. Has dealt with some early season injuries, should be all good to go in this game. And then on the flip side for Marshall, you do have a guy, Matthew Van Komen, who at 7'4", he comes over from Elon last season. He's been a shot blocking machine for the team with about 2.5 blocks, 10.5 points, 8 rebounds per game. And then Jalen Spear is a Spearhead guy that comes back from season ago, 6 assists and 2.5 turnovers per game. Headlines the backcourt, give you 13 points, shooting in the high 30s from 3-point. And Wyatt Fricks, pretty Fricks good, giving you 14 points, shooting about 38% from 3. As it's a Marshall team as a whole that is shooting about 37% from 3-point. It should exploit a Ohio team that's been really, really bad in terms of perimeter defense, with Ohio not necessarily pressing the issue in terms of turnovers. Should get a lot of nice clean possessions here. Set at 12, 162. I like the over, and at 2.5 plus, won't take those points with Marshall. 653, 654 on the card. It is Seton Hall. They're on the road against Kansas State. Kansas State does find themselves as a favorite of 2.5 points. 147.5 is the total, and I said Seton Hall is a 1-point favorite. I like them outright on the money line. Seton Hall is just really executing their stuff well. They're still not an up-tempo team. Seton Hall is right now outside the top 340 in terms of total possessions per game. Kansas State is in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game, so you got a little bit of a tempo war here, but for Kansas State, just based around 3-point shooting right now, they've been shooting over 37% from 3, and it is a Seton Hall team as a line team to shoot 35% from 3. I do think that is going to iron out as the season goes along, and Seton Hall is just really good at generating turnovers. This is a top 35 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Kansas State over 13.5 turnovers per game. That's a little bit less than savory, and that's a big reason why I do like this Seton Hall team. I mean, we just saw this Kansas State team get ballroom blitzed at home a few nights ago against Bowling Green, another team that does a great job at generating turnovers. so clearly that's not a style that they like. And then you've had Adam Clark doing a little bit of everything for the Seton Hall team, 9.5 points, 5.5 boards, not a great three-point shooter, but how about Mike Williams shooting 40% per three with his 10 points per game? You got AJ Sam McCray shooting 43.5% per three, 13.5 points per game. TJ Simpkins, there's no way he continues to shoot 52% per three, but he's shooting 52% from three. And Seton Hall, always a team that's pretty rock solid on the glass. They are back inside the top 125 in terms of rebound percentage, and for Kansas State, they just don't really have a lot of rebounding on the team. You got PJ Haggerty, who's one of the best overall scorers that you're going to find in college basketball. 25 points, 5 boards, 5.5 assists, shooting in the high 30s from three. And David Castillo has been able to shoot 43.5% from three. And Nate Johnson, by the way, shooting 45% from three. Both of these guys, 12.5 points per contest. But for Kansas State, that 41% three-point shooting, I don't necessarily think it's too sustainable. You don't have anyone outside of Nate Johnson that's giving you above 5 rebounds per game. I think that Seton Hall just out-muscles them. I think that Seton Hall is able to get this game played at their sort of tempo because of the way that Kansas State turns the ball over. And I like Seton Hall. You're on the money line. Set them as a 1-point favorite. Set by total at 143. So also on the under. 655, 656 on the card. It is Dartmouth on the road against Wyoming. Wyoming at 13.5 to a 14.5 point favorite. 151.5 is the total. And I saw Wyoming is a 17-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. You had a Dartmouth team that's really been speeding up their tempo over the last few seasons, as Dartmouth, in terms of total possessions per game, right now they're checking in about 182nd in all of college basketball, down from last year, way up from what it was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And you've got a Wyoming team that after last year they were one of the slower teams in all of college basketball. They're looking to push some pace as well. They're now 91st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. With Dartmouth, they do a tremendous job of not allowing second and third chances. Last year they were a top 25 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. Right now they're a top 55 team with this regard, with Kareem Thomas leading the way, 18.5 points. He's been able to shoot 52.5% per three. Don't think that that's necessarily sustainable. And then you've got Mr. Versatile at 6'8", Brandon Mitchell-Day, who's been able to give 14 points, 9.5 boards, steal and a half per contest. But with this Dartmouth team, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they are well outside the top 325 in all of college basketball. And then on the other end, you've got a squad in Wyoming that has been able to do a pretty solid job in terms of holding up defensively. Not necessarily a team that's going to force the issue with regards to turnovers. They're mid-tier with that regard, but they're a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Right now, teams are shooting 23.5% for three-point range against them. That's going to be going a little bit northward, but London Walker, Caden Bennett, these guys have come in. They've been able to combine for about 25 points per game. Walker's only shooting 27.5% from three, but throws out 4 assists to 2.5 turnovers per game. Bennett, 3.5 assists to about 1.4 turnovers per game. So you're getting good, clean, efficient offense there. And then just a lot of guys that by committee for this Wyoming team are hitting the boards, as you don't have a single guy outside of Caden Bennett that's giving you above 4.5 rebounds per game, but you've got essentially 5 different guys between 3.9 and 5.3 rebounds per game. And then you've got Mataj Bellick come in, be able to give you about 6 points, 4 boards, really nice versatility there. I really like the way that Wyoming has been able to push that tempo a little bit more, shooting 35% from three. I do think that they get the job done against the Dartmouth team that has been pretty good with regards to perimeter defense. I don't know how long lasting that's going to be though, and I do think that Wyoming sees a bit of regression with them holding teams to shoot less than 25% for three, so set a total of 155. I'm in on the overhand with Wyoming. We'll lay up to 16.5 with them. 657, 658 on the card. Western Kentucky plays us at Evansville. Evansville is an 11.5 point underdog. So let's give them between 147.5 to a 148.5, and with Evansville, I did set them as an underdog of 13.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Western Kentucky. You do have a Western Kentucky team that, under Hank Paloma, they've been one of the fastest teams in all of college basketball, and Evansville, they're not one of the fastest teams in all of college basketball. Western Kentucky right now, number 10 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. Evansville, more around about 284th. And for Evansville, they do lose a lot of their good backcourt pieces from a season ago, but they do maintain a lot of the size with someone like a Connor Turnbull and Joshua Hughes coming back. These two guys have been able to combine for 23 points, 10.5 boards per contest, and then you've had Hughes actually shoot 41% from 3 points. For an Evansville team that's shooting 27.9% from the outside, we should see a little bit of a positive boost there. And then they bring in Keshawn Porter from NC Central. He's been able to give you about 10 points per contest. He's not necessarily been a main facilitator, as Leaf Mahler has actually been that guy. He's been able to give you 4 assists per game, only supplying the team with about 6 points per contest. Comes over from the country of Germany as a 6'7", do-it-all sort of player. And then for Western Kentucky, you've had Tegan Moore be able to give you more. This guy is right now supplying 20.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists per game. He was in the system last year, didn't necessarily see a ton of minutes, and he was dealing with a little bit of injury last season as well, but he's really been able to take off for the team. And then you've got a few holdovers, even from the Steve Lutz era, like Katarian Purdue, who's able to give you 3.5 assists per game, doling out good, clean offense, and then Brian Sarbungwe, who was a 8+ rebound per game guy many years ago over at Tulsa. He's regained that for him, 7.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. It's a Western Kentucky team that they are outside the top 250 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, top 125 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage, but Western Kentucky, top 85 team in terms of generating turnovers. It's Western Kentucky team. It's only been able to shoot about 31.5% from three. Should be able to heat up a little bit more there. You've got an Evansville team that has been a little bit suspect with regards to their defense, and just all around the perimeter play has honestly been amazing. They're allowing teams to shoot over 34% from three-point range, and I think that allows Western Kentucky to be able to get the job done in loud form. I set my line at 13.5. We'll delay with Western Kentucky. Set a total of a 153.5, so almost win on the over. 659, 660 on the card. Tulane plays close to Akron. Akron is a 7.5 point road favorite total on this game. It is 165.5 to a 166.5, and with Akron, I did set them as a road favorite of 6 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Tulane. Tulane is not grabbing any offensive rebounds whatsoever. They're outside the top 350 in terms of percentage of their missed shots. That results in an offensive rebound, and that's where Akron should really be able to shine, as you've got Armani Lyles, who's been able to supply 15.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Eric Mahaffey, along with Evan Mahaffey, the Mahafeys, have been able to combine for about 20 points, 10 boards, and both of these guys are shooting well above 40% from three-point range, as Akron has become a top 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're playing fast, not necessarily warp speed, but about 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And then you've got a Tulane team that, even though they don't necessarily dive into their bench too much, this has always been a team that in the past has been looking to run. They've turned over a little bit of a new leaf this year. They're about 279th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but for the Tulane team, it's been very much make it and take it sort of basketball. As for Tulane, top 100 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Rowan Brumbaugh has been one of the better guards in the country with 19 points, 3 assists, shooting 42% from three-point range. Curtis Williams shoots 42% from three with 15 points per game. Team as a whole shooting about 35.5% from the outside, but they're allowing teams to shoot 40.2% from three-point range. Not great to say the least, especially when you're not grabbing any offensive rebounds whatsoever, but Tulane keeps it really clean. They only turn the ball over about 9.3 times per game, so they do a nice job in terms of running their stuff. They actually do a pretty solid job getting the ball down low to someone like Tyler Ringgold, who's been able to give you about 9 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. But I do think that in the end, Akron is going to be able to have that nice advantage down low. But with the way that Tulane should see some positivity with opponents shooting over 40% from three-point range against them, and the way that this Tulane team does take care of the ball, that they are going to be able to find a way to hold in there. And I do think that Tulane, even though it's going to be a little bit of a sore game, does a nice job in terms of executing against an Akron team that's been outside the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Set a total of a 168, so in on the over, and the points with Tulane, 661, 662 on the card. It is Iowa. They play us to Maryland. Maryland is an underdog of 13.5 points, 138.5 to 139.5 is the total, and set a total here of a 143.5. I do like the over. You do have a Iowa team that is well outside the top 10 in terms of total possessions per game. And for Maryland, this is your number one under Buzz Williams. They're not necessarily playing as slowly as you'd expect from a Buzz Williams team. They're right now 67th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Just feels like Maryland is trying to be able to find their sea legs, especially with one of the main guys that followed Buzz Williams on over in Solomon, Washington, missing pretty much the entirety of the season. They finally got him back out there on the court at 10.6 rebounds in his debut for this Maryland team in their previous game. You've got Farrell Payne, who is one of the main transfers as well, 19 points, 6.5 boards. He has been able to do a great job down low for a Maryland team that's only shooting about 31% from three, but David Hewitt, go back to his time a few years ago over at Northern Illinois. He was a 20-point per game scorer, and he's been able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range and has been able to do a nice job supplying this team with about 13 points per game. And then the freshman in Darius Adams being able to give you 14 points per game. That's been very rock solid as well. And Iowa, obviously, very slow team. They're right now in the bottom 5 in terms of total possessions per game, but 18th in terms of points per possession, and specifically at home, number 5. This despite only having one guy averaging double figures, that'd be Bennett Sturts. He follows with Ben McCollum on over from Drake, and he's been tremendous. 18 points, 5.5 assists, shooting 42.5% from three. And I mean, each of your top 4 scorers for Iowa right now shooting 40+% from three. Tavion Banks, Cooper Cock, along with Alvaro Falgurius, all between 8.5 to 9 points per game. And Falgurius, he's a 6'9" gentleman that comes over from Robert Morris, also give you about 4.5 boards, 2.5 assists per game. And for this Iowa team, they don't necessarily grab a lot of offensive rebounds, but they don't allow you to grab a lot of offensive rebounds either. That's why their games have been a little bit lower scoring, but I mean, they're a middle of a road team in terms of guarding the 3-point line. Iowa Iowa's actually been outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, getting back Solomon Washington, who was a big role player over at Texas A&M last year with Buzz Williams. That helps him out down low. Getting back Miles Rice, who's a nice guard as well. I think that Maryland has a chance to be able to hold in here. I set my line at an 11.5, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Maryland, and I'm going to be in on this total over as well. Set a total more around a 141.5, 663, 664 on the card. True neutral court game between Arkansas and Fresno State. Well, it's at Simmons Bank Arena, so it's in the state of Arkansas, but a neutral court game. Arkansas between a 17.5 to an 18.5 point favorite. 155 to 155.5 is the total, and I did set a total here of a 162. I'm going to be in on the over. You've got an Arkansas unit that has certainly been able to do a great job in terms of offensive efficiency, a top 40 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and this is an Arkansas team that is looking to turn down for absolutely nobody this year with regards to their tempo. They're 71st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Fresno State last year played very up-tempo. They're a little bit more of a mid-tempo team now. They're about 142nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and I do think that's going to be a little bit of difficulty here for Fresno State to match up with an Arkansas backcourt that has two very good freshmen, Darius Acuff and Malik Thomas, who are both give you 17.5 points per game between the two of them, 9 assists at 3 turnovers per game. Trevon Brazile, he's shooting 35% from 3 as a 6'9" combo player, 14.7.5 rebounds per game. Carter Knox is able to give you 6 rebounds per game. And Arkansas, they do allow some second and third chances. That's going to be able to help out a Fresno State unit then. They do return a little bit of size from a season ago, and with Fresno State, they do have back one of their main guards from a season ago as well, in Zion Collins, who's done a great job with 15 points, 4.5 boards, 5.5 assists per game. It is a Fresno State team that they themselves are also outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' defensive rebound percentage as well, so they're allowing teams to be able to grab a lot of second and third chances. Fresno State is holding teams to shoot 25% from 3-point range this season. That's not going to be long lasting, and they've been right around about 300th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. Jake Heidbreder has been very rock solid for the Sponge. He's been able to give the team 20 points, 3 boards, 3 assists, so that's been good. And for Fresno State, you've also been able to get some relatively good play down low out of Wilkins Jaquez, who's only giving you about 6 points per game, but he's thrown in there 6.3 boards as well, a true 7-footer. I do think that for Fresno State, they're not going to do the world's worst job on the glass against Arkansas. The 16 turnovers per game that they're generating, I think that that'll be going downward a little bit. I think Arkansas going to be very efficient with it, and even though it's a neutral court game, this is being played in the great state of Arkansas. I think that you get an up and down game. Set at 12-162. I like the over, and with Arkansas, I'm willing to lay up to 17.5 with them. 665, 666 on the card. It is UNC Greensboro on the road against East Carolina, and East Carolina is a 6.5 point favorite. 146.5 is the total, and I set a total here of a 142. I'm going to be in on the under. UNC Greensboro has actually been a relatively mid-tempo team thus far this season. You've got an East Carolina team that's really right around that range as well, about 174th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I think that Greensboro is going to get back to the roots and start to play a little bit more slowly, though, and I'm going to be willing to take anything at 6.5 or more with them. Did set them as a 6-point underdog. This Greensboro team lost darn near everything from the season going. Justin Neely is right now the lone guy on the roster that's giving you over 4 rebounds per game, and he's been solid. 13 points, 11.5 rebounds, a little bit over a steal per game, but Greensboro really went bombs away from 3 last season. They just don't have as much of that this year. You do have a pair of guys that have been ancillary pieces that have shot over 40% from 3 in Landon King and Asan Madarin, but they're both giving you only about 4.5 points per game. And Nolan Marville, he's been able to shoot 48% from 3, but 9 points per game. You just need a little bit more of this offense that has not been able to do a great job in terms of winning the turnover battle. They're turning the ball over 13 times per game, and they themselves are only generating about 9 turnovers per game. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they face off against an East Carolina team that always gets smoked with regards to 3-point shooting offense and defense. Right now, East Carolina is shooting 27% from 3. That's a bottom 30 mark in all of college basketball. They're allowing teams to shoot 38% from 3-point range for the second straight year outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but East Carolina always does a great job down low. Currently, they're a top 100 team with regards to rebound percentage, as you've got Jordan Riley doing it all, 19 points, pair of assists, pair of steals. He's shooting 45% from 3. Lone guy on the roster other than Vito Petrovic, who's giving you 3.5 points per game. That's shooting above 29.5% from 3-point range, but you've been able to have Giovanni Amarushu give you about 13.5 points, 9 boards. He was a pretty rock-solid player over the last few seasons in the Metro Atlantic along George Mason. You've been able to have, as well, Corey Coker come and give you about 8.5 points, 3 assists per game, but he is turning the ball over about 2.5 times per game. And East Carolina, with the 14.5 turnovers per game, they've been really sloppy with it. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a control game. And East Carolina as well, they're outside the top 320 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. So I've set a total here of a 142. I'm in on the under, and at 6.5 plus, going to be able to take those those points with Greensboro, 667, 668 on the card. It is Elon, and they're going to be on the road facing off against Wofford. And Wofford is a 4.5 point favorite. Your total on this game, it is 159.5, and I did say Elon as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them right on the money line. I recognize that Elon really let go of the rope in the second half of their game a few days ago against Furman, but still, this is an Elon team that I'm pretty bullish on. They're a top 150 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, shooting over 36% from three, as Chandler Cottrell, who comes over from Purdue Fort Wayne, has been really one of the better scorers in all of college basketball. 23 points, 8 boards, a steal per contest, shooting in the mid-30s from three, and then Randall Pettis, the second, is shooting 47.5% from the outside. He's been solid coming on over from Northern Kentucky, so nice horizon league ties there. Kapra who's been in college basketball for seemingly an eon, he's been able to be very versatile at about 6'6", 6'7", 10 points, 6 boards, 3 assists per game for an Elon team that's doing a nice job taking care of the ball. They're only turning the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. Not going to go out there, generate a lot of turnovers, and this is an Elon team as well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Wofford, this has always been a relatively slow and controlled team. Now they've been a little bit more mid-tempo under Kevin Giltner ever since he took over, and for Wofford, this is a unit that has really given it up from three themselves. They're allowing teams to shoot over 35.5% from three-point range. Wofford has been able to get some rock-solid production though out of the Central Florida transfer in Niles Malchowski, who's been able to supply about 12.5 points per game. Kamar Holmes has been that top guy with about 19 points per game. He's shooting over 40% from three-point range, but you've also got a Wofford team that just doesn't generate any turnovers whatsoever, only about 10 turnovers per game, so should have a very nice, clean, efficient game. At Wofford, they've been a top 175 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentages. Well, circumstance where I do think that Elon just is going to be able to do a little bit better job down low, and I do think that in a game that is going to be featuring a lot of clean offense, Elon keeps it a little bit cleaner. So I did set a total year of a 163.5. I like the over, and I do like Elon outright on the money line, 669, 670 on the card. You've got Rutgers on the road against Michigan, and Michigan is a favorite here of 22.5 points, 145.5 to 146.5 is a total. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Rutgers. I did set them as an underdog of 20.5 points. Michigan obviously has been just absolutely wrecking shop this far this season. Top 20 team in terms of points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a team that they went to lovely Las Vegas. They just absolutely dump trucked the competition. It was very impressive what we saw there. And for Michigan, if I'm not mistaken, they're also a top 5 team right now in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it's also a Michigan team that has been able to do a great job in terms of pushing pace as well. And they go up against a Rutgers team that's more around about 275th and 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And as a matter of fact, for Michigan, 14th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Michigan certainly going to be able to do a really nice job down low, as you've got a Dame Era at 7'3" or so, doing an amazing job, giving the team darn near a double-double. He's been supplying the team with 10 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. Yaxel Lendeborg, 7.5 boards, 16 points per game. Morris Johnson, he's right now giving you 13.6 rebounds per game. And for Michigan, still a little bit of turnover concern. They're turning the ball over about 13.5 times per game, and they don't necessarily generate a ton of turnovers, but they play good in your grill defense. They are number one in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. And then on the flip side for Rutgers, they've actually been good with their interior defense as well. Top 40 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. They themselves outside the top 3 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage, but they're shooting 35.5% from 3. Dylan Grant has been able to shoot 43% from the outside. He's supplying 15 points, 6 rebounds per game. JaMychal Davis, he's been able to give you about 9.5 points, 3 assists per contest. It is a Rutgers team that they have had a little bit of tough time generating turnovers themselves. They're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so we should see some good, clean, efficient offense here. And Rutgers, they're currently right around about 300th through the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at 36.5%, so I do think that you get a nice high-scoring game, set by total 152.5, like the over, and I'm going to be willing to take a shot on Rutgers at 21 plus 671, 672 on the card. It is Abilene Christian. They play us in New Mexico State, and New Mexico State is a favorite of 3 to 3.5 points. 130.5 is the total, and I did set a total here of a 137.5. I'm going to be in on the over. You don't have two teams that are necessarily looking to fly here, and Abilene Christian has always been a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. For New Mexico State, they really have been becoming a little bit more of a defense-oriented team ever since you saw the coaching change a few seasons ago. Right now, New Mexico State 298th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Abilene Christian 299th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but this is an Abilene Christian team that they do leave themselves very vulnerable with regard regards to their overall post play because they do gamble for all those turnovers. And for Abilene Christian, his team is allowing teams to shoot about 35.5% for three-point range, just outside the top 270 in all of college basketball. Abilene Christian has actually been much, much better on the glass this season. They are now a top 75 team in terms of rebound percentage, with Braden Hubbard being the main headline guy. 16.5 points, 5.5 boards, a steal and a half per contest, shooting 35.5% from three-point range. Zai Wright has been Mr. Right in terms of giving you about 7 points, 4 boards, and now he's shooting 38% from three-point range. And on the other end for New Mexico State, they had some moving pieces from a season ago, but they still have been able to do a nice job in terms of finding guys that just fit the system, with Jamel Jones being their main headline guy, 16 points per game. He's been able to shoot only about 28% from three-point range, but you've got Elijah Elliott, who's been able to shoot 39% from the outside, 8.5 points per game. Comes in from UT Rio Grande Valley and Southern Illinois, and then you've been able to get really good production out of Jalen Randall. He comes on over from Southern Indiana. He's yet to really get it going from three-point range, but 9.5 points, 4 boards. He's able to generate about a steal per game. It is a New Mexico State team that has been a top 150 team in terms of turnovers for us on a per possession basis. They're doing a great job hauling in their second and third chances. This team is supplying over 13 offensive rebounds per game, so I do think that those second and third chances are going to be very much adding up here, and both of these teams are not afraid to put you on the free throw line as well. Both of these teams are in the top 75 in terms of free throw attempts allowed per game. So I do think that this total is a little bit too low. I did set my total 137.5. I do like the over. Of New Mexico State, I'm willing to lay up to 5 with them, set them as a 5.5 point favorite. 673, 674 on the card. It is Chattanooga, and they're going to be playing us to Southeast Missouri State. SEMO finds themselves as a underdog here of 6.5 points. 149.5 to 115.5 is the total line. Set a total of 146.5. I do like the under. Chattanooga just not the same three-point shooting team that they have been the last few seasons, and Southeast Missouri State certainly has been giving it up much more on defense. They're outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I think that they're going to be able to hold up here. Southeast Missouri State has really sped themselves up, by the way. They're currently 48th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a Chattanooga team that slowed themselves down, 320th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for Southeast Missouri State, one of the big keys for this team is Braxton Secker coming back. He's one of the main holdovers from a season ago, and with him supplying 14.5 points per game, that's massive, as this team is typically at a disadvantage on the glass, but you do have a Chattanooga team that year in and year out, they just don't do a great job with their rebounding, and to the credit of Southeast Missouri State, they continue to be a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with LaDarren Blocker being a main reason why he's been able to do a nice job in terms of being a defensive stopper as a part-time starter, only giving you about 5 points, 3.5 rebounds per game, but he's able to guard multiple positions. BJ Ward has been able to give you 11.5 points, right around about 4.5 assists per contest. And on the other side of things, you've got a Chattanooga team that has just not been able to really find their footing with regards to who's going to be able to pull in there some boards, as you have nobody on the roster give you over 5 rebounds per game. Now, part of that is because Colin Mulholland has been dealing with an injury at 6'10", but he's only been able to give the team about 3.5 to 4 rebounds per game. Mekhi Richards, Sebastian Hartman, they both give you about 5 rebounds per game, and then Jordan Frinson, who comes on up from the non-D1 ranks, he's been able to give you 11.5 points, 3.5 assists per game. Teddy Washington, who was actually at Southeast Missouri State last season, he's been one of your main versatile pieces with about 11.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, but he's never been a great three-point shooter for a Chattanooga team that they attempt more threes than twos, and they're only shooting about 34.5% from three. Not great, but not terrible, and they're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security, so I do think that you get a little bit more of a slog of a game here. I did set Southeast Missouri State as a 4.5 point dog, so like the points up by total 146.5, almost landing on the under. 675, 676 on the card. It is Baylor. They're going to be on the road against Memphis, and Memphis is a small underdog at home of between 2.5 and 3.5 points. Total on this game, you're going to be finding it in the high 150s right now. We're getting between 157.5 to a 158.5, and with Baylor, I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite. So at 3+, I'm willing to take a shot on Memphis. With Memphis, it's been a tumultuous season for them, to say the least. They bring in a lot of talent, but it just hasn't necessarily gelled, and they have yet to be able to find that go-to scorer outside of what you've been able to get out of Doug McDaniel. McDaniel's right now the lone guy that's giving you over 9 points per game. He's been able to supply about 14.5 points, 6.5 assists, 2 steals per contest, 3 turnovers, which for how much he has the ball in his hands, that's not too bad, but for Memphis, they've been uncharacteristically not necessarily doing the world's greatest job of cranking up the tempo. They've been a little bit slower this season, and you do have a Baylor team that's been a top 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Took them a little bit of time to find their sea legs down low. Jocelyn Bodu deal with an injury, but you've been able to get good production out of Tunde Yusufu along Cameron Carr, combining for over 40 points, 11 boards per game, and then Obi Edgum, who comes over from Wyoming. He's been that main facilitator with about 4 assists per game, but it is a Baylor team that once again is doing a bad bad job of guarding the perimeter. They're outside the top 270 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, darn near 36%. They've been a middle-of-the-road team in generating turnovers, about 13 turnovers per contest generated, and for this Baylor team, they have been really giving it up down low outside the top 260 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. That said, I do think that in terms of just the overall efficiency, it is going to be lacking just a little bit, and you don't have a pair of teams that is necessarily going to be pushing a whole heck of a lot of tempo, because again, with this Baylor team, in terms of total possessions per game, they're clocking in about 105th in all of college basketball. Memphis down to about 139th, but I do think that Memphis going to be able to hold in there down low. I do think that you're finally going to get a little bit more out of Aaron Bradshaw, who's only been able to give you 6 points, 2 rebounds. He's been a massive disappointment, but Simone Majek, who comes over from South Sudan at 7'1", he's been more trustworthy with about 4 boards per contest, and I do think that the overall versatility of Memphis and just a lot of moving pieces going to start to gel. So I did set a line of a 154.5 in terms of total, like the under, and 3+. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Memphis. 677, 678 on the card. Southern Utah is going to be on the road against Oregon State, and Oregon State is a 12.5 point favorite. It's all in this game between 140.5 to 142.5, and I said Oregon State is a 9.5 point favorite, so anything of 10+, I'm going to be willing to take those points with Southern Utah. Southern Utah last year was the number 1 team in all of college basketball in terms of pushing teams off the three-point line. Now, it didn't necessarily result in the world's greatest defense, but they would not allow you to attempt too many threes. And for the Southern Utah team, you've got a trio of guys in Dylan Jones, Elijah Duvall, along Jaden Faroa, who have done a nice job. I'll give you double figures, and Faroa, who comes over from Holy Cross, 5.5 boards, 2.3 blocks, and he's been able to shoot 35% from 3. It's a Southern Utah team that's struggling with their three-point shooting percentage. They are shooting about 31% from 3. They're once again forcing you to go inside. They've been outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but they are enforcing that. They've been one of the worst teams in giving teams live ball turnovers. They've been outside the top 3 with that regard, but you've got an Oregon State team that they themselves have been a little bit suspect in terms of taking care of the ball outside the top 275 in terms of ball security. It's a Oregon State team that is very much more content to be shooting it from 3 rather than 2, as they're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that do come from three-point range. You've got Josiah Lake in the backcourt. One of the main returners give you about 12.5 points per game, shooting in the mid-30s from 3, and then Des White has been rock solid with about 10 points per contest, but for Oregon State, right now you've only got one guy that's giving you over 5 rebounds per game. That would be Jonah Mudge. Now, the 7-footer Noah Amenhauser, who comes over from Coastal Carolina, he's been seeing some more minutes, but still only about 3 rebounds per game. I do think that this is going to be a more controlled game because you do have an Oregon State team that's right now outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. Southern Utah very much looking to fly a little bit more, 86th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but do think that the overall execution going to be there on both sides. Both of these teams have had a tough time generating turnovers, so I do think that both teams get a bit more clean possessions that we've seen them have throughout the season. So in on the over, so my total 145.5, and at 10+, won't take those points with Southern Utah. 679, 680 on the card. It is Colorado State. They play also Colorado. Colorado is a underdog of 2.5 points, and the Rams are the favorite, and total on this game, it is 149.5 to a 150.5, and I did set Colorado State as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the small number here. It's a Colorado team and a Colorado State team that are both, in my opinion, doing for three-point shooting regression, as both of these teams are right now shooting over 40% from three-point range. It's been wild what we've been able to see out of them thus far this season. Colorado State is actually playing at a very slow pace. They're outside the top 320 in terms of total possessions per game. Colorado, a little bit more of a mid-tempo team, and for Colorado, you've been able to have Benoit Doc, who's been able to give you 11.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. He's done a nice job there, and for both of these teams, neither of them are really turning the ball over too much. Both of these teams have been able to do a nice job running good, clean offense. With Colorado, they're a top 50 team in terms of taking care of the ball, but they're outside the top 3 in terms of generating turnovers. But for the Buffaloes, they're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and this has been a Colorado State team that has been well outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis as well. Colorado State, they turn the ball over 11 times per game, and they're currently in the bottom 5 in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. With Colorado State, they're not going to continue to shoot 45% from 3, but they do shoot over 80% the free throw line. That is sustainable, and this is a Colorado State team that takes more 3s than 2s, so they are going to be able to bust up that Buffalo's defense that has been rough in terms of guarding the perimeter. Colorado State, they're more of a mid-tier team in terms of guarding the three-point line, and then Kerry Booth is able to do a nice job down low. Began his career over at Notre Dame in Illinois, 14.7.5 rebounds per game. You've got Kyle Jorgensen, give you about 6 boards, 15 points per game. Jevin Muniz, he's a 6'6" with a little bit of a point forward, 7.5 points, 4.5 boards, 5.5 assists, shooting 40% from three-point range. As a matter of fact, for this Colorado State team, each of your top 6 scorers are all shooting at least 40% from 3, and each of your top 5 are shooting at least 45% from 3. Again, we'll see a little bit of regression there, but Rashad Mabamba, who comes back from 8 seasons ago, he's been limited due to injury. They've been doing it mostly without him, so We've got reinforcements on the way for this Colorado State team. I do think that out there in their home environment, Colorado State finds a way to be able to get the job done. I do think that there's going to be good offensive execution in this game. I did set a total of a 149.5. Right now, I'm starting to see some 150.5s, 151s out there. I'm going to be willing to take anything of a 150 or higher under, and I'm willing to lay with Colorado State 681, 682 on the card. UMKC, they're on the road against Eastern Washington. Eastern Washington is a favorite here of between 7.5 to 8.5 points. So on this game, it is 148.5. Set my line at 7. So anything above 7, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Kansas City. It's a UMKC team that's well outside the top 270 right now in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Showed some signs of life a few days ago against Idaho St. The defense was relatively solid. They gave up only 68 points in the game, but they let go of the rope with regards to their offense. As right now, it's a squad that's shooting 25.8% from 3. This is a bad shooting team. They're not that bad of a shooting team. You've got Uriah Evans, who's been the main man with about 13 points, 3.5 assists, shooting 37.5% from 3. But you bring back a pair of guys in Gashim, Grady, along Jason Petty, not as amazing 3-point shooters, but guys who were shooting in the low to mid 30s from 3-point, combining for about 20.5 points per game. And between the two of them, they're combining to shoot about 25% from 3-point range. It's a UMKC team that's not the same team down low that they have been in past years, currently outside the top 275 in terms of rebound percentage, and outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. But Eastern Washington, this has never been a great defensive team, to say the least. That's just not the damn Monson style. And for Eastern Washington, they are well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're feeling like Isaiah Moses, who's been able to give you 3.5 assists, 19 points per game, shooting 47.5% from 3. It's an Eastern Washington team that overall shooting in the mid 30s from 3-point, but having a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 280 in terms of their ball security. Eastern Washington outside the top 3 in terms of offensive rebound percentage as well, and this Eastern Washington team is outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And you do have a UMKC team that overall this season has been actually in the top 175 in terms of total possessions per game under Dan Monson. You know that Eastern Washington is very much going to be looking to play a little bit more up-tempo, about 123rd in terms of total possessions per game. But I think both of these teams lacking the ability to be able to grab second and third chances is going to be hurting with regards to this total a little bit. And I sense UMKC starting to really slow down their tempo once again. So I did set a total of 143. I'm going to be in on the under. And at anything above a 7, I'm willing to take the points with UMKC, 683. 684 on the card. Portland State is playing against Omaha. Omaha does find themselves as an 8.5 to a 9.5 point underdog. Total on this game between 150.5, seeing as high as a 153.5 out there. And with this total, I set mine at a 160.5. I'm going to be in on the over. We're really seeing this go downward from the opener of a 153. But that said, you've got an Omaha team that's very much looking to push pace, and they're well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Right now, Omaha is about 147th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Portland State, they're actually 56th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and they bring back their top scorer from the season ago in Jalen Henderson. Henderson last year gave the team about 13 points per contest, and he's elevated off of that to about 18.5 points, 6.3 assists per game, only shooting about 29% from 3. But Portland State as a whole, they're shooting 36.5% from the outside. Sebastian Tidor has been very versatile, giving the team about 8.5 points, shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point. And then Trevon Minot, who he began his career over at South Carolina, has good size down low. He's been able to give the team 11 points, 9 rebounds per game for a Portland State team that ranks once again in the top 75 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they're also a team that's outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. And Omaha, their main forte is being able to pop it and lock it from 3. They're shooting 37.5% from 3. Lance Waddles, Tony Osborne, a pair of guys are holdovers from last year's teams, have been able to combine for 32 points per game. Waddles is shooting 45% from 3, throwing out 3 assists per game. You're getting Osborne to give you about 3 assists per contest as well. It's an Omaha team that turns the ball over about 12.5 times per game, neither here nor there. But that said, this team does lack a lot of rebounding this year with losing Markel Sutton. Omaha has been outside the top 275 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And for Omaha, they're outside the top 280 in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. And opponents are making their free throws against them as well. That should see a little bit of positivity, but that said, for this Omaha team, they have been having a little bit of a tough time on the glass outside the top 200 with regards to rebound percentage. I do think that Portland State should be able to go out there, get the job done, but I can only set them as a 4.5 point favorite. I do think that Omaha, with the way that they're able to bomb it from 3 and the way that Portland State really gives it up from 3, that allows them to remain lively. So set a total of 160.5. I like the over and the points with Omaha, 685, 686 on the card. It is Pacific, and let me be specific, they're on the road against Cal. California is an 11.5 point favorite total on this game. It is 144.5 to a 145.5. 14.5, and I'm in on Cal. I set them as a 14.5 point favorite. It's a Pacific team that has been looking to play a little bit more slowly under Dave Smartu. He comes over after he spent a long time coaching out there, actually in Canada. Pacific 275th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a Cal team that, under the tutelage of Mark Madsen, has really been able to turn it around this year. They're more around about 121st in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and go back to when Madsen was the coach over at Utah Valley. His teams would typically play actually quite up-tempo, but they would just be a tough, tenacious team on defense. They have been able to do a good job being a top 125 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. They're not generating a lot of turnovers, and you'd like to see this team not give up so many second chances on the glass. They're outside the top 245 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but you do have Lee Dortown right now, give you about 6.5 boards, 9 points per game. It's a team that, as a whole, is shooting 38% from three. They brought in some nice pieces in the transfer portal, including Day-Day Ames, 19 points per game, shooting over 50% from three. Chris Bell, who I remember 2 years ago at Syracuse, was really good, 15.5 points. He's shooting 40% from three. John Camden is shooting 39% from three, 13.5 points out of him. A little bit of a top-heavy team. You could use a little bit more of the likes of Nolan Dorsey and the other guys that coming off the bench, but they've been pretty solid with that regard. And for Pacific, Alexis Marmayoles has just been a little bit of a disappointment. Nice double-figure scorer out there in the Southland 8 seasons ago. Right now, he's only been able to give the team like 5 points, 2 boards per contest. Elias Rolfe, the main guy that stayed with the program from 8 seasons ago, 18 points, 6.5 boards. He's all sorts of versatile at 6'7". Last year, he shot below 30% from three. This year, over 42% from three. Think that that'll iron out a little bit, but Jane Clayton, who comes over from Maine, has been able to give you 5.5 assists, 9 points per contest. It's a Pacific team that is either here nor there and taking care of the ball, 12.5 turnovers per game. They don't do a great job in terms of generating turnovers. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they've done a great job on the glass. They've been a top 125 team in terms of rebound percentage, and it's actually a top 75 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but I do think that Cal going to be able to do a solid job with Thornton Company being able to do a little bit better on the glass, and I do think that the overall backcourt play of Cal wins out here. I did set my total at 148.5. I do like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 14 with Cal. 687, 688 on the card. It is Idaho St. They play us to Denver, and the Pioneers look to Pioneer recover as an underdog of 7 to 7.5 points. 146.5 to 147 is the total, and I did set a total of a 145. I do like the under. Pair of teams are not pushing a lot of tempo. Denver is about 250th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Idaho State is 338th. Idaho State is going to have a nice advantage on the glass. This is a bunch in Denver that does not have a lot of rebounding right now, and that's been the forte of this Idaho State team. Idaho State back in the top 100 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. You're not necessarily pulling in there a ton of offensive rebounds, but you know what? They play at such a slow pace that even just grabbing 12.5 offensive rebounds per game, that makes a big impact. You've got Martin Keel, who's been able to give you about 11.5 points per game. Kobe Van Green along Connor Hellenbuck. These two guys have been your main scorers, just below 20 points per game between the two of them, and Hellenbuck has been able to shoot about 41% from three-point range. It's a squad, though, in Denver that they should see some positivity to the fact that right now they're allowing teams to shoot over 41% from three-point range, and they might just not be a great perimeter defense, but now they do go up against an Idaho State team that is only shooting about 29.7% from three-point range, and even though you've only got like two guys who give you over 4.5 rebounds per game for this Denver team, and Jeremiah Burke, a 6'7" combo player that comes over from North Dakota State, 15 points, 5 rebounds per game, and Gabe Oldham, who he's been able to give the team about 5.5 rebounds per game. You still have some nice versatility, and a Denver team that is really functioning well on offense. Top 140 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Idaho State more around about 195th in the country, and being able to have Logan Kinsey be able to supply the team with about 11.5 points and his 40% three-point shooting. Don't think that this will last, but Zane Nelson is shooting 59% from three-point range. And Denver, they don't really force a lot of turnovers. Outside the top 280 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they've been able to keep these possession clean as well. I do think that they hold in there in this spot, so I did set my line at a 145 with regards to total in on the under, and I'm willing to take the points with Denver, made them a 3-point dog. 689, 690 on the card. It is George Washington, and our nation's first president, plays us to William and Mary. You don't just get William, you don't just get Mary, but you get both, and with William and Mary, you also get 10.5 to 11 points. So in this game, it is 168.5, and I set a total here of a 164.5. I'm going to be in on the under. Now, William and Mary is really pushing tempo. They're a top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game, and then you've got a George Washington team that is playing fast, not necessarily warp speed fast, 93rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for George Washington, it has been a unit that has been outside the top 80 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but William & Mary all of a sudden is generating turnovers. This is a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and this is not going to last, but they're allowing teams to shoot less than 28% from 3-point range. It is a William & Mary team that's a little bit banged up. Kyle Pulliam, Reese Miller, two of your top 3 scorers have been dealing with injuries, so that's been a little bit of an issue, but even with those injuries, they've still been rock solid with Chase Lowe being able to dole out the ball, 4.5 boards, 4 assists, 9.5 points per game. You've got Cade Askins, who comes over from Dartmouth, giving you about 9.5 points at 6'6". He's shooting over 40% from 3-point range. Joel Emmanuel, who is over at Fairleigh Dickinson, 8 seasons ago, 8.5 points. He gives you some versatility. Again, he's not going to continue to shoot 55% from 3-point range, but it's a William & Mary team that they're actually taking a little bit of a smaller percentage of their shots from 3-point range, and it's made them a bit more efficient, in my opinion. Though the 15 turnovers per game, they're going to need to clean that up, and George Washington should be able to win that turnover battle, in my opinion, but they themselves have been turning the ball over about 13 times per game, and for George Washington, one of their biggest fortes is getting to the free throw line. They've been a top 50 team in terms of free throws on a per possession basis because they do a nice job dominating down low. Luke Unger has been able to give you 7 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Rafael Castro has been able to throw in their 8 boards. Garrett Johnson, all sorts of versatile. Missed all of last season. He's come back off of injury with 15 points, 5 boards, shooting 40% from 3. For George Washington team that as a whole, they're shooting about 37.5% from the outside, and with this George Washington team, they are a top 100 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and I do think that for George Washington, they should be able to go out there, get the job done, and I did set a line here of a 14.5 because William & Mary is a little bit banged up, so I do think that George Washington, in a little bit of a lower scoring game, finds a way. I'm going to be willing to lay that number, and I'm going to be in on this under as well. 691, 692 on the card. USC is going to be playing us to Washington. Washington is a underdog here of 5.5 points, seeing the 6 out there as well. Total on this game, it is 153.5 to 154.5, and with USC, I set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now, Heinz Steinbach should be back for this Washington team as he missed 3 games due to injury, but now he's working his way back, and that's big because when he has been out there on the court, he has been an impactful guy. 17.5 points, 12.5 boards, 2.5 assists per game, really good versatility. He came back in that game against UCLA, and he went 11 of 12 from the floor for 29 points, 10 rebounds. I don't know if he's going to quite be that efficient in this game, but you've got Wesley Yates along with Desmond Claude, who come over from USC, and Claude was actually the better scorer last year. He's only been able to get the team 10.5 points, has dealt with a little bit of an injury. Wesley Yates, 16.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2 steals per game, and it is a squad overall in Washington that's shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point. Really good offensive rebounding team, top 55 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Even someone like a Furan Kepidog has been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game, but for USC, this has been one of the best shot blocking teams in all of college basketball. Very south down low with having these 7'3" gentlemen from Youngstown St and Gabe Dines giving you over a block per contest. You've been able to get a bit of everything. Chad Baker-Mazara, the Van Wilder of college basketball, 21 points, 5.5 boards, 2.5 assists, shooting in the high 30s from 3-point range. It's a USC team that has been a top 35 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now, USC is allowing a lot of second and third chances outside the top 275 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they're holding teams to shooting less than 30% from 3-point range. It's a USC team that they themselves get some second and third chances, with Ezra Usar being able to give you 17 points, 6 boards. Jacob Kofi has been able to give you 7 rebounds, 2.5 blocks per game. And then Rodney Rice, he does it all. 20 points, 6 assists, 2 steals, shooting 38.5% from 3-point range for a USC team that has been a top 125 team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis. I do think that Washington going to be fighting a little bit of an uphill battle here with just not getting Claude to be able to fire on all cylinders. And a little bit of a reuniting with the amount of guys that went from USC to Washington. So set a line of a 9.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with USC. USC is currently in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, but they played a lot of overtime, so that's warped their numbers a little bit. So at a 154 plus, that might total 153.5, and on the under 693, 694 on the card. West Virginia and Wake Forest do battle from Charleston. So neutral court game with West Virginia being a 1.5 point favorite. Total is between 141 to 141.5. I actually set Wake Forest as a 2-point favorite here. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. For West Virginia, they've done a great job in terms of getting their slow and controlled tempo. They're outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. That's just a Russ Hodge style coming over from North Texas, and he's brought a pair of key guys with him from North Texas. Jasper Floyd, who's giving you 8.5 points, 3.5 boards, 4 assists per contest, and Brennan Lorient has been able to give you 6 rebounds, 12 points per game. And with this West Virginia team, they're shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range, either here nor there, but what has really been the Achilles heel for this team is allowing teams to shoot 35.5% from three. They are gambling a little bit for turnovers. They've been a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've been rock solid down low, top 10 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. A lot of that thanks to the 7-footer and Herlin Obiana. Only give you about 6.5 points per game, but he's been able to throw in there about 5.5 rebounds per game. But for Wake Forest, they're able to hold up down low because you got Trayvon Spillers, who gives you 14 points, 6 boards, and he's able to now pop it from three. He doesn't necessarily pop it well from three, but has been able to pop it from three. But for this Wake Forest team, they have been a top 125 team in terms of their overall rebound percentage, and for Wake Forest, it's been a case where they've done a nice job in terms of guarding the perimeter. Their line teams only shoot about 29% from three, and Wake Forest as well has been a top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with Juke Harris really being the main headline guy, not necessarily doling out the ball a ton. That's Nate Kalmezi's job, who's been able to give you 8.5 points, 5.5 assists, and has really cleaned up the turnovers from where he was over at Washington State. But Harris, he's able to give you those 20 points, shooting 36.5% from three. Wake Forest still not a exceptional 3-point shooting team, but they're shooting 33% for three, which is marked improvement from a season ago. This is a Wake Forest team that has been looking to push a little bit more tempo, so you're going to have a bit of a tempo war here, as Wake Forest currently about 32nd in terms of total possessions per game. To think there's going to be a little bit more control, but with the way that this West Virginia team is giving up looks from the outside, and I do think that Wake Forest finds a way to be able to get the job done here. Set them as a 2-point favorite, like Wake Forest on the money line, and on the under semi-total 138. 695, 696 on the card. It is UCLA, and they're going to be playing us Oregon, and Oregon finds themselves as a double-digit underdog of 10.5 points. The last game, it is 142.5 to 143.5, and with UCLA, set them as only an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Oregon has been having a tough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 225 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but I think the offense is getting better and better as the season has went along. Jackson Shell said he was dealing with the hand injury to begin the season. He's been able to supply the team with 15.5 points, 5 assists per game. Now, it needs to be taken into account that Nate Biddle did not play in the last game against USC. I'm thinking that he's going to be out for this game once again, but you've got TK Simpkins and KJ Evans who've stepped up with about 12.5 to 13 points per game apiece. You've had some really good low post play out of Sean Stewart as well, who's been able to give the team about 5 rebounds per game, and that's the big thing for this Oregon team. They've been a top 45 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound to be able to offset some of those turnovers, and for Oregon, they have actually been quite a bit weak inside. They're outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and you've got a UCLA team that's been outside the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They've been getting better and better as they've been getting more and more used to Donovan Dent, who's been able to give you about 12 points per game, 7 assists. He's right now shooting 8.3% from 3-point range. We should see that go northward a little bit, but they've been dealing with a little bit of injury to Tyler Bilodeau. He was able to return in that Washington game, and he looked very good, so we should be all on the up and up there, but I mean, still, it's been a little bit of a case where you've had a lot of guys missing a game or two here and there. Eric Daly did as well, but he should be good to go as well. He's giving you about 10 points, shooting over 40% from three. Bilodeau is shooting about 35.5% from the outside, and with this UCLA team not generating quite the same amount of turnovers that they did a season ago, it's still a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and neither of these teams are necessarily going to be just absolutely rocketing up and down the floor. We've got an Oregon team that's right now right around about 213th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. UCLA a hair faster than a season ago, but about 270th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and UCLA clocking in about 125th in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage as well. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a control game. I did set my total 140.5, like the under, and with Oregon, we'll take 9+ with them. 697, 698 on the card. Cal Poly is going to be playing UC Riverside, and Riverside does find themselves as a 5.5 point underdog. So on this game, it is 163.5, and with Cal Poly, I did set them as a favorite of 7.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number with UC Riverside. They've had a very difficult time in terms of the turnover battle, as they're outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 275 in terms of ball security. That's good for a Cal Poly team that has been turning the ball over 16.5 times per game. Now, part of it is because Cal Poly is a top 10 team in terms of total possessions per game, but if you look at turnovers per possession on offense, they're still one of the bottom teams in all of college basketball, but you've had some really good 3-point shooting. We saw that on full display against Cal State Fullerton a few days ago, and you've got Hamad Musa along Peter Benjai, who have both been able to shoot over 45% from three. Between the two of them, you're getting about 37+ points per game, and then Caden Ward has been a nice third fiddle. He's been able to give you 14.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. This is not a Cal Poly team that's going to be wrecking a lot of shop on the glass in terms of just just absolutely dominating there. But I mean, it's been a whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach with this team, as we've got 6 different guys give you at least 3.6 rebounds per game. And for Riverside, not necessarily ideal size for this team. Gus Archinal, who is a really good Division II coach over at Cal State Bernardino, he was able to bring with him a few guys from the D2 ranks, like an Andrew Henderson, who's been very good, 16.5 points, 4.5 boards. He's shooting 37.5% from three, but team outside of Osiris Gary, who he comes over after he was at Utah Valley, giving the team 13.6 boards per game. Not really doing a great job down low. Markel Worthy, who comes over from UMass, he's been able to give some facilitation, 15 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists, but also 4 turnovers per game, so that's a little bit of an issue for a team that, I mean, they're not great, they're not terrible with their overall shooting. They're hovering right around about 150th to 200 in terms of both their 2-point and their 3-point shooting percentage, and they've run teams off the 3-point line in terms of percentage of shots that come from 3. They're a top 50 team in all of college basketball in that regard, but I do think that Cal Poly is still going to be able to find a way to get their threes up. I do think that this is going to be a nice up and down game. Semi-total 167.5, like the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 7 here with Cal Poly. 699, 700 on the card. It is Utah. They play us to Cal Baptist. Cal Baptist is a 6.5 to a 7.5 point underdog. Totals between 144.5 to a 145.5, and with Utah, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Cal Baptist. Recognize that Cal Baptist a few nights ago, they really took it on the chin against BYU, but this is a Utah team that outside of Terrence Brown, they're just really not impressing me. Brown has been, really hot rod Brown. 21 points, 3 assists. He's shooting in the mid-30s from 3, but he's just went into takeover mode all season long. Don McHenry has been solid as well. 17 points, shooting about 37.5% from 3, but for this Utah team, the defense has been very lackluster. Outside the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're outside the top 175 in terms of both opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, while not generating a lot of turnovers. Now, they've been having a really, really good time of it down low with Keno Dawes, give you 11.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, and you've got a Lancers team that they do a nice job in terms of not allowing a lot of threes, but they also do a nice job dominating down low. You've got a Cal Baptist team that's a top 50 team with regards to a rebound percentage. You've got a true 7-footer in Brady Henjai, who doesn't give you a lot of scoring with about 4.5 points per game, but 6 boards per game. Thomas Endong has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. Dominique Daniels, who missed a little bit of time with a little bit of a shiner on his eye from the Grambling game, he's been able to give you 18 points, 4 assists per game. Cal Baptist, not a great team, but not a terrible team at taking care of the ball. They're turning the ball over about 12 times per game, and it's a Cal Baptist team that, unlike Utah, they're not quite looking to push tempo. Utah about 117th in terms of total possessions per game. Not warp speed, but quite a bit faster than they have been in the past. Cal Baptist more around about 241st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But Martell Williams, this is how he does it, shooting 34.5% for 3, 15 points per game for a Cal Baptist team that their main kryptonite is really having a tough time shooting it from 3. They're only shooting about 31% from the outside, but you still have the guys like Devin Malcolm, Jaden Jackson, who have been able to combine for about 17.5 points per game. Jackson, who comes over from Northern Arizona, has been able to give you 5 boards, 2.5 assists per game as well, and I think the way that this team in Cal Baptist really hits the glass is going to allow them to hold in there. And I do think that we see a little bit of an uptick with their 3-point shooting. So, 7-12, 151.5. I do like the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Cal Baptist. 7-1, 7-2 on the card is Grand Canyon playing against Oklahoma State. This is from Talking Stick Arena in Arizona. And with Oklahoma State, they're a 2.5 to a 3.5 point favorite. Total on this game, it is 153.5 to a 154.5. And with Oklahoma State, I did set them as the favorite in this spot of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I know that this game is out there in Arizona, but I think that Oklahoma State is really going to be able to get things cranked up with regards to their tempo. Now, Grand Canyon last year was playing with quite a bit of pace. They've had to dial it back quite a bit because the backcourt just is not what it was a season ago, to say the least. 248th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Oklahoma State is gunning it, though. They are number 4 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and they're executing quite well on offense. It's an Oklahoma State team. It is a top 100 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Not an amazing 3-point shooting team at about 32%, but after he missed the first 3 games of the season, Anthony Roy has given this team a nice shot in the arm, shooting 40% for 3, 15 points per game. Victorious Miller comes over from LSU, a pair of assists, 16 points per game. You've got a lot of versatility up and down the boulevard with Jalen Curry being able to give you about 4.5 boards, 5.5 assists, 15 points per game. Oklahoma State is still turning the ball over about 14 times per game. They're outside the top 250 in terms of their overall ball security, but They've also done a nice job cutting teams off from three. They're allowing teams to only shoot about 29.5% from three-point range. And for Grand Canyon, just not the same rebounding team that they have been in the past as well. Duke Brandon being out of the fold is rough, but you do have Nana Wusu-Nane. He's been tremendous. 10 points, 10.5 boards, 2.5 assists per game, but he's the only guy in the roster give you above 4.6 rebounds per game. Now for this Grand Canyon team, they're not necessarily getting a lot of second and third chances on the offensive glass. They're not allowing a lot of teams to be able to grab those second and third chances themselves. They've been a top 30 team with regards to their defensive rebound percentage, and for Grand Canyon, top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but three-point shooting has taken a massive nosedive. Each of your top four scorers shooting less than 31% from three. Makai Williams, 10.5 points per game, but not shooting well from three. Jaden Henley shooting 22.5% from three, but he has been able to give the team 18 points, 4.5 boards, 2.5 assists, 2 steals per game. And then Brian Moore Jr. comes over from Norfolk State. I think that we can expect a little bit more out of him. Last year shot 39.5% from three. This year down to 25% from three-point range, but I do think that Oklahoma State going to be able to do a nice job matching the size that you've got with Nana Wusu-Nane and company. Dusty Stromer has been a little bit of a disappointment for Grand Canyon as well. I do think that Grand Canyon gets a little bit more online with their three-point shooting, so I'm going to be in on the over, but do you think that Oklahoma State finds a way to get the job done here? I'm willing to lay up to 6.5 with them. 703, 704 on the card. Northern Arizona is going to be on the road against North Dakota State. North Dakota State, the Bison, find themselves as a mid-tier favorite here of 9.5 to 10.5 points. Total on this game is 145.5. And set North Dakota State as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be able to take the points with Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona is not necessarily a team that's going to be pushing a ton of tempo or anything like that, but they're certainly not going to be like super duper slow. They're about 160th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. North Dakota State has actually cranked up their tempo from 8 seasons ago. They're up to 110th in terms of total possessions per game, as last year North Dakota State was a top 5 team in terms of three-point shooting percentage. Big downtick from that, but you still have Damari Wheeler-Thomas, who he missed all of last year, 2 years ago, was a rock-solid scorer. He's been able to get the team 12-plus points per contest. Now you've got a Northern Arizona team that, even without Carson Tout, they're still doing a relatively solid job on the glass. Zach Davidson has been your main man, 15 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. They're allowing a lot more second and third chances on the glass than they did a season ago, while North Dakota State was one of the worst teams at generating turnovers 8 seasons ago. They become a top 45 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but Northern Arizona is taking good care of the ball. They're in the top 100 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, with Arnie Ozajanik being able to give you 10 points, began his career over at Eastern Michigan. He's right now shooting 46% for three. We'll see that tick downward a little bit, but Ryan Abelman, he is able, man, to be able to give you 12.5 points, 6 boards, and then Isaiah Shaw, who's been a little bit around the block, was over at Valparaiso a season or two ago. He's been able to give the team 10.5 points. He's right now shooting over 40% from three-point range, and when it comes to North Dakota State, this squad doesn't necessarily have the world's greatest amount of size in terms of being able to pull in their second and third chances. This team outside the top 150 with regards to offensive rebound percentage, but you have been able to get a lot of production out of 6'10" Noah Federson, who last year shot in the high 30s from three. Right now he's shooting 16% from three, but still 9.5 points, block and a half, 5 rebounds per game, and then Travion Carson has been able to give you 7 boards, 10 points per game. It's been all about Wheeler-Thomas, who I mentioned before, and Marquette Strickland. Strickland 14.5 points per game, but just doesn't fit the mold of what you had last season. He's a career 23% three-point shooter, so that's been a little bit of, shall we say, strife on this North Dakota State team. And for North Dakota State, this has been a squad that has been much better defensively. They're a top 200 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage. So do you think that you get a relatively controlled game here? I did set my total at a 140, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Northern Arizona, and I'm in on the under. 705, 706 on the card. UW Milwaukee plays us to Robert Morris. Robert Morris is an underdog of 4.5 points on this game, between 148.5 to 149.5, and with old Bobby Morris, set him as an underdog of 6 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Milwaukee. Now you've got a Robert Morris team that's been slowing things down a little bit. They're outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game. UW Milwaukee playing at a brisk pace, but not necessarily warp speed, 108th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And after UW Milwaukee last year was a top 5 team in terms of rebound percentage, they've obviously taken a nice step back this year, but still solid on the glass. They're still a top 100 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that resulted in an offensive rebound. You've got a transfer from SMU, Daniil Janovic, who's really stepped up, 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, and then Seth Hubbard, who he's been all around the block. He's right now giving the team 16 points per of assists, was very good over at Toledo and Western Michigan. It's never really been a great three-point shooter, and right now for UW Milwaukee, what's ailing them is not necessarily their three-point shooting on offense, but they're allowing teams to shoot over 40% from three-point range. I do think that that's going to be going in the right direction. You've got a Robert Morris team that also has been very sloppy with the ball. They lose their guys like Cam Woods and company in the backcourt from a season ago. So they've been outside the top 250 in terms of their own ball security, and right now they're shooting about 33.5% from three. So same as UW-Milwaukee. You've had Ryan Prather as the main holdover from a season ago in that backcourt, give you 12 points, 3 assists, 4 boards, but is only shooting about 29.5% from three. Deshaun Good, who comes over from IU Indy, has been very good. 9 boards, 12 points, 6'8" combo player that's shooting over 46% from three-point. And Nicholas Chedkoulis, he hit that big shot against UW Green Bay a couple days ago. He's been rock solid down low, about 12.5 points, 6.5 rebounds per game for a Robert Morris team that's currently a top 35 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. But with this Robert Morris team having as tough of a time as they are with regards to turnover battle, and UW-Milwaukee being as good on the glass as they are, I do think that Milwaukee gets the job done. I do think that those second and third chances help you out with the over. So if I told 154, I do like the over, and with the Milwaukee, so that's a 6-point favorite, willing to lay that number. 707, 708 on the card. Where Riley plays us in Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois is a underdog of 16.5 points. So on this game, it is 142.5, and with Northern Illinois, I did set them as an underdog of 15.5 points. So you're at 16 plus. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Northern Illinois. For Bradley, they're just not quite the same 3-point shooting team as they are a season ago. No surprise there, considering they're a top 5 team in the country in terms of 3-point shooting percentage, but and they're still a respectable 3-point shooting team at 34.9%. And right now they're allowing opponents to shoot 38.5% from three. I think that you're going to see a positive uptick there. But Bradley has become a team that's really gambled for turnovers. They're a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've had Jaquan Johnson do a nice job in terms of just headlining this offense. 18 points, 5 boards, 3.5 assists, 3.5 steals per game, and shooting 37.5% from three. Alex Hibagirski, he comes over from Wright State, 11 points. He's shooting over 38.5% from three. And Demarion Birch, one of your main holdovers from a season ago, he stepped up with about 12.5 points per game and a little bit of a bigger role on the other end. You've got a Northern Illinois team that has had a tough time in terms of taking care of the ball, but this is a Northern Illinois team that has much improved in terms of their 3-point shooting. They're shooting 37% from three. That's the top 100 mark in all of college basketball. Now, outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, about 15 turnovers per game, and it's a Northern Illinois team that is going to be looking to push a little bit of tempo, but not a ton. 227th in terms of total possessions per game. They're faster than Bradley. Bradley is right now clocking in right around about 258th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and you do have a 7-foot big man in Ahmet Janovic, who for Bradley has been able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game. That's going to be tough for this Northern Illinois team to stand up to, considering they're outside the top 175 in terms of rebound percentage, and right now outside the top 330 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. But you do have Mekhi Valentine, who has been our Valentine, giving you about 12.5 points per game. He's shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. But Jai Otika, he's a little bit of a one-trick pony, about 8 points, 3 boards. I remember at Marist, he was a really, really good shooter back in the day. He's dealt with a lot of injuries, and he's on the come-up. He's shooting about 43.5% from 3-point range. And then DeMar Kelly, so able to give you about 10 points per game. You do have a guy in Dylan Duncombe who's been missing quite a bit of time, but when he's been out there, he's been able to give you about 10.5 points per game. It's looking like he's probably going to be out of the fold once again for this team. But that said, when it comes to this Northern Illinois team, I think that they're going to be able to do just enough to be able to hold in there. They've been a little bit more respectable in terms of guarding the perimeter. And when it comes to this Northern Illinois team, the fact that they do turn the ball over as much as they do, I do think that that's going to lead to quite a few dead possessions. So I did set my total here at a 143.5. I think that you get just enough shooting positivity from Bradley to be able to get the over. So in on the over, but also in on those points with Northern Illinois. 709, 710 on the card. It is St. John's, and they play us to Ole Miss. Ole Miss is a 12 to 12.5 point underdog. 152 to 152.5 is the total. And for St. John's, I set them as a favorite of 9 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Ole Miss. Less than savory loss a few nights ago against Miami, but still, this is an Ole Miss team that I think is going to be able to get it together, and they do a nice job in terms of just protecting the ball. This is a lower tempo team. They're outside the top 240 in terms of total possessions per game. St. John's is looking to play a warp speed, top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game, but Ole Miss is only turning it over 10 times per game. Now, the A.J. Storr experiment, it's been neither here nor there. He's right now the top scorer with about 14 points per game, and he's right now shooting 52% from three. That's going to be going downward, but it's been a little bit of a liability on the defensive side of things, as Ole Miss outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, just not generating turnovers the way that they have in the past. It's an Ole Miss team that's currently outside the top 180 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. St. John's is going to have a nice advantage down lows. Malik Diaz right now your main rebounder with Ole Miss with about 6+ rebounds per game, and then you've got Zuby Ejiofor for the St. John's team, who's been supplying 6.5 boards, 15.5 points per game. Bryce Hopkins has been all sorts of versatile, showing what he was able to do over at Providence a few seasons ago. 16 points, 5 boards, 3 assists. Not shooting it well from 3, but St. John's much improved with their 3-point shooting when a year ago, last year, they were outside the top 3 in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. Now they're up to about 35%. Osiah Sellers has been a big reason why, shooting 48% from the outside, about 11.5 points per game. And you've got, right now, 6 different guys for St. John's that have been able to supply at least 7 points per game, and then Dylan Darling, who's been a little bit more of a facilitator, has been able to throw in there about 3 assists per game as well. So with the St. John's team, I do believe that they should be a nice size favorite, but I mean, with St. John's, even though they're so good in terms of being able to give themselves offensive rebounds, they've been outside the top 3 in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. They're allowing a lot of second and third chances, and they've been a middle-of-the-road team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So I do think that you're going to be able to get a little bit more of an up-and-down game here. I did set my total 153, so at a 152.5, like the over and the points with Ole Miss, 7-11, 7-12 on the card. It's Northern Iowa, and they are going to be playing against Wichita State. Wichita State is a underdog of 3.5 to 4 points, and your total on this game, it is 128.5, and I set a total of a 139.5. I'm going to be in on the over. You've got a Wichita State team that, I mean, they're not the world's slowest team out there, and it's a Wichita State team that's been pretty rock solid with regards to their defense. They're 309th in the country. In terms of total possessions per game, you do have a Northern Iowa team that they themselves are 346. I think that this Wichita State team is going to be looking to run a little bit more. This would be by far the slowest pace that a Paul Mills team has ever played at, and for Wichita State, they have slowed themselves down a little bit more because you've got the Berg down low. Comes over from Purdue in Wilberg, about 8 points, 8 rebounds. He's been able to do a nice job down low, and then you've been able to get good versatility out of Caron Boyd. He comes over from East Tennessee. He had 6'7", 10.5 points, 6 boards. He's shooting about 38.5% from 3. Wichita State as a whole, they're shooting 36% from 3. They've been a top 85 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and this team is just really dominating the offensive glass. A top 25 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, though they themselves have been outside the top 250 in terms of their own 2-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, with this Northern Iowa team, they're going to have a little bit of a struggle on the glass, as right now they're a team that is outside the top 340 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, but also has been a unit that has been well inside the top 75 in terms of their turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with Trey Campbell coming back, giving the team 12.5 points, shooting about 35% from 3. Ben Schwieger is able to shoot 40% from 3. Leon Bond is giving you 13 points, 5 boards after he began his career over at Virginia. So a lot to like there with this Northern Iowa team. They also do a nice job in terms of protecting the ball themselves. They've only been able to turn the ball over about 9 times per game, but we should see the opponent's 3-point shooting percentage of currently 26% take northward. And with Wichita State, all that they're able to do on the glass, I think that they remain lively in this game. So my line at 3.5, so here at a 4+, I'm going to be one to take the points with Wichita State, and I'm in on the over. I did set a higher total here of 139.5, 7-13, 7-14 on the card. South Dakota is going to be on the road against Northern Colorado, and Northern Colorado is a 10 to a 10.5 point favorite. Your total is between 161.5 to a 162, and set a total here of a 169.5. I like the over. South Dakota, not quite third in the country in terms of total possessions per game like they were a season ago, but you certainly do have teams that are looking to push tempo. Northern Colorado is 66th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. South Dakota is 30th, and South Dakota is still well outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And Northern Colorado, like they have in the past, they are always a pretty solid team on the glass. Right now, they are a top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and they've been able to get a lot of Brock Wisney. He's a 6'7", a little bit of a do-it-all guy, 15 points, 7 boards, 2.5 assists, shooting 47% from 3-point. That'll be going downward, but Quinn Dinker, who's been in the system for a few years, now he gets the keys to the car to be able to run the show. 18.5 points, 6.5 assists. You always have that one main feature guy for Northern Colorado, and he's become that for them thus far this season. It is a Northern Colorado team that they do allow some easy looks inside. They're outside the top 225 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage, and this is a South Dakota team that they are looking to punch a ball inside, because now you've got your 7-footer and Cameron Fenn's back, who's been able to give 10 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. It's a South Dakota team that has actually been really good in terms of giving themselves second and third chances. Top 40 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but also a team that has been outside the top 240 in terms of their overall ball security. They've been turning the ball over 13.5 times per game, and for South Dakota, they find themselves outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. In Northern Colorado, they're always a really good team in terms of making their twos. They're back in the top 50 with that regard this season. You've got a backcourt for the South Dakota team that has Isaac Bruns leading it with about 18.5 points. Doesn't shoot it well from 3, and this is a South Dakota team that they're only shooting about 31.5% from 3, and after they did such a great job taking care of the ball last season, that has been a little bit rough for them, and that's a big reason why I did set Northern Colorado as such a big favorite of 15.5 points. You do have Isaiah Butin, who's been able to give you about 10 points, 3.5 assists per game for the South Dakota team, but I do think that the turnovers are going to linger in this game at Northern Colorado. I think it's going to be able to dominate the glass. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Northern Colorado, set them as a 15.5 point favorite, and like the total semi at a 169.5, 715, 716 on the card. Eastern Illinois is playing us at Lindenwood. Lindenwood is a road favorite of 2.5 points. Totals between 143.5 to 144.5, and with Eastern Illinois, I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on them on the money line. Lindenwood is a little bit improved with their 3-point shooting percentage after they were 364th out of 364 teams a season ago, but still a team that is very much struggling in terms of being able to knock down those threes, as right now they're shooting about 29.5% from the outside. You do have Jadis Jones back from a season ago. He's been able to do a nice job in terms of stuff in the stat sheet, 15.5 points, 3 assists, a steal, 7.5 rebounds per game, and it's a Lindenwood team that has done a nice job in terms of grabbing second and third chances, top 125 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but it's also a Lindenwood team that they just all around with their shooting have not been great. They're outside the top 240 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it's a Lindenwood team that's not shy to run. Meanwhile, you've got an Eastern Illinois team that is going to be looking to play a little bit more slow and controlled. Lindenwood, as a matter of fact, 26th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Eastern Illinois is 278th, but do you think, despite the fact that Lindenwood is a top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, that Eastern Illinois can control the tenor of this game? It's an Eastern Illinois team that is outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, so that has been quite costly for them. But with Eastern Illinois, this is a squad that they themselves have been able to do a pretty solid job getting the ball to Zion Brewster, who's been able to shoot 40% from 3, one of their main guards that returned from a season ago. He's been able to give you about 17 points per game. They need to get a bit more of Cooper Jacoby. He's a guy that has been in the program for a few years. Right now, only about 10 points, 5 rebounds per game. Someone that stands in that neighborhood about 6'6" that has always been able to provide really good versatility for this team, but they're going to need to be able to have them do a little bit more down low, as this has been a team that's only been able to grab about 7.5 offensive rebounds per game. They're a bottom 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and Eastern Illinois hasn't been able to generate as many turnovers as they have in the past, but I do think that they're going to do a better job in terms of taking care of the ball a little bit more here. They should be able to find some open looks against a Lindenwood team that's outside the top 240 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, and I think that Eastern Illinois gets this game played on their terms. So did set a total of a 142.5. I'm in on the under, and I do like Eastern Illinois outright on the money line. 717, 718 on the card. It is Montana, and they're going to be on the road against North Dakota. North Dakota is a underdog here of 6.5 points at home. Total on this game between 157.5 to a 158.5, and with North Dakota, I did set them as an underdog of 3 points. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Montana. North Dakota is not a great defense by any stretch of the imagination, but last year they were outside the top 345 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've been able to be much more respectable this year with the way that they're generating turnovers. This is a top 55 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and with North Dakota, it's been a little bit up down all around in terms of the offense, as you've got Eli King, who's been able to do a nice job stepping up as sort of that versatile guy. 10 points, actually began his career over at Iowa State, 2.5 steals, 5 boards, not shooting it well from 3, but Garrett Anderson, Grayson Ullman, they combined for about 23.5 points per game. These two guys have both been able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. For North Dakota, they've been looking to get the ball a little bit more down low because they have been a top 125 team in terms of their defensive rebound percentage. Offensively, they just don't grab a lot of rebounds, so that's been a little bit of an issue for them. And then they go up against a Montana team that they've got money. Who's going to be the best player in this game? That'd be Money Williams. 19.5 points, 6.5 assists, 4.5 rebounds, shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point. But it has been a Montana team that they play right into North Dakota's hands. They've been outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. Montana really cranked up their tempo a little bit more last season, and they've expanded upon it even more this season. They are now about 34th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. With Montana, they're just not going to grab a lot of second and third chances for themselves. They're outside the top 3 in terms of offensive rebound percentage, and for Montana, right now they're allowing teams to shoot less than 30% for 3, but much more vulnerable on the inside. I do think that allows the North Dakota team that has been down with their 3-point shooting to be able to hold in there. I did set my line at 3, so I'm going to be willing to take those points with North Dakota, and do think that you're getting a little bit more of a control game. I set my total at 147. I'm going to be in on this total under 719, 720 on the card. It is Houston, and they are going to be playing against Florida State. If I'm not mistaken, this is in the city of Houston, but on some sort of neutral court, with Houston being a 17 to 17.5 point favorite. Totals between 145.5 to 147.5, and with regards to Houston, I did set them as a favorite more in the neighborhood of 14.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Florida State. Florida State is a live by the 3, die by the 3 sort of team. They're a top 10 team in the country in terms of percentage of their shots that do come from 3-point range, and we've seen them die by it over the last few games. And overall, they're shooting about 31.5% from 3. I do think that it's going to tick northward just a little bit, as you've got Robert McRae. He's been a really nice do-it-all player, 14 points. He's shooting less than 27% from 3, but 7 assists, 2 steals per game. Chancey Wiggins, he comes over from Clemson. He's been able to give you 13.5 points, 5.5 boards as a 6'10", really do-it-all sort of player. Kobe McGee was a nice 3-point shooter over at Drexel last season. Lajay Jones was a nice 3-point shooter over at St. Bonaventure. These two guys are combined to shoot about 32.5% from 3-point range, so I do think that we're going to see a little bit of positivity with that regard. And for Houston, as per usual, they're one of the top defenses in all of college basketball. In Houston, they always do a nice job playing slow and controlled, so now you're going to get a big giant tempo war, because with Houston, they're back outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game, and you've got a Florida State team that has just been really looking to gun it. Right now, Florida State 9th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and Florida State has been a top 30 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis as well. Meanwhile, you've got a Houston team that they always do a pretty solid job in terms of generating turnovers. They're a top 125 team with this regard. They've taken a little bit of setback there, but they do a nice job in terms of grabbing second and third chances, and that's where Florida State is really going to be struggling, as you've got Chris Senek, who has come in as a freshman, been able to give this Houston team about 9.8 rebounds per game, and then you've got Michael Suzon, who's actually taken a little bit of setback to what Emmanuel Sharp and Kingston Flemings have been able to do, combining for about 32 points per game. With Flemings, he's right now shooting it really well from 3-point range. He's been able to shoot over 50% from the outside, and Houston, they do a nice job in terms of protecting the ball themselves, only about 9.5 turnovers per game. And everyone always talks about Houston and the fact that they do such a great job on the defensive side of things, but this is still a team that is a top 75 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis as well. I did set a total here of a 146.5. I do think that for Florida State, they're going to have a little bit of a tough time against a Houston team that has allowing teams to shoot 25% from 3. Again, I don't think that they're going to quite do that great of a job on defense in this game, but I still think that it's going to be a little bit lower scoring and it's going to be a lower tempo, so I'm going to be in on the under, but I do like Florida State here catching the points, set them as a 14.5 point dog. 721, 722 on the card. Montana State is going to be on the road against Oral Roberts, and Oral Roberts is a home underdog here of 5.5 to 6 points. Total on this game between 150.5 to 151, and with Oral Roberts, I did set them as the underdog of 6.5 points. I'm going to be 108 to 6 with Montana State. This is a Montana State group that has just been really impressing me over the last few weeks. I know that they didn't get the outright win against Utah State, but the fact that they were able to take them to overtime, that was something that really spoke to me. They had that rough loss against Denver, but Denver has actually been a pretty rock solid team, and Matt Logie has got this team doing a really good job in terms of not allowing a lot of second and third chances. Top 75 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, and it's been a team that has just done the little things right. They're only turned the ball over about 10.5 to 11 times per game. They've been a top 75 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage. They're a top 100 team in terms of 3-point shooting percentage as well, with Patrick McMahon leading the way. He's been able to give the team 16 points per game, and then you got Jim Miller along Davion Brown, who've done a nice job in tandem, being able to provide about 25.5 points per game. Don't have a single guy on the roster that's been able to give you more than 5 rebounds per game. They don't necessarily have a lot of size. They've got a lot of positionless basketball going on with this team, but I mean, Miller's being able to shoot 43.5% from 3. That's been big. And then Chris Hodges, who's come over from Wisconsin, hasn't even done a whole lot, only about 6 points per game, but has been a little bit of a interior rim protector. And then with Oral Roberts, this squad feels like they're going in the right direction. They hire on Corey Barnett, who is one of the assistants over at West Virginia a season ago. Hasn't necessarily brought that West Virginia defense with them, as this Oral Roberts team outside the top 240 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for Oral Roberts, one of the big things for this team is being outside the top 240 in terms of their rebound percentage. You have 2 Yamanachi Williams, one guy on the roster that's been able to give you over 5 rebounds per game. Only 2 guys on the roster. He and Nafari Neva have been able to give you over 3.8 rebounds per game, and Yamanachi Williams about 8 points per game. 2 years ago at Portland, shot in the high 30s from 3-point range at 6'10", and then Ty Harper, who comes over from Youngstown St, 16.5 points, shooting the high 30s from 3-point range. Oral Roberts looking to be able to refine that identity that they had when they made the Sweet 16 of being a high-octane offense. Right now, they're outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, mainly because of turnovers. They've been turning the ball over about 15.5 times per game, and they face a Montana State team that has been a top 200 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. basis. You've got a Montana State team that they're not shy to run, but they're not necessarily going to be like cranking up the tempo to 37th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, or Roberts 65th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I think the Montana State executes well offensively to be able to get this over, so my total 154.5, and with Montana State, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6 with them. 723, 724 on the card. It's Illinois and Tennessee doing battle. This is going to be from Old Bridgestone Arena out there in Nashville, and Tennessee a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite. Totals between 150.5 to a 151.5. It's a neutral court game, but it's being played in the state of Tennessee, so I mean it's pretty much a home crowd for Tennessee, and I did set them as a 2.5-point favorite as a result. If you had a more neutral court, I would probably be looking at Illinois, as now you've got Tomislav Ivisic coming back, who last year gave the team 8+ rebounds per game, has dealt with a little bit of injury, and you could tell that there was a game or two where he wasn't quite himself. It looks like he's getting back to that, but for Illinois, even though this is not a team that generates a lot of turnovers for the second straight year, they're back outside the top 275 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. This is a unit that should be able to have some success against a Tennessee team that just has been sloppy with the ball. Losing Zakai Ziegler in the backcourt really was a killer for them. Now they bring in Jacoby Gillespie, who was a part of that Crab 5 for the season going. He's been able to give the team 17.5 points, 5.5 assists, and he personally still only turned the ball over about 2.7 times per game, but it's just not the same offensive feel that it has been in the past. Nate Ament at 6'10", he's been able to give you some versatility, 17.5 points, 2 steals, 3 assists, 7.5 rebounds per game, but again, the rest of the guards, like Bishop Boswell, who's been dealing with a little bit of injury, JP Estrella, it's been a little bit hot and cold, and Estrella's been dealing with injury as well. So this is also a banged-up Tennessee team as well. And then for Illinois, they're getting a lot of their pieces back. They've been dealing with the injury to Ty Rodgers throughout the season, but you've got Kyle Boswell, who's really been able to take over a ownership of just being able to put the ball in the basket, 17.5 points, 4 assists. He's shooting only about 32% for 3, and Illinois last year was a rough 3-point shooting team. They're a little bit better this year, but they're still shooting only about 33.5% for 3. Davi Barosic, he only shoots about 27% for 3, but does everything else well. 14.5 points, 7 rebounds per game, and then with this Illinois team. Right now, they've just done a great job in terms of just mauling on the glass. Even though you got Felix Opara on the flip side for Tennessee, I think that Illinois is going to be able to win the battle down low, top 15 team in terms of their rebound percentage, but it's also an Illinois team that's pretty mid-tier in terms of guarding the three-point line, and with their inability to generate turnovers, that should allow Tennessee more clean possessions to be able to get the job done, and you've got dueling tempos here. You've got an Illinois team that is very much going to be looking to push some tempo, and you've got a Tennessee team that is very content to play slow. Tennessee about 189th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got an Illinois team that's currently checking in. We're on about 165th, but I do think that that's going to be going northward with Tomislav Ivisic coming back. So I did set a total here of a 150.5. I'm going to be in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 with Tennessee. 725, 726 on the card. Little Rock is going to be playing us Arkansas State. Arkansas State, a road favorite of 7 to 7.5 points. 148.5 to 149 is the total. And with Little Rock, I did set them as a 4.5 point underdog. So I'm going to be willing to take those points. It's a Little Rock team that has not been the same team defensively that they were a season ago. Last year, they were a top 60 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're currently checking in well outside the top 275, but you still do have Jonathan Lawson and Cameron Walsh doing a nice job in terms of being able to help out this offense. Lawson doing it all with 4 boards, 4 assists, 12 points per game, and then Walsh has been able to give 12 points per game. The Achilles heel last year of Little Rock was turnovers, and it's that once again this year. This Little Rock team is outside the top 345 in terms of ball security. As a matter of fact, outside the top 355 in terms of ball security, but it's not as if this Arkansas State team has been doing some sort of masterful job in terms of winning the turnover battle as well, and they have to contend with Tukan Gocic down low, who's been able to give you a block plus, 5+ rebounds per game. As for Arkansas State, they're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security with about 15 turnovers per game. Little Rock, at the very least, is a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Arkansas State, well outside the top 200 with that regard, but for Arkansas State, you do have Chandler Jackson, who comes over from Florida State, where he saw a good role there last year. He's been able to give the team 11 points per game. This Arkansas State team should see some positivity with the fact that they're shooting right now 28.5% from three-point range. I don't think they're going to be an amazing three-point shooting team, but I mean, someone like Kyle Heyman, who's the top scorer over at Stephen F. Austin a season ago, 10 points per game, but only shooting about 23% from 3. That should be going northward. You've got Jalen Hampton, who's been able to do a nice job down low, and he's been out there on the court, dealt with a little bit of injury, should be good to go here. 6.5 boards. He's been able to give you about a half a block per contest. He's like the only guy in the roster right now that's shooting above 30% from 3, other than Jackson Ellingsworth, who's been able to give you about 11 points per game. It's an Arkansas State team that is very much going to be looking to run. It's a Little Rock team that's going to be looking to slow things down, play a little bit more controlled. Little Rock 319th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Arkansas State, right now, they're checking in about 37. So good old situation if something's got to give. I did set my total here at a 148.5, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Little Rock and have 149 plus. I'm in on the under 727, 728 on the card. UC San Diego is on the road against Long Beach State. Long Beach State is a home underdog of 11.5 to 12 points. Thoughts game, it is 148.5 to 149, and set my line at 8.5. I'm going to be willing to take those points with UC San Diego. This team has been quite impressive on the offensive side of things. Can't help but think that we're going to see a little bit of negative regression to the fact that they have been one of the hottest shooting teams in all of college basketball. They're shooting 40.5% from three-point range. They're doing so while being very efficient with the ball. They're only turning the ball over 9.8 times per game, top 50 team. There's a fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, but they're also not generating turnovers the way that they did 8 seasons ago. They're actually outside the top 2 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they have just gone all in with this three-point shooting. As you've got Leo Beath, who's been your main man, 19.5 points, 4.5 boards. He's shooting 50% from 3. As a matter of fact, for this team, each of your top 4 scorers all shoot at least 40% from 3. I do think it's able to be duplicated for Alex Shulkin, who comes over from Lafayette, where he shot over 44% from 3 last season. He's been able to give the team 9 points per game, but it's also a UC San Diego team that's not doing a great job in terms of grabbing second and third chances for themselves. They're outside the top 325 in terms of percentage of their own missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and you've got a Long Beach State team that they've been not necessarily amazing with regards to dominating the boards, but they don't allow you to grab second and third chances. They've been a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Now, this Long Beach State team needs to clean up the fact that they are outside the top 225 in terms of ball security, but they become a top 100 team in terms of generating turnovers themselves on a per possession basis on defense. Outside the top 300 in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage defense, they've been a little bit better at guarding the perimeter, but Gavin Sykes is starting to give this team a shot in the arm with about 16 points. He's shooting 38.5% for 3. Peter Mastrovich, he comes over after he was over at Syracuse, 12.5 points, 6 rebounds per game, and if you could get a little bit more out of Isaiah Lewis, who transfers in from Little Rock, 3 assists, but about 2.5 turnovers per game and only about 5.5 points per game. Long Beach State probably going to be looking at something there. It's a Long Beach State team that is relatively mid-tempo, hovering right around about 200th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a UC San Diego team that they're about 250th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So do think that things are going to be a little bit more controlled here. I did set my total at a 148.5. So to go along with the points, I am going to be willing to take a shot on the 149 under along with Long Beach State. 729, 730 on the card. It is Santa Clara, and they're going to be on the road against New Mexico. New Mexico is a 1.5 to a 2.5 point home underdog. 152.5 to 151.5 is the total line. We'll take a shot here on the under. I did set my total at a 146.5. You've got a New Mexico State team that has been a very good team in terms of generating turnovers. Actually, the Lobos, I always try to add on their state, but that said, for New Mexico, they've been a top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, with Eric Olin coming on over from UC San Diego. Didn't bring a ton of guys with him from UC San Diego, but you've had Chris Howell, who's not too much of a scorer, do a nice job in terms of being sort of like a coach on the floor. 5.5 points, 3.5 boards, 4 assists. He's able to generate a steal plus per contest, as it's been Jake Hull who's been your top scorer, being able to give the team 14.5 points per game. He's come on up from the non-D1 ranks, and then Dayton Hulbury, who was over at Queens NC a few seasons ago. He should be able to heat up with his current 31% three-point shooter, but he's been able to give you about 11 points per game for New Mexico. This has been a team that's also done a nice job on the defensive boards, a top 100 team in terms of not allowing second and third chances. They just have not been able to get a lot of offense going themselves. They've been outside the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and Santa Clara's really slowed themselves down. They are well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, but they're doing a dominant job on the glass. This is a top 10 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Now, they're only shooting 66% of the free throw line, and this is just not the same perimeter team that we've seen in the past. They lose so much of their backcourt from a season ago, but they retain a lot of the forwards. You've got Elijah Maybach, who's been able to give you 13 points, 4.5 boards. You've been able to get good production out of Jake Ambinger, who he is giving you for the second straight year more rebounds than points, 7.6 rebounds, 7.3 points, and he's only out 4 assists per game. He actually leads away with that regard, and despite the fact that Santa Clara is a little bit more suspect with their guard play, with Christian Hammond leading the way with about 16.5 points per game, and he's shooting 42.5% from 3. This is still a unit that doesn't turn the ball over a lot. Top 125 team in terms of protecting the ball. Santa Clara themselves has been a top 50 team in terms of both opponents' three-point shooting percentage and turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so we've really seen the Santa Clara team step up to the plate with regards to their defense. Top 55 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Do you think that going to the pit is going to be very difficult, but I did set Santa Clara here as a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 with them to think that this is a lower scoring game. I'm in on the underside by total 146.5. 731, 732 on the card. Cal State Bakersfield. Meet me for the Roadrunners are on the road against UC Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is an 11 to 11.5 point favorite, and your total on this game between 146.5 to 147, and with Santa Barbara, set them as an 11.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 with them for Bakersfield. It's just a team that's in a lot of dysfunction. You have everything that happens with losing a coach like a month or two before the start of the season. They didn't lose anyone via the transfer portal, but you've got a guy, Mike Scott, who's pretty much trying to run the same things that Rob Barnes used to. This is a team that's very much looking to punch a ball down low. They're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range. They try to grab a lot of second and third chances, and they've been a top 125 team in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. They're also outside the top 320 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You're allowing teams to grab over 13.5 offensive rebounds per game. You do have two main headline guards who have been able to do a nice job flowing the offense. CJ Hardy, 13.5 points, 2.5 assists, shooting 43% for 3, and Dalen Smith comes on up from the SWAC. He's giving you 17.5 points per game, but not a lot of outside shooting pop there, as it's a Bakersfield team that's right now shooting 25.5% for 3, and even though they don't take a lot of threes, they need to be a little bit more efficient there, and they've had a little bit of a rough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 325 in terms of ball security. For Santa Barbara, this is uncharacteristically a unit that is currently outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions, and that is even including that overtime game against Long Beach State. But they've been a top 125 team in terms of generating turnovers once again, and they're doing a nice job on the defensive glass. A top 50 team in terms of not allowing second and third chances on the glass. You've got a quartet of guys: Zion Sensley, Ada Mahaney, Colin Smith, and Mario Little, all between about 11 to 14 points per game. And with Colin Smith, he's saying 6'7" or so, shooting 46% for 3. Sensley is being able to shoot 44% from the outside. It's a team that looks to be very much improved with her perimeter offense, with Ada Mahaney, who is the WCC Player of the Year a few years ago, coming on over. It does feel like the team is starting to find their groove a little bit more defensively as well, and I do think that they're going to take it out on a Bakersfield team that just has not been able to flow good, clean offense, and it's a Bakersfield team that never has really been one to push tempo. With having Mike Scott as the interim, they've had to try to adjust a little bit more, and right now they're about 78th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but not flowing very clean offense. So did set a total here of about 143.5, like the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 11 with Bakersfield. Meet me for the Roadrunners, who I am fading. 733, 734 on the card. Arizona State and Oklahoma do battle from Talking Stick Arena out there in the state of Arizona. Oklahoma a 3.5 to a 4.5 point favorite. 156.5 to 157.5 is the total, and I do like the under in this ordeal with Oklahoma. I also did set them as a nice 7-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay this number with Oklahoma. This unit had a really rough time guarding the 3-point line to begin the season. First 6 games, teams were shooting nearly 36% from 3. After last year, they were a top 20 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. We're starting to see that regression start to come to form, and you've had Muhammad Wagyu do a nice job stepping up down low for a team that doesn't have a ton down low. He and Tay Davis are the lone 2 guys on the roster that give you over 40 rebounds per game. Wagyu, 8.7.5 rebounds per game, and then Davis, 13.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, but it's a team that has really good perimeter play. Xavier Brown should see his 27% 3-point shooting start to go northward. He's been able to give the team 13.5 points per game after coming over from St. Joe's, and Nigel Pack, part of that Final Four team from Miami many years ago, 18.5 points shooting, 50% from 3, so he is indeed packing it in. And Oklahoma running good, clean offense. Both of these teams are hovering right around the neighborhood of 155th to 175th in terms of total possessions per game, but Oklahoma, top 40 team in terms of not turning it over, and you got a Arizona State team that has been good at generating turnovers, top 75 unit in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Arizona State, though, well outside the top 100 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, even though you got Mo Odom being versatile and a really good facilitator, 19 points, 6 assists per game. The team has only turned the ball over about 10.5 times per game, just not a lot on the interior outside of Masamba Diop, who's been giving you 5 boards, 12.5 points, a true 7-footer, who's been, as a freshman, very rock solid there, but you've got Santiago Triado, who's able to give you 6 rebounds per game. Other than those 2 guys, nobody else gives you more than 3.3 rebounds per game. Even though Oklahoma's forte is not necessarily doing an amazing job down low, they should be able to win that battle. And for Arizona State, they've been outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, quite a bit more respectable on the perimeter with the way that they generate turnovers. So do you think that leads to a game that goes under? So I told 151, and with Oklahoma, want to lay up to 6.5 with them, even though this game is in the state of Arizona. 735, 736 on the card. UC Irvine, Zaza for the Anteaters. They play us to Cal State Northridge. Northridge CSUN does find themselves as a sizable underdog here of 10 to 10.5 points. So on this game, it is 148.5. Did set my line at 10.5. So 10 is the absolute max. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Irvine, but I'm going to be willing to lay with Northridge. They just need to clean up the turnovers outside the top 3 in terms of ball security, but we are seeing this Northridge team just really finding their groove, and they have found that go-to guy in Larry Hughes, who's been able to give you 17.5 points per game. He's shooting 45% from 3 points for a team that as a whole. They're only shooting 28.5% for 3, but for Northridge, they very much do look to pile drive the ball down low. This is a team that does rank in the top 55 in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 2-point range. In Irvine, they're the exact same way. They're looking to be able to drive that ball down low as well. And both of these teams, they do a great job on the glass, with Northridge right now being a top 40 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And Irvine, uncharacteristically, is allowing 13.5 offensive rebounds per game to their opponents. That's outside the top 275 in all of college basketball, but their shot blocking is so great. This team is a top 10 team in terms of shot blocks, with Kyle Evans taking over after he was lost in the shadow of Ben Lyken and company 8 seasons ago. 10.5 points, 3 blocks, 7 rebounds per game. You've got over a block per contest out of Naz Amenki, who's only giving you like 2.5 points and 3 rebounds per game, but has been a really nice rim protector. And then in the backcourt, pair of guys, Jerion Dixon, Darren Sarin, who've done a nice job stepping up, giving this team a combined about 29.5 points per game. And Dixon, he's been able to supply 44% three-point shooting. Javon Jester has been able to shoot 43% from 3 points. Irvine has been actually cranking up their tempo. They're now a top 150 team in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a Cal State Northridge team that turns down for nobody, 31st in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So interesting spot here. You've got an Irvine team that's back in the top 50 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Number 2 in terms of opponent's 2-point shooting percentage. I think that they just flat out suck the life out of Northridge. So settle line 10.5. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 10 with Irvine, and I'm going to be in on a 149 or higher to the under. I did set my total at a 148.5. 737, 738 on the card. You've got Arizona, and they're going to be playing us to Auburn. Auburn is an underdog of 8 to 8.5 points. It's all this game between 160.5 to 161.5, and with Arizona, I only set them as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points for Auburn. Had a little bit of question mark with Stephen Pearl taking over at the beginning of the season, and it's still an Auburn team that is leaving something to be desired. They've been outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I mean, they're playing fast, but not necessarily warp speed. They're hovering right around about 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and with this Arizona group, they're not playing as fast as they typically do. They're about 120th in terms of their total possessions per game. Arizona, not a team that's going to go into inferno mode from 3-point range. They've just been really good down low with Monte Uvas coming back as a true 7-footer, giving you 5+ rebounds per game. Toby Awaka is able to give you 7+ rebounds per game. But for this Auburn team, they've been a top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. And Keyshawn Hall has been one of the best players in all of college basketball. 22 points, 9 boards, shooting 47% from 3-point range. And for Auburn, they have done a much better job of shooting from 3 recently. They're up to shooting as a collective about 35% from the outside. Kevin Overton is right now giving you 12 points, shooting 38% from 3, and he's always been a little bit more of a ancillary guy, no matter where he's been, but he's been able to kick it up quite a bit. Todd Pettiford is still only shooting 26% from 3. That should be going higher as the season goes along, but good versatility with 14 points, 3 assists, a steal, and a block per contest. And with Arizona, they're going to have a little bit of a tough time in terms of trying to be able to generate turnovers on this bunch, as for Auburn, they've been a top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball, and for Arizona, they've done a good job in terms of being able to just hit the glass for the second and third chances. They're currently a top 30 team with regards to their overall rebound percentage. Again, with Arizona, they're not looking to take a lot of threes. They're actually a bottom 10 team in the country in terms of percentage of their shots that come from 3-point range, but they are shooting 37 or so percent from 3, with Koa Pete doing a great job in terms of leading this thing. 15.5 points, 5.5 boards, 3 assists per game, and you don't necessarily have that one true facilitator for the team, because right now for Arizona, you've got 4 different guys in Pete, Jaden Bradley, Anthony Del Rosso, and Brandon Burris, who have all been able to give you at least 2.6 assists per game, nobody above 3.7, and Bradley, 14.5 points per game. Right now, he's shooting 55% from 3-point range. That'll be going downward, but Anthony Del Rosso last year was a 40% 3-point shooter, 11.5 points, 3.5 assists. He's back to shooting about 40% from 3-point range, and Ivan Chavakevich, he's been able to give you about 7 points, throwing in their 4 boards. He's got a little bit of versatility as well with this Arizona team. I do think that they are just so much better defensively this year than they have been in the past. Top 40 team in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but with the way that the Auburn perimeter has been able to step up, and with Arizona being outside the top 200 in terms of ball security, I do think that that keeps this Auburn team lively here. I did set a total of a 158.5, so here at the 160 plus, I'm going to be in on the under to go along the points with Auburn. 739, 740 on the card. Hawaii is playing against Cal State Fullerton. Fullerton, an underdog of 15.5 to 16.5 points. So this game between 159.5 to 160.5, and with Hawaii, I only set them as a 9.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing and take those points. With Fullerton, this team has done a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. They're a top 30 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and for Fullerton, they still have a lot to be desired with regards to being able to grab second and third chances outside the top 320 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. They're not allowing other teams to be able to get those second and third chances either. Top 15 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Hawaii has had to rely upon the free throw line to be able to generate a lot of their scoring. They're a top 15 team in terms of percentage of their points that come from made free throws, and while this Fullerton team does a great job taking care of the ball, Hawaii's outside the top 300 in terms of their own ball security. Hawaii's really sped themselves up, by the way, this year as well. Top 85 team in terms of total possessions per game. Fullerton is gunning it. They're a top 20 team in terms of total possessions per game, but I do like the under in this spot as well because you've got a Hawaii team that is shooting a paltry 28.5% from three. I think that goes higher a little bit more, but Katis and Michika, after being the team's top scorer a season ago, only about 10.5 points on 26% three-point shooting this year. They're rock solid down low with a 7-footer and Isaac Johnson, who's able to give you 16 points, 8 boards. He's shooting 39% from three. Quandre Bullock, he comes over from Louisiana Tech with about 12.5 points per game. Harry Ruliadef has been able to give you about 11 points. He's shooting 40% from three-point. You've got great depth with this team. Yasan Toomey, who's been a nice role player over at Evansville, and he even spent some time over at Seton Hall. He's only been able to give the team about 6.3 rebounds per game, and with this Hawaii team, they themselves don't allow their opponents to be able to get a lot of second and third chances. So with this being a situation where you're not going to get a lot of second chance points, and with Hawaii, they've been a top 35 team with regards to opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that this is going to be a lower scoring game, but with Fullerton cleaning up their act with the turnovers, I do think that they hold in there. Sub I total 153.5. I like the under, and I do like the points here with Cal State Fullerton. Sub 41, sub 42 on the card. It is LaSalle, and they're going to be playing against Drexel. This is a part of the Philly 5, and this is going to be from Xfinity Mobile Center. With LaSalle, they're a 1.5 point underdog to a pick'em. 132.5 to a 133.5 is a total, and I did set a total here of a 134.5. I'm going to be in on the over. You got a pair of teams that are outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Just not a Drexel team that has been just as imposing with regards to their down low defense as they have been in the past outside the top 100 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage for this Drexel team. They're doing a tremendous job in terms of grabbing second and third chances for themselves. They've been a top 45 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but they're not generating a lot of turnovers either. With Drexel, it's been all about Shane Blakeney in the backcourt, 36.5% three-point shooter, 2.5 assists, 13.5 points per game, and then Kevon Vanderhorst has been able to give you 10.5 points. He's supplying about 2.5 assists per game, but on the flip side, you do have a LaSalle team that has been a very just rough and tumble team as well. They bring in Darius Nichols, the former Radford coach, as their new man, and he's been having this team play a whole greater than some of its parts sort of basketballs. You've got 7 different guys. They give you between 6.1 and 11.2 points per game. Jaden Marshall, lone double-figure scorer with those 11.2 points per game. It's a team that's only been able to shoot about 31% from three-point range, but they do the gritty things. This has been a top 100 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage. It's a squad that has been turning the ball over about 13.5 times per game, so that leaves something to be desired. And for LaSalle, they're allowing teams to shoot over 35% from three-pointers, but they're keeping teams off the free throw line as well. Top 20 team in terms of not allowing free throw attempts, and I do think that you're going to get a little bit more down low out of Justin Archer when he played under Darius Nichols 2 years ago over at Radford, was a 6+ rebound per game guy. Right now about 6.5 points, 5 rebounds per game, as you really don't have a single guy for this Radford team that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, but you've got 5 different guys that give you at least 4 rebounds per game and 7 different guys that give you at least 3.8 rebounds per game. So it's a very interesting collective with this team. I do think that for LaSalle, they're going to do a nice job in terms of just executing their stuff. I do believe that Nichols is a really good coach, and he finds a way to be able to get the job done in what I think is going to be a nip and tuck defensive game, but with it being a tight game, I do think that you get those late fouls. So did set my line at 2.5. I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on LaSalle on the money line as a very slim underdog, and I do like the over. 743, 744 on the card. St. Joe's, they hope to not be average Joe's against Temple. Go Owls, and this is from the Xfinity Mobile Center. Sees Temple as a 2.5 point favorite. So on this game between 150.5 to 151.5, and made Temple the 4 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the 2.5 for St. Joe's. This has just been a mighty disappointing season for the team, and I really do think that Steve Donahue is a solid coach, but he's been taking over on the fly after you saw Billy Lang leave at the last second, and for the St. Joe's team, it's just really been about bad three-point shooting. They're shooting 25.5% from three. That's a bottom 10 mark in all of college basketball. The low post play has still been solid. Top 30 team in terms of shot blocking. Justice Ashabor only give you 2.5 points to 2.5 rebounds per game, but 2 blocks per contest. You've been able to get some relatively good production out of Juice Jones as well. He was the A10 Rookie of the Year last season, and he's done a nice job stepping in, giving this team 17 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and I am for the St. Joe's team. By committee, you've got each of your top 6 scorers give you at least 4 rebounds per game, but that awful three-point shooting and the fact that this team doesn't generate turnovers. They're outside the top 290 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. That's an issue. And for Temple, the one thing that they do a nice job of is being able to keep their possessions clean. Top 25 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They shoot 36.5% from three. Not amazing, but plenty solid, as Aiden Tobiasen has been your main three-point shooter, 15.5 points. He's shooting 38.5% from three. AJ Smith on low volume has been able to shoot over 40% from three. He's been able to give the team 8 points per contest coming over from Charleston, but for the simple team, they just fail to give themselves any sort of second and third chances outside the top 330 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. They themselves do not force the issue. Temple is outside the top 320 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, so you should get clean possessions on both sides. You've got a Temple team that has been looking to play a little bit more controlled. They're about 289th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. St. Joe's is much more willing to run. They're about 95th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but in the end, I do think that the overall execution does favor Temple in this spot, and I think that they're just a better coach team. So I did set Temple as a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set a total of 154. I think that the clean possessions help you out for that over 745, 746 on the card from Xfinity Mobile Center. It is Penn, and they're taking on Villanova. Villanova, 19.5-point favorite, 147.5 to a 149 is the total, and I did set a total here of a 154.5. I like the over. Now with Villanova, they're outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. Kevin Willard getting back to his roots other than last season. His teams are typically very slow, not necessarily going to be really pushing the envelope. Meanwhile, you've got a Penn team that they are about 164th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but it's a Penn team that's been a top 75 unit in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, as for Penn right now, they're bombing it at about 38.9% from three-point range, and they are allowing teams to really just gash them down low, as this is a Penn team that is outside the top 290 in terms of opponents' offensive rebound percentage. They're outside the top 230 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, but for Penn, you've got TJ Power, a former top 30 recruit, give you 15.5 points, 8 boards. He's shooting 40% from three. Ethan Roberts, he's been the main attraction, 20.5 points, 3 assists, 4 rebounds, shooting 44.7% from three. Cam Thrower shooting 50% from three-point range, and among your top 9 scorers, all that have taken at least 1 3 this year are shooting at least 40% from three-point range. It should be going downward a little bit. And for this Villanova squad, it's been interesting to look at them just really giving it up from three. They're allowing teams to shoot over 41% from three. Should see a little bit of positivity there, but clearly a team that is not doing a great job guarding the perimeter. Now you've got a guy in Duke Brandon who's been very good down low. How about 10.5 points and 13.3 rebounds per game? Top 5 player with regards to rebounds per game in all of college basketball. And Bryce Lindsey offensively has put the team on his back, shooting 45% from three, 18 points. He's a guy that gives out 2.5 assists per game. As Villanova's flowing clean offense, even though they're not necessarily playing fast, only about 10.5 turnovers per game. They're making sure that their shots don't get blocked, but they themselves don't block any of their opponent's shots. And for Villanova, they've been a top 10 team in terms of percent of their own missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. So even though this might not be a super up-tempo game, I do think that you're going to get a lot of clean offense out of both of these sides. And I do think that for Penn, even though they're at a massive disadvantage down low, their guard play helps them hang in there. Set my line at a 16.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Penn, and I'm in on the over as well. 747, 748 is a write-in game because they forgot to do that, and we've got one other write-in game as well that's not going to have numbers. That'll come up at the end. Georgia State is on the road against Kennesaw St. We give our road to Lane Kiffin. Go Owls. And Kennesaw State right now a 13.5-point favorite with a total of a 154.5 to a 155.5, and I did take the points here with Georgia State, set them as an 11.5-point underdog, and for Georgia State, it's been tumultuous on offense. They're 359th in the country in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis, but I think you just get enough possessions for the over. I set my total at a 163.5 because Kennesaw State is number 2 in the country behind IU Indianapolis in terms of total possessions per game, and for Georgia State, they are getting a little bit of shot in the arm on offense, which Kai Newton, who missed 3 games to begin the season, coming back, he's had double figures in 4 of the last 5 games, 10.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and Georgia State is doing a relatively solid job on the glass in terms of grabbing offensive rebounds. They're grabbing about 11 offensive boards per game. They've had a tough time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 250 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, but defensively, they've been a top 200 team in terms of opponents' 2-point and 3-point shooting percentage, and even though Jelani Hamilton has been dealing with injury, most likely going to be out for this game, you saw Micah Tucker, who's been able to give the team 12 points per game, and Malachi Brown, one of the main holdovers from a season ago. I do think that he's going to be able to give you a little bit more here moving forward with about 9.5 points points, steal and half per contest. On the other end, you've got a Kennesaw St team that has been a little bit up and down for them, but they are going to have by far the best scorer in this game. That'd be Simeon Cottle, 21.5 points, 3 assists per game for a Kennesaw team that has been shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range. Cottle has been able to shoot 44% from three. Ramon Seals is right now shooting 41% from three. He's been able to give you 12 points per game, and Kennesaw St, much like a season ago, really good at being able to give themselves second and third chances. Top 45 team in terms of percent of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and Kennesaw St is attempting darn near 33 free throws per game. That is the number one mark in all of college basketball, but they're shooting 66.5% at the free throw line, and they're a bottom 10 team in terms of giving up free throw attempts as well. And Georgia State, a team that is not doing a whole lot right, they do shoot about 75.5% of the free throw line. That's the one thing offensively that they've been able to do. So I think that you get a lot of fouls. I think that Georgia State knocks down their free throws, and they remain lively here. So my line at 11.5, I'm taking the points with Georgia State, and I'm in on the over. This is the last game before we hit the break, and the extra game, 749, 750. Weber State is on the road against St. Thomas. Right now, there's no numbers up on this game. They forgot to list it up on the betting board, so I've got my handicap. St. Thomas, I said as a 4-point favorite, willing to lay up to 3.5 with them, 4.5 for more, taking the points with Weber State, set a total of a 154. So 153.5 or less, and on the over, 154.5 or higher, the under end. After St. Thomas sped themselves up a little bit last year, they've been playing a little bit more controlled this season. As for St. Thomas, in terms of total possessions per game, this team is checking in more in the neighborhood of about like 200th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, on the other end, you got a bunch that has been really looking to play at warp speed in Weber State, 63rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And you got a lot of teams, a pair of teams, that are willing to let it rip from three-point range. Now, for St. Thomas, they're a bottom 5 team in the country in terms of offensive rebound percentage. They are grabbing right now 6 offensive rebounds per game. That is dead sinking last, but top 75 team in terms of taking care of the ball for good, clean possessions. Nick Janowski has been able to come in and give the team 14.5 points. He's shooting in the mid-30s from 3. St. Thomas shooting just 30% from 3. That is a number that I fully expect to go northward, especially with Noah Minsale doing all that he's doing. 20 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. He's only shooting about 21% from 3. Was much higher a season ago, but Ben Oosterbaan, who's been in the program for quite a while, he's been able to give the team 7 points per game. They dealt with an injury to Austin Hero. That's a brother of one Mr. Tyler Hero, that's currently in the NBA, but that said, for this Weber State team, this is one that has been able to do a really nice job in terms of hoisting it up from 3 themselves. They're shooting about 34.5% from 3, and Weber State is right now allowing teams to shoot 23.1% from 3. That is going to be going northward. Weber State, to their credit, top 100 team in terms of grabbing offensive rebounds, or grabbing over 13 offensive rebounds per game, with Vajam Vartian being able to give you about 11.5 points, pair of assists. He's been able to shoot 36.5% from 3. Jace Whiting, who spent some time over at UNLV along Boise St, 14 points on 40% three-point shooting. And Nigel Burris, he's been all around the block over at Idaho, Utah State, 10.5 points, 6.5 boards at 6'7". He's shooting 37.5% from three-point range. But with this Weber State team, they have been aligned quite a bit down low, outside the top 175 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. And I do think that for St. Thomas, even though they're not generating a lot of second and third chances, they do keep it clean enough to be able to find a way to get the job done here. Willing to lay up to 3.5 with St. Thomas, 4.5 or more. Take the points with Weber State, 153.5 or less, in on the over, 154.5 or higher, the under. And now we're going to hit a break and the extra games. Radio Arcus with myself, Brady Peters, and now a part of the Beats and Family Podcast. Side edge this college basketball season? Well, VSiN experts use CBB Analytics, the most comprehensive college basketball analytics platform in the world. See injury impact, on and off data, clutch time performance metrics, first versus second half splits, and so much more. Utilize the promo code of VSiN, that is VSIN, to get $30 off and find your betting edge over at cbbanalytics.com. That is cbbanalytics, all one word.com. For anyone that is new to VSiN, well, I wish you a friendly hello. This is an attention to anyone that is new to VSiN because you're able to get some free stuff with our daily newsletter. It's a great way to catch up on everything that's happening in the sports betting world. It's delivered straight to your inbox every single morning. VSiN's newsletter offers picks, data, strategies for the day's betting menu, and so much more. Sign up for free today over at VSiN.com/newsletter. That's VSIN.com/newsletter, and start receiving your free newsletter tomorrow morning. That is VSIN.com/newsletter. Stay ahead of the game and bet smarter with VSiN. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. hopefully you enjoyed the fact that first segment was pretty much 2 hours and 50 minutes without breaks or interruptions. So we try our best to be able to get you guys as much picks and analysis for totally free with as little interruption as possible. And how about if we waste no more time and we dive into the picks and analysis that we've got for the rest of the board as we hit the extra games.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-583, 306-584. Bucknell is going to be playing us at UMBC. Bracket Bus and Bison are 2.5 to 3.5 point favorites. Total on this game between 145.5 to 147.5, and did set a total of 148.5. I do like the over. Now you've got a Maryland-Baltimore County team that has really been slowing themselves down this season. Typically, you expect this team to be one of the tops in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, but for UMBC this season, we've seen them be more around about 217th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Right on par with Bucknell is about 238th, but I do think that you're going to be able to get some pretty solid offensive efficiency here. You've got a UMBC team that has a guy that's already made a pair of buzzer beaters thus far this season in DJ Armstrong, who's been able to give you 2.5 assists, 12 points per game, and they've been flowing some relatively solid offense through Mr. Ace Valentine, who returns from the season ago, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists, 9 points per game. The turnovers are a little bit of an issue for UMBC outside the top three in terms of turnovers generated on per possession basis. They've been turning the ball over 13.5 times per game themselves, but you've been able to get a little bit more down low out of Josh Ojawano, who he was over at Columbia a few seasons ago. He's been able to get the team 9 points, 4.5 rebounds per game after dealing with some injury. He's good to go in this game, and you've got a Bucknell team that has to replace their main big man in Noah Williamson. They've had Amon Doris come over from Germany, and he's been solid. 14 points, 4 boards per game. Ruti Bajak has been able to give you about 12.5 points per game as well. He's been dealing with injury, though. He's probably going to be out of the fold once again in this game. Did have to adjust my handicap a little bit for that. I did set Bucknell as a result as a 2.5 point favorite, so at 3+, I'm willing to take those points with UMBC, especially with a Bucknell team that has been really giving it up from three. They're allowing teams to shoot over 40% from three. UMBC very much runs things through the guards, and for Bucknell, they've also been very sloppy with the ball, about 14 turnovers per game. I think both of these teams are going to allow a lot of open threes. I do think the Bucknells turn the ball over a lot, get some more clean possessions, and I do think that Jaden Williams, who's been able to give this Bucknell team 8 points, 4 boards per contest, starts to step up a little bit more, but in the end, do think that UMBC holds in there, set my line at 2.5, 3+, won't take those points with the UMBC, set the total at a 148.5, so in on the over, 306-585, 306-586. New Haven is on the road against Boston College. Boston College, an 18.5 point favorite, 126.5 is the total, and I set Boston College as a 21.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Boston College. It's been tumultuous for them on offense. They're outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. I do think that there's a little bit of positivity to him for this offense. So an offense that's currently shooting 28% from 3-point, you're holding opponents to shooting 27% from 3. I think that that'll go southward a little bit. Not sure if it happens in this game against a New Haven team that last year was sub 500 at the Division II level, but you've got Donald Hand, who's going to be the best player in this game. 15 points, 6 boards. He's only shooting 17% from 3. Again, should go northward, but Bowden Kopke, who's a part-time starter over at Butler last season, 10 points, 4.5 boards. He's been able to do a nice job there, and Boston College is doing a pretty solid job on the glass. They've been a top 125 team in terms of rebound percentage. Boston College actually doing a nice job taking care of the ball, top 75 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but generating no turnovers whatsoever on defense. They go up against a New Haven team that has been very suspect with the way that they've been able to hit the glass, and you just don't have a lot of shooting with this team. You've got Jabari Fitzpatrick, who's right now headlining things with 12 points, 2 steals. He's shooting only about 23.5% from 3-point range. You've had Stefano Falpara be able to give you about 7.5 points. He's shooting 45% from 3-point range, but if you look at the overall numbers versus the numbers against D1 teams, it's a little bit warped because you had this New Haven team play like 3 games against non-Division I teams, and they have just been getting blown out time and time again against Division I opponents. And as a matter of fact, against Division I teams, they have scored 55 points or fewer in all but 2 of their games. Now, I do think that we should see Boston College be able to rise up a little bit more with their offense, and I do think that you see a little bit of positivity for this New Haven team, but in the end, I do think that Boston College absolutely dominates them down low, and I think that this is going to be a spot where New Haven gets run out of the building. So my total 133.5. I like the over, and I'm willing to lay it with Boston College. Set them as a 21.5 point favorite. 306-587, 306-580. You've got UNC Asheville on the road against NC State. NC State 24.5 to 25.5 point favorites. So on this game between 158.5 to 159.5. I actually set my line at 19. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Asheville. It's an NC State team that's playing up tempo, but not at warp speed. About 100th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and with UNC Asheville. This team has been playing quite a bit more slowly this season. Asheville, typically a team that's looking to bust up the tempo a little bit more right now in terms of total possessions per game, only about 242nd, and for Asheville, they have a big-time issue in terms of generating turnovers outside the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they themselves outside the top 320 in terms of ball security, but when they don't turn it over, they shoot it quite well. They're shooting about 37% from three-point range. You've had Justin Wright be Mr. Wright coming over from NC Central and Loyola Marymount, 17.5 points, 3 assists. He's shooting 50% from three. Toya Solomon has been solid down low, 17 points, 6 boards, a block, a steal per game. And then you've got Connor Dubusky, who's been dealing with injuries, so Cameron Taylor's had to step up in the interim, and he's done a great job of it. 17 points. He's been able to give the team 5.5 boards, so some good versatility there. And when it comes to Asheville, they're allowing teams to only shoot about 30.5% from three-point range. That's a top 100 mark in all of college basketball. And go back to Will Wade's time when he was over at McNeese. That was a McNeese team that was a top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We've seen quite a bit of struggle for this NC State team on defense outside the top 80 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and that 42% three-point shooting should see some regression. Darian Williams, very talented player, shooting 50% for three, 17.5 points, 5 boards, 3 assists, and then Kadir Copeland, who follows from McNeese. He's been able to give the team 14.5 points, 4.5 assists. Nice versatility out of him, but I do think that for NC State, the fact that they just have not generated a lot of second and third chances outside the top 200 in terms of percentage of their missed shots, that result in an offensive rebound, and they're allowing teams to shoot about 34.5% from three. That'll be able to keep this Asheville team lively in a game where I think that you get scoring, but I think that this total is just a bit too high here. Semi-total of 155, so I'm in on the under and the points with Asheville. 36.589, 36.590. Miami of Ohio plays us a Maine. Maine opens the docket. Maine as 17.5 point underdogs. 138.5 to 139.5 is the total, and so at a total of 132.5, I'm in on the under. Maine has scored 65 points or fewer in every sinking game thus far this season. They're 344th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and it's not like Miami of Ohio is a super up-tempo team. Miami of Ohio hovering right around about 155th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I think it gets a little bit better for Maine on offense, but man, it's rough. TJ Beal is right now the lone guy in the roster giving you over 8.5 points per game, 12.5 points, 4.7 rebounds per game. There's not a single guy on the roster that gives you over 5 rebounds per game, so no second or third chances to be had. This is the Maine team that's shooting 30% from three. Now, they themselves a top 75 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and Miami of Ohio, after last year, they were a top 30 team in terms of their own three-point shooting percentage, hovering more around about 92nd this season. We've seen them take a little bit of setback there, but still a very efficient offense, 32nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Brett Byers has been an even better scorer this year, 13 points, 4.5 boards. He's right now shooting 40% from three. Evan Apsaro has actually been your main scorer, 3.5 assists, 13.5 points per game. And for Miami of Ohio, they do a nice job keeping things clean. They're only turning the ball over 11 times per game, and they themselves have been a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Not a dominant team on the glass, though. They have been outside the top 200 in terms of percentage of their missed shots. They result in an offensive rebound. Very good down low, though. They're a top 50 team in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. I think that's going to be a little bit of a slog of a game, but I do think that Maine does find a way to be able to hold in there. They've always been pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers this year. They're outside the top 175 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but the way that they guard the arc, I think is just enough to be able to cover. Semi-line at 14.5. I'm in on the under and the points with Maine. 36.591, 36.592. James Madison plays us in Norfolk State. Norfolk State does find themselves as a underdog of 7.5 to 8.5 points. 140.5 to 141.5 is the total. And for Norfolk State, I did set them as an underdog of 8.5 points, so 108 to 8 with James Madison. James Madison uncharacteristically outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've actually sped themselves up a little bit this year, while Norfolk State has very much slowed themselves down. Norfolk State currently 286th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a James Madison squad that's now about 260th. Last year they were outside the top 300, but you can tell that this team, game in and game out, they're starting to get back to those defensive roots a little bit more. They're starting to slow themselves down. Ace coach as well, and for James Madison, they've been able to get some relatively good perimeter shooting, as Bradley Douglas and Cliff Davis have been able to combine for about 27 points per game. You got these two guys combined shoot about 36.5% from three, and James Madison as a whole, they've been a top 75 team shooting 37.5% from three-point range. They're just not generating a lot of turnovers outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they've been putting teams on the free throw line quite a bit. This team is in the top 55 in terms of fouls committed on a per possession basis, but they should do a nice job down low. Eddie Ricks has been in the Preston Spradlin system going all the way back to Morehead St, 7.5 points, 6 boards. He's been able to give the team a little bit over a steal per game as well. And then with Norfolk State, it's been a struggle for them on offense, but they've been able to do a pretty solid job holding up on defense. For Norfolk Norfolk State, they're only shooting about 30.8% from three-point range, but a top 100 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Top 100 team in terms of generating turnovers, with Anthony McComb coming over from New Hampshire and Bowling Green, giving you 17 points, shooting 38.5% from three. Elijah Jamison, who just dealt with injury last year or 2 years ago, was a solid scorer over at UW Milwaukee, 13.5 points, about 4 assists per game. You really don't have that explosive down low piece for this team, though. You don't have a single guy for this Norfolk State team give you above 5 rebounds per game, so they do leave themselves a little bit vulnerable there, and that's why they're outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that things get slowed down a little bit more, and James Madison, I think, is going to be able to get the job done with what they've got down low with Ricks and company. He did semi-total at a 136.5, like the under, and a 1 to lay up to 8 with James Madison, 306.593, 306.594. West Georgia plays host to Tennessee Tech. Tennessee Tech is a underdog of 2.5 points, 150.5 is the total line with Tennessee Tech. Set them as an underdog of 3 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with West Georgia. West Georgia has, in my opinion, the best player out there on the floor in this game, and Sheldon Williams-Dryden. Back from a season ago, he's been rock solid, 18.5 points, 9.5 boards. Not a guy that's really going to give you a whole bunch of versatility, but he's now been popping a few more threes, shooting 41% from the outside for a West Georgia team that's actually shooting 38% from three. They've been a top 50 team with that regard. Now West Georgia is outside the top 300 in terms of opponents grabbing their missed shots as an offensive rebound. They're not really going to generate a lot of turnovers, but they've been good with regards to their perimeter play, and this is a Tennessee Tech team that is not necessarily going to be physically imposing down low. You've got a Tennessee Tech team that is outside the top 150 in terms of rebound percentage. They have been able to grab for themselves about 11 offensive rebounds per game, but you don't have anyone that's really been able to give you more than 5.5 rebounds per game, as Jacob Whitted has been that main guy, about 5.7 rebounds per game, but he's right now dealing with a little bit of injury. And then you've got Joshua Nichols, who's been able to give you 10.5 points, 5 boards, a little bit over a block per game, but you don't have a lot of versatility there. And Tennessee Tech was a pretty good 3-point shooting team a season ago. They're shooting just 29.6% from the outside. They're getting killed from 3-point range. Your line teams to shoot 37.5% from the outside, and it's a Tennessee Tech team that has had very much difficulty taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 300 in terms of ball security with about 15 turnovers per game, and they're probably playing a little bit too fast for their own good right now. Tennessee Tech, 52nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a West Georgia team that's more around about 75th, so should be able to get a little bit of an up and down game, but Tennessee Tech, with all their sloppiness, I just don't think that they do their part with this total, and that's a big reason why I did my total here out of 145, and I think that West Georgia starts to calm down a little bit more with their tempo. They've played a lot of up-tempo teams, which is why we've seen a bit of a tempo change, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2.5 with West Georgia, and on the under, semi-total 145. 306.595, 306.596. Presbyterian plays host to Morehead St. Morehead St is an underdog of 6.5 points, 127.5 to 128 is a total, and made a total of a 128.5. So just barely in on the over, but I'm going to be in on the over. You've got a Presbyterian team that out of 365 Division I teams, depending upon when you look, they're either 364th or 365th in terms of total possessions per game, so they're playing very slowly, and this is never a Morehead State team that's really looking to run, though they are up to about 115th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. I think that that's a byproduct of playing just a lot of, shall we say, power conference teams, and I do think that that's going to be slowing down as the season goes along. As for Morehead State, they're built a little bit more down low, and they do have George Marshall, who's done a nice job headlining the backcourt with about 11.5 points, 4.5 boards per game. The bread and butter of this Morehead State team is getting second and third chances. They've been a top 75 team in terms of offensive rebound percentage, but this is also a team that has been outside the top 300 in terms of allowing opponents to grab offensive rebounds as well. Morehead State needs to clean up those turnovers, starting near 14 per game, but you've had Davion Cunningham do a nice job in the backcourt, a little bit over 2 assists, 12 points per contest. Now, you don't have a lot of 3-point shooting with Morehead State. They're shooting 31.5% from the outside, but they've been able to do an okay job allowing teams to shoot only about 34.5% from 3-point range. You got a Presbyterian team that last year was a top 75 unit in terms of their 3-point shooting percentage, down to shooting just 29.5% from 3 this year. I think we should see some positivity, especially with Carl Parrish in the backcourt. Give you 13 points, shooting 38.5% from 3. Pretty much the only guy that's averaging more than 4 points per game that's shooting above 29.5% from 3. But down low is where this Presbyterian team really shines. You get a combined about 15 rebounds per game out of Jalen Peterson, great name, along with Jonah Pierce, and Pierce has been able to give you steal per contest. It is a Presbyterian team that is having a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 270 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, but they've also done a nice job down low in the top 100 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. But I do think that this is just close enough for late game felling, and with both teams having their struggles with regards to turnovers, I think that allows Morehead St to remain lively. I set my line at 4.5. We'll take the points with the Morehead St, and at a 128 or less in on the over. 306-597, 306-598. Florida National plays those to Jacksonville. Jacksonville is a underdog of 6.5 points. 142.5 is the total, and with Jacksonville, I did set them as an underdog of 5 points. So I'm going to be willing to take anything north of 5 with them. As for Florida National, this team year in and year out has been a very rock solid team in terms of generating turnovers. A top 50 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they always seem to leave a little bit of something to be desired in terms of their overall defensive rebounding, as right now they are back outside the top 320 in terms of opponents grabbing their missed shots as an offensive rebound. Now, Florida National, they themselves a top 75 team in terms of grabbing their own misses as an offensive rebound. As Corey Stevens said, 18 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, 4.7 offensive rebounds per game. That's a dominant mark. Larry Ojianka has been able to give you about 2 blocks, 12 points. He's been able to pull in there about 6.5 rebounds per game, 2.7 offensive rebounds per game. And Florida National, much more respectable with their three-point shooting this year. They're shooting about 34% from three, while being a top 75 unit in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. And when the Jacksonville team has been at full force under Jordan Mincy, they've typically had great low post play. And right now, you just don't have anyone that gives you over 4.8 rebounds per game, and that'd be Donovan Rivers, who gives you about 8 points, 5 boards. You've been able to have this team shoot about 31% from three, with Jalen Jones doing a nice job along with Chris Arias. They are combined to shoot over 40% from three. Their headline scorers both give me about 12.5 points per game, but the guys around them just have not been able to give you too much. Hayden Wood has been able to give you about 7 points per game. He's shooting it okay from three-point range as a guy that has come in year number one and made a little bit of an impact for Jacksonville. They're just not a great shooting team. They're shooting 64.5% at the free throw line, but they've been a top 125 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage as well. It's a Jacksonville team that they themselves have been able to do an okay job in terms of generating turnovers, top 200 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and we'll have a little bit of a tempo clash here. As for Jacksonville, they're looking to play a little bit more slow and controlled this year. They're about 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and then for Florida International, about 45th in the country with this regard. I do think that things are going to be slowed down quite a bit, and that plays in the favor of Jacksonville, so I am going to be willing to take the points with Jacksonville. I set them as a 5-point dog, but it's at a total of 143. I do think that both teams make just enough threes, and this late game fouling does do just enough for the over, so in on the over and the points with Jacksonville. 306-599, 306-600. You've got Gardner Webb. They play us to Georgia Southern. Georgia Southern, a 8.5 to a 9.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, it is 159.5, and I set Georgia Southern as a 9-point favorite. 9.5 is my minimum buy point on Gardner Webb, and it's brutal for Gardner Webb. They're outside the top 300 in terms of points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis on offense, in terms of rebound percentage, but you have been able to get some nice signs of this team just starting to come together a little bit more, and it is a whole is greater than some of its parts approach. You don't have a single double-figure score on this team, but you do have 8 different guys that do give you at least 5 points per game, so at the very least, they spread the wealth. Jacob Hudson has been the main scorer with about 9.8 points, 4.5 boards. He shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, and Spence Sims is actually shooting 50% from three-point range. It doesn't mean too much when your team just can't take care of the ball, but he's been able to do a relatively solid job there. This team has just been getting completely gashed down low. They're outside the top 360 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and when it comes to the Georgia Southern team, this is a unit that has been able to get quite a bit out of Tyron Moore. He was the team's top scorer 2 seasons ago. Last year, he played over at UAB. He's come back, and he's been able to give the team 12 points, 2.5 assists per game, shooting 39.5% for three, but the biggest reason why I just have a little bit of question mark right now, Georgia Southern, they're giving it up on the glass. They're outside the top 340 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. Teams are grabbing about 14 offensive rebounds per game, and for Georgia Southern, top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. You've gotten a ton out of Spud Webb, 16 points, 1.7 steals per contest, only shooting about 30% for three, and then Alden Applewhite, he comes on over from Murray State, 12.5 points, 5 boards. He generates a steal and a half per contest as well, but this is a Georgia Southern team that they only shoot about 32.5% from three-point range themselves. I do think that as a result, this is going to be a very interesting spot with a pair of teams that are looking to play up-tempo. Gardner Webb in the top 125 in terms of total possessions per game. Georgia Southern even quicker, 44th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Don't think that you get a whole heck of a lot of defense being played in this game, so I did set a total of 163. I like the points with Gardner Webb and the over. 306-601, 306-602. Winthrop plays Coast Carolina. Chanticleers are a 12.5 point underdog. Total on this game, it is 150.5, and with Coastal Carolina, I did set them as an underdog of 14.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Winthrop. Winthrop once again doing a nice job of getting to the free throw line, but unlike last year where they shot below 68% at the charity stripe, they've been able to do a much better job there at 76.2%, and a big reason why Kareem Rozier and what he's been able to provide coming in from Duquesne. 14 points, 4 assists, shooting 40% from 3. Winthrop now shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range. Not quite as dominant on the glass as they have been in the past, but still a top 200 team with regards to rebound percentage, and they've really cleaned up the turnovers. A top 55 team in terms of ball security. They're only turning the ball over about 10 or so times per game, and they go against a Coastal Carolina team that's outside the top 330 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. With Coastal Carolina, they do bring back a few feature guys from season ago, like Rasheed Jones, who has been able to give the team 14 points, 2.5 assists per game, and then you've got Joshua Beadle, part-time starter over at Boston College last season, and AJ Dantzler combining for 29.5 points per game. These two guys, along with Rasheed Jones, combined to shoot about 37% from 3. Coastal Carolina as a whole, they shoot 34.5% from the outside, and they've done a nice job with their defensive rebounding, a top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, not allowing second and third chances to opponents. And Coastal Carolina has become a mid-tempo team after last season. They were playing a really stinking slow. You've got a Winthrop team that they never truly play super slow, but they're not necessarily playing at warp speed this year. 77th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but with this Coastal Carolina team, they have been a team that has been a top 100 team in terms of opponents' 3-point and 2-point shooting percentage. So I do think that things might be tapered down just a little bit more with regards to the scoring, but even with that, I do think that Winthrop, they break through against the Coastal Carolina team, that they've been able to put up these offensive numbers against, shall we say, lesser competition, and with the clean possessions that Winthrop will get, I think that they get the job done. I'm willing to lay up to 14 with Winthrop, and on the over, so my total 152.5. 306-603, 306-604. Maryland Eastern Shore is on the road against American, and American does find themselves as a favorite of 11.5 to 12.5 points. 128.5 is the total line with American. I did set them as a favorite of 11.5 points, so 12 plus. Going to be willing to take those points with Maryland Eastern Shore. For the Shore, the offense has been deplorable. They're outside the top 360 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They've been a relatively average defensive team, though, that has been able to do a good job in terms of not giving it up from 3. Teams are shooting less than 30% from 3-point range against them. Now, this team can't take care of the ball. 17 turnovers per game as a relatively mid-tempo team is just awful. You've got Joseph Lucandro, who's been able to give you about 11.5 points, shooting over 50% from 3, which means that the rest of the team is shooting well below 30% from 3, and don't have a main facilitator on the team. Right now, you've got Michael Teal leading the way in terms of assists per game. 2.5 points, 2.3 assists per game. Comes on over from South Carolina State, but this has also been a squad that has been relatively even up on the glass, even with Christopher Flippin, their top returner from his season ago on the glass, only giving you about 3.5 rebounds per game. And on the other side of things, it's an American team that looked to speed themselves up very much towards the beginning part of the season. They're still in the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game, but after playing at warp speed in the first few games, they've been tapering it down a little bit more. American, a nice little outburst against Longwood to be able to score 94 points there, but this has been a squad that has been able to do a better job defensively, giving up 62 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games. And you've got Maiden Collins along with Greg Jones really leading things at 6'5", 6'6" wing players, a combined 4 assists, 26 points per game. Neither guy is shooting it well from 3, though. American as a whole, they do shoot about 33% from 3-point range, but this has never been a team to be able to give you second and third chances outside the top 275 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. They're doing a great job in terms of generating turnovers, top 80 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, so Maryland Eastern Shore should have a lot of dead possessions in this game, so that's why I did set a very low total here of a 127.5. I'm going to be in on the under, and with this Maryland Eastern Shore team being able to get anything above a 12, I'm going to be willing to take those points. As we go on to 306, 605, 306, 606, the Battle of Delaware. Delaware is on the road against Delaware St. Delaware St, 8.5 to 9.5 point underdogs. So on this game, it is 135.5. I did set my total at a 147.5. I'm going to be in on the over. Now, Delaware State has really throttled down their tempo. Typically, this is an up-tempo team, and currently they're checking in outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Have a Delaware team that's currently about 316th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Delaware, they're still a relatively solid 3-point shooting team. For the Blue Hens, they've overall this season, if you include non-D1 teams, shooting 35.5% from 3 against just D1 teams, actually 37% from 3. They lost to Delaware Wilmington earlier in the year, but you're going to get a lot of clean possessions in this game. Delaware is outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. This Delaware team does not get to the free throw line, by the way. Bottom 10 team with that regard, but you've got McCone Emery, who's been able to do a nice job, give you 15 points, 8 boards. He's been able to shoot 37% from 3. Christian Bliss has shot 39% from 3 with about 14 points per contest. Tyler Hauser has some versatility after he began his career over at VMI. He's been able to give you 13 points per game. And then Justin Fernandez, along with Jameel Brown, pair of transfers that have been a little bit banged up. They both have been able to combine for over 20 points per game between the two of them. Brown should be still out the fold, but I think that Justin Fernandez should be able to go in this game after he was a pretty highly touted recruit of George Mason along with Providence a few seasons ago. And for Delaware State, they did lose a lot of their production from a season ago, but you know what? You still have the Ponce James, who's been able to give you about 13 points, 3.5 assists. Last year shot well above 40% from three. Higher volume this year, he's shooting less than 30% from the outside. But Corey Perkins, who has been more of a facilitator throughout his career, 6 points, 2.5 assists per game. He's shooting over 40% from 3 points. It's a Delaware State team that's only shooting 28.8% from the outside. They themselves don't get to the free throw line too much, but they've also been good on the defensive glass. They're a top 50 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They've been able to take relatively good care of the ball, only about 12 turnovers per game, and this is a Delaware defense that has really been leaking oil. With Delaware State, they allow opponents to shoot over 38% from 3 points, but Delaware, they're allowing teams to shoot over 35.5% from 3, so I think that you get a lot of open looks from 3, not a lot of turnovers, so set a total of 147.5. I'm willing to take A+ here with Delaware State, and I'm in on the over 3 at 6.607, 3 at 6.608. Fordham is going to be playing against Holy Cross, and Holy Cross does find themselves as a underdog here of 9.5 points. 138.5 to 139.5 is the total line with Holy Cross. I set them as an underdog of 11.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Fordham has been playing at one of the slowest paces in all of college basketball, currently checking in 341st in terms of total possessions per game. Holy Cross last year was super duper slow, still pretty super duper slow, 327th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But that said, this is a Holy Cross team that was live and die by the 3 last season. They seem to have gotten a little bit better on the glass, but still, it's a unit that's been up, down, all around, shooting just 32.5% from 3 points. Their perimeter defense is much better. They're allowing teams to shoot just hair above 30% from 3, but down low is where they're really getting killed. Outside the top 340 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, Tyler Boston has been great in the backcourt, 14 points, shooting 40% from 3, a steal and a half, 3.5 assists per game for a Holy Cross team that they do a pretty solid job taking care of the ball. About 10.5 turnovers per game is what they've got, but they themselves outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. And you've got Gabe Warren, who's been able to give you 8 points per game. Joe Nugent, he's very versatile, about 12.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, but not a single guy on this roster gives you over 4.8 rebounds per game. And Fordham, who's been based a little bit more down low, and they've had some suspect 3-point shooting. They're right now shooting 28.5% from 3. For one, that 3-point shooting should be going northward, but 2, they should absolutely be able to plow down low. You've got a Fordham team that's a top 45 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. DeJour Reeves has been able to shoot 40% from 3 with 16 points per game. Zariq Nutter has been a guy that has been out of the fold when he's actually been out there for this team. He's been able to spy about 12.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. Likely that he's going to remain out for quite a while, so we'll be checking in on him. But that said, Akira Jacobs, who comes over from Hawaii, along with Marcus Green, who comes over from Hawaii, both are giving you between 7 to 7.5 points per game. Green has been able to shoot 41% from 3. Jacobs has been able to give you 4.5 rebounds per game. And then Christian Henry, he's doing a nice job doling out clean offense, 5.5 assists to 2.2 turnovers per game for Fordham. They are a team that does rank in the top 200 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but the way that they just grind you out down low, I think that that's going to take it out of this Holy Cross team. And Holy Cross still not necessarily the most efficient defense in the world, so set a total of 141.5. I'm in on the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 11 with Fordham, 3 at 6.609, 3 at 6.610. You've got Stetson on the road against South Carolina. South Carolina is a 21.5 to a 22.5 point favorite. 141.5 to 142.5 is the total line for South Carolina. Set them as a 24-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Stetson. When the team has really been at their best, they typically have been a little bit more of a slow and controlled team, and I fear that they're playing maybe a little bit too fast for their own good. About 249th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Would like to see that go down just a hair more. And for South Carolina, they've been more of a mid-tempo team this year, about 175th in terms of total possessions per game. A little bit of a warped stat. They do play that overtime game against Virginia Tech a few days ago where Michi Johnson just refused to take a shot at the end of regulation. I don't know what that was about, but it's other than that, Michi Johnson has been pretty solid, 15 points per game, shooting 35.5% from 3 in his second tour of duty with South Carolina after he had 2 stints with Ohio State. So that's always fun, but you've got Eli Ellis, who's also been able to give you about 10.5 points per game. South Carolina only shooting about 31.5% from 3-point range, but they do get to go up against a Stetson team that has been not great, to say the least, with regards to their defense. It's a Stetson unit that is outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Stetson turned the ball over 14 times per game, outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. Jamie Phillips has been able to give you 15 points. He's shooting only about 30% for 3, but you do have Jake Johnson, Ethan Copeland. They've come into the program, combined for 20 points, combined to shoot over 40% from 3-point range, but for Stetson, the way that this team also just gets bombed on the glass outside the top 200 in terms of rebound percentage, that's a little bit of an issue against a South Carolina team that you're not going to mistake them for monsters of the midway on the the glass or anything like that, but that said, Mongolia Mike, 11.5 points, 6.5 boards, 2.5 assists. They should be able to dominate there. And then you've got the versatility of Miles Sute, who's not really gotten it going from three-point range, but I do think that might be coming for them. He's only been able to give the team about 7.5 points per contest. He's been missing for the last few games. We'll see if he's going to be able to play in this game. Would not be surprised if they hold him out, but even with him out, Jordan Butler should be able to take over that role, do a nice job down low, and Butler is able to pop it a little bit from three-point range. So circumstance where South Carolina did set them as a 24-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Made my total of 148 with the way that Stetson has been incredibly inefficient on defense, so I'm in on the over, and I'm willing to lay with South Carolina, 3-6-6-11, 3-6-6-12. You've got Liberty and the playoffs at Coppin State. Liberty is a 27.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 144.5 to 145.5, and with Liberty, I did set them as a favorite of 20 points. I'm willing to go up to 27.5 with them for this Coppin State team, man. Outside the top 340 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, it's just not great, to say the least. And I am for a Liberty team that just does not generate second and third chances on the glass. Coppin State really gives them up there outside the top 300 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got nobody on this roster that gives you more than 9.5 points per game. Your top scorer is about 9.6 points per game. Then Torrey Hall, who's been able to give you 9.5 points per game. He has yet to make a three-point shot this year. Coppin State shoots 28.2% from three-point range, and they face a Liberty team that shoots just amazing from three, and Coppin State is outside the top 250 in terms of their opponent's three-point shooting percentage. For Liberty, you've got Brett Decker, who's been absolutely incredible from three-point range. He's quite literally 31 of 53 from three-point range as far as this season. Liberty as a whole shooting 41.5% from three-point range, top 10 mark in all of college basketball. Again, Liberty not going to grab any sort of second and third chances, but they're just efficient with their offense. 8.1 turnovers per game is fewest in all of college basketball. It's not a Liberty team that's going to be playing up tempo or anything like that. This team is traditionally outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. Right now they are 354, so they're even slower than normal. Coppin State, they're more of a mid-tempo team. They're about 180th in terms of total possessions per game, and the versatility of Zach Cleveland is really amazing. He's at 6'7", not a guy that gives you any sort of three-point shooting, but 10.5 points, 9.5 boards, 7.7 assists, 1.5 steals per game. There's nobody on this Coppin State team that matches up with him, and other than Hall, you don't have a single guy that gives you over 4.2 rebounds per game. You need more out of Hassan Perkins, who's been able to give you about 3.5 assists per game, but again, 15.5 turnovers per game for this Coppin State team. Against the Liberty team has actually been pretty solid in terms of generating turnovers. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, this Liberty team, they've been able to clock in inside the top 225. I do think that Liberty should be able to get the job done in a relatively controlled game, and the Coppin State Eagles just don't do their part with a total semi-total 134. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Liberty 36-6-13, 36-6-14. Long Island is on the road against Lehigh. Lehigh is a home underdog of 1.5 to 2.5 points. Total this game is 142.5, and with Lehigh, set them as a 1-point underdog. Pretty much I was going to take whoever the underdog was going to be, and that happens to be Lehigh. For Long Island, this squad just not quite the same team defensively as they were a season ago. They've done a nice job in terms of improving their three-point shooting. Last year, they were shooting as a collective just a hair above 30% from three. That's up to 37.5% this season, with Jamal Fuller and Greg Gecko-Gordon doing a nice job combined for 29.5 points per game. Fuller's been able to shoot 45.5% from three. Gordon, main facilitator with 3.3 assists per game, and Malachi Davis, the top scorer from the season ago, he's now become the third fiddle, 13.5 points, 2.5 assists. He's not been as bad from three-point range this year at about 33.5%. After last year, that was below 30%, but you're just not getting as much down low from the likes of a Shadrick Lassou, who last year 6+ rebounds per game, 5.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. It's a bunch of is also shooting in terms of Long Island 62.7% at the free throw line. Defense has still been okay. They're a middle of the road team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They've really been aligned quite a bit down low outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but Lehigh not physically imposing on the glass. Lehigh right now outside the top 340 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. You've got Hank Alvey, who's able to give you 6 boards, 10.5 points per game. One guy on the roster that's give you about 5 rebounds per game, but Nasir Woodlock has become a nice head of the St scorer, 18 points, shooting 35% from 3, and then Joshua Ingram shoots 40% from 3 for a Lehigh team that is doing an okay job generating turnovers. Top 200 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Teams are only shooting about 30% from 3-point range against them, so I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there. You've got a pair of teams that I don't think are going to push a ton of tempo. Long Island, they're about 100 in terms of total possessions per game. Take out the IU Indy game, that they're pretty much a mid-tempo team. Meanwhile, for Lehigh, 245th in terms of total possessions per game, but they played a bunch of slow and controlled teams to begin the season, so I'm going to be willing to take the points here with Lehigh. Made them a 1-point dog, made my total 143, so at the 142.5 in on the over 3-6-6-15, 3-6-6-16. You've got USC Upstate playing against Western Carolina. Western Carolina, a 1.5 point favorite to a 1.5 point dog. We've seen books go both ways as to who the favorite is, and total on this game, it is 149.5, and with Western Carolina, I did set them as an underdog of 5.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with USC Upstate. Now, Western Carolina brings back a lot of experience from a season ago, and they've cleaned up some of the turnovers from a season ago, but I'm really like what I'm seeing out of this Upstate team. With USC Upstate, they do bring back a lot of the backcourt from a season ago. That includes Carmelo Adkins along Kamani Gregory. These guys are combining for about 30 points per game, and Adkins is right now shooting 43.5% from three-point range. He's also pulling in their 5 boards per game. It's an Upstate team that really doesn't have a whole bunch of size. You've been able to Jeffeth Martinez be able to give you about 5.5 boards, and he is giving you about 2.2 blocks per game as well. But I also really like the game of Tyler Smith. He doesn't give you much scoring with about 4.5 points per game, but 4 boards, 3.5 assists, 2.2 steals per game. He's doing the little things to help out an Upstate team that was playing too fast for their own good last season. Really do a nice job, team down, and they've done a much better job in terms of the defensive side of things, as this is a South Carolina Upstate team that is now about 127th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for Western Carolina, they're playing quite fast once again this year, 68th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. They go up against an Upstate team that has been a top 175 unit in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and much like a season ago, Western Carolina having a bit of a tough time taking care of the ball outside the top 3 in terms of ball security. And for Western Carolina, outside the top 300 in terms of their three-point shooting percentage, outside the top 250 in terms of their free throw shooting percentage. Julian Swarmo has been solid in the backcourt, 14 points, 4 boards, 3 assists, shooting about 38% from three-point range. But for this Western Carolina team as well, they've been lying way too much from the outside. They're allowing teams to shoot 36% from 3. To the credit of Western Carolina, top 75 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. So do think that those second and third chances and the up-tempo style gets you the over semi-total 153.5. But like the way that this USC Upstate team has been humming, the way that they generate some turnovers and turn that into fast break buckets, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Upstate as a small favorite / take them as a money line underdog to go along with the over. 306-617, 306-618. Bellarmine is on the road against Murray State. Murray State a 15.5 point favorite, 161.5 to 162.5 is the total, and for Murray State, made their 20-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Bellarmine has been a little bit better defensively recently, but still a team that's outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Bellarmine actually executing some solid offense, 146th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You got a Murray State team that's really looking to crank up the tempo, top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, all while being 47th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Now Murray State, despite the fact that they've got Frederick King down, they'll give you some plus rebounds per game, not the strongest on the glass, but Bellarmine is a bottom 10 team in the country in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. This team, ever since they got to the Division I level, have been terrible on the glass. Now, they execute inside. They're a top 40 team in terms of their 2-point shooting percentage, with Jack Karzinski doing a nice job headlining things with about 20.5 points, 5 boards, shooting 38.5% from 3. Brian Waddell has been able to shoot 57% from 3. That's going to be going a little bit downward, but Van Michael Wilson supply the team with 11.5 points per game. So Bellarmine doing a pretty solid job offensively. Bellarmine is traditionally a pretty slow and controlled team. Last year, they cranked it up a little bit more, and with Bellarmine, right now they're clocking in about 312th in terms of total possessions per game. They've gone back to their roots there, but they're still, once again, not executing well on defense. Meanwhile, you got a Murray State team that they've been able to go bombs away from 3, shooting 36% from the outside, with Mason Miller, who shot 40% from 3 2 seasons ago over at Creighton, right now shooting 50.2% from 3-point range with about 9.5 points per game. Javon Jackson, he's been able to give you about 16 points per game. Murray State turning the ball over about 12.5 times per game. Not great, not terrible, but they go up against a Bellarmine team that really generates no turnovers whatsoever. Murray State outside the top 3 in terms of allowing offensive rebounds, but Bellarmine does not do anything whatsoever in terms of grabbing any sort of second and third chances. That plays in favor of Murray State. I think that allows them to get the job done and be able to put up a pretty nice explosive number. I set my total at 162 here at the 161.5. I'm in on the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 19.5 with Murray State. Set them as a 20-point favorite. 306-619, 306-620. Nichols is playing us Incarnate Word, and the Word is a 1.5 point road favorite. So on this game, it is 148.5 to 149.5, and with Incarnate Word, set them as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be taking them on this rather pick-em price. For Nichols, the offense is getting better, but they're still outside the top 240 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And for Nichols, you just have to have a little bit of question mark with what you're going to be able to get down low out of this team as well. As for Nichols, right now you've been able to get about 7 boards and 11 points per game out of Jalik Dunkley, but other than that, you don't have anyone else on the roster with more than 4.3 rebounds per game. For Nichols, they're outside the top 275 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage of their their missed shots. They're resulting in an offensive rebound. Not doing the worst job on the defensive glass, but they're allowing teams to shoot 40% from 3, and they're also outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, while they're outside the top 320 with their own 2-point shooting percentage. Trey Inglis, Jalen Searles, they've been able to combine for 26 points per game. Searles has been able to shoot 38% from 3, so we've seen a little bit of improvement there. And for the Sickles team, to their credit, they've been a top 150 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now they play an Incarnate Word team that's been one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball. Nichols, they're not necessarily a team that's going to be looking to just absolutely pump up tempo or anything like that. They're a mid-tempo team, 157th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Incarnate Word, 339th in terms of total possessions per game, but they do a nice job in terms of executing their stuff. Top 150 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're shooting 41% from 3. We'll see that go downward a little bit, but Davion Bailey, 21.5 points, shooting 37% from 3. You got Harrison Reedy, who's been able to shoot 57% from 3, and then Harold Woods, who comes over from Northeastern, rock solid year, 9.5 points, 2 assists, a steal, 8 rebounds per game. Incarnate Word, they are also a team that they really do a nice job in terms of just taking care of the ball with about 10.5 turnovers per game, and they've been a top 125 team in terms of percentage of their own missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Very vulnerable down low. They're outside the top 230 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, but you do have a guy in Jordan Pike who's been very versatile, 13.5 points, a steal, 5 rebounds, shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. I think that Incarnate Word is going to be able to get their, shall we say, grinder pace, but I think that they just do a nice job of executing and getting the job done. Set my line at 3.5. I'm going to be willing to take a shot here on Incarnate Word. I don't think the Nichols does their part with this total and a low possession game. Set my total more around about a 139.5. I'm in on the under. 3-6-6-21, 3-6-6-22. You've got Binghamton. They play also Lemoyne. Lemoyne is a 1.5 point road favorite. Tallest game is 151.5. With Lemoyne, I did set them as a 2-point dog. I'm going to be willing to take a shot on Binghamton on the money line. For Lemoyne, they've been much better on the glass this year than they were in their first few years at the Division I level because they're having that transition, and the hardest thing with transitioning from the non-D1 ranks is typically you just don't have as much size, and they've been able to solve that riddle with being able to get 9 boards, 2.5 blocks, 14.5 points per game out of Shiloh Jackson, who's come over from Texas A&M Corpus Christi, but it's still a team that gets too sloppy with the ball, about 14 turnovers per game. They're outside the top 3 in terms of their overall ball security and turnovers on a per possession basis, and you've got an interesting blend here with the Binghamton team that is about 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. It's a Lemoyne team that is about 223rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for Lemoyne, they're allowing teams to shoot over 40% from 3. We should see a little bit of positivity there, but Lemoyne has actually been much better with regards to the interior defense. They've been a top 75 unit in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage, and you got a Binghamton team that has been a little bit all over the place. They are notorious at just losing the turnover battle. This is a unit that is well outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, or outside the top 320 in terms of their own ball security. We should see them shoot better than 26% from 3-point range, Joe, and for Binghamton, they do have the most dominant low post player, in my opinion, in this game, even with what you're getting on the flip side of Shiloh Jackson and Demetrius Lilly. He saw some great minutes over at LaSalle last year. He's averaging a double-double, 16.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. And then Jeremiah Quigley, who comes over from Iona, 14 points, 6 assists, a steal per contest. Both of these guys are just not shooting it well from 3. Both below 20% from 3-point range. You've had Bryson Wilson do a nice job, though, giving the team 9.5 points. Again, 19% 3-point shooting. We should see this go northward against a Lemoyne team, especially that has really been giving it up from the outside. And with this Binghamton team, they've been aligned teams that only shoot about 30% from 3-point range themselves. Both of these teams, I think, are going to be struggling with regards to turnover battle, but I do think that both of these teams are going to really give it up from 3, and I do think that you see a nice up-and-down game that is going to involve some late-game fouling. So I did set my total here at a 152 at the 151.5. I'm in on the over, and I like Binghamton outright on the money line. 3-6-6-23, 3-6-6-24. NC Central, they play us in North Carolina A&T. A&T is a 1.5 point road favorite, and your total on this game, it is 145.5. I set a total here of a 152.5. I'm in on the over. I recognize that this NC Central team is not necessarily playing super up-tempo, but man, they are outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this is a North Carolina A&T team that is going to be looking to push a little bit more tempo right now with A&T in terms of total possessions per game, about 168th in all of college basketball. NC Central is about 310th, but A&T, they themselves, when they played against D1 competition, because they've had like 2 or 3 games against non-D1 teams, they have not looked great, to say the least. Now you've got Walker squared, Luron Walker along with Lewis Walker, who have both been able to supply at least 19.5 points per per game, though with Luron Walker, he's been out for 3 games, and there's a good chance that he's going to be missing this game as well. He's just been dealing with injuries all throughout the season. But that said, you've got a NC Central team that they just don't necessarily give you a ton with regards to their rebounding. They're outside the top 300 in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, and this squad is allowing teams to shoot over 39.5% per game. That includes their games against non-D1 competition, so they are really giving it up from the outside. And with this North Carolina Central team, that is good news for them because they don't necessarily have a ton down low. They do bring in Jonathan Dunn from Coppin State, but he hasn't really worked out. Only about 5 points, 2.5 rebounds per game. Kelowichi Ogoro has been able to give you about 5.5 boards. And then you've got Corey Harvey, who has come in as a 6'9" guy that began his career over at Morehead State, spent a little bit of time at the non-Division I ranks, and he's been able to do a tremendous job, being able to supply about 14.5 points, shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range, 6 points, a block, a steal per contest. So he's been able to do a bit of everything. And then Gage Lattimore, he's supplying over 20 points, 3 assists per game, so I absolutely love what he's bringing to the table, shooting about 47% from three-point range. It's an NC Central team that still remains a top 75 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, they're outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage as well. They're outside the top 240 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage, and NC Central just does not execute inside. But again, you got a North Carolina A&T team that, with losing Nicolas Chalikulis in the offseason, they really don't have much down low. Lewis Walker is the only guy that has really given you more than 5 rebounds per game, along with Amadou Doumbia, who at 6'11", he does give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, but only about 4 points per contest coming over from UMass. But in the end, I do think that NC Central going to be able to succeed here because A&T just does not have much down low, and I do think that you're going to have some very inefficient defense in this game. So I did set my total 152.5. I like the over, and I do like NC Central on the money line. 3-6-6-25, 3-6-6-26. You've got Morgan State playing outside of Longwood. Longwood is a 5 to a 5.5 point road favorite. Tallest game is 152.5, and with Longwood, I did set them as a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take 5+ here with Morgan State. Morgan State is traditionally a team that looks to bump up their tempo. They've been playing quite a bit more slowly this year, though, as Morgan State right now about 232nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You've got a Longwood team that has been very middle of the road, 141st in terms of total possessions per game. They did play that overtime game against Maryland Eastern Shore, so it's even a little bit slower than that. But Jacoy Hutchinson, who comes over from George Washington for this Longwood team, he's been rock solid, 13.5 points, 3.5 assists per game. The big thing for Longwood is that they have been just getting barbecued around the perimeter. They're turning the ball over 14 times per game, outside the top 275 in terms of ball security. They're outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and they have been outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Here's one thing that they do well, though. They generate turnovers. This is a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Morgan State, for the longest of time, they've had a very difficult go of it in terms of taking care of the ball. This year, they've been much better, though. They're only turning the ball over about 11.5 times per game. They bring in Alfred Worrell, who was over at Southern Miss a season ago, 14.5 points per game. Not an amazing three-point shooter, and this Morgan State team is shooting less than 30% for three, but Rob Lawson has been in the program for quite a while, 12.5 points, 4.3 assists per game, and then Elijah Davis has come in. He's been able to give this team 5 assists to about 2 turnovers per game, spent some time over at Mississippi Valley State and Incarnate Word, and he's been able to give this team a really nice shot in the arm, and you've got more size than ever before with this team as well. 7-footer Christian Oliver comes in off the bench for about 6 points, just under a block, 3.5 rebounds per game. You've had Christian Meeks be able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. For Morgan State, it's a squad that still is outside the top 200 with regards to rebound percentage, but much more respectable than it has been in past years. About a middle-of-the-road team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage at 33%. Now, I do think that you're going to be able to get a much more up-and-down game with the way that you're able to find very good open looks down low on this Longwood team, and for Longwood, they do gamble for a lot of turnovers, and when they get turnovers, that leads to open layups. So I did set a total of a 156. I like the over, and I do like the points here with Morgan State. 3-6-6-27, 3-6-6-28. You've got UMass playing those two. UMass Lowell. UMass Lowell, 11.5 point underdogs, 153.5 to 154.5 is the total. And with Massachusetts, I did set them as a 14-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This UMass Lowell team is just really not getting anything going whatsoever. For UMass Lowell, they're currently well outside the top 300 with regards to rebound percentage, and with a UMass team as traditionally one of the better rebounding teams in all of college basketball, they're just going to be eaten alive. UMass Lowell is right now outside the top 280 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and for UMass, it's still a rough three-point shooting team, but bringing in Marcus Banks has been able to give them a little bit of shot in the arm. Banks over at UMBC 2 years ago is a really good three-point shooter. He's been able to give the team 17 points, shooting 38% for three. Leonardo Batol, who comes over from Abilene Christian, is right now shooting 50% for three. I think that he's only taken like 6 threes as far this season, though. he's been able to give the team 17 points. The turnovers still very much an issue for the UMass team. They're outside the top 275 in terms of ball security, but they're back inside the top 75 in terms of their overall rebound percentage. They're allowing teams to only grab about 7.5 offensive rebounds per game. That is a top 50 mark in all of college basketball, and for this Massachusetts little team, you just don't have the same low post play that you've had in the past. Right now, you've got Austin Green, who comes in from Texas State, give you about 14.7 boards per game. You've only got one other guy on the roster that really gives you above 4.5 rebounds per game, and Xavier Spencer. You've had Victor Okoji do a little bit of something as well, but right now he's in deal with a little bit of an injury. JJ Massaquoi, as a freshman, has been able to give you 14.5 points per game, but team shoots 30% from three-point range. That's outside the top 275 in all of college basketball, outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. This UMass little team is outside the top 300 in terms of defensive rebound percentage, outside the top 275 in terms of taking care of the ball. Jared Frey was really their main guy that came in by the transfer portal from Stony Brook, where last year he had about 6 points per contest. He's giving you about 7.5 points, but he's shooting less than 30% from three-point range. I do think that this Massachusetts team, they're going to be able to get the tempo bumped up, and UMass Lowell, for some reason, has been playing a little bit more quickly as well. I'm not quite sure why. 152nd in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and his UMass team, year in and year out, they do seem to play quite a bit up-tempo, 73rd in terms of total possessions per game. So I did set a total here of a 158. I do like the over. I think that UMass going to execute really well on a very, very suspect defense, to say the least. So one to lay with the Minutemen, and I'm in on the over. 36-629, 36-630. Texas Southern plays host to Sam Houston. Sam Houston State is a 6.5 point favorite. 159.5 is the total line. I did set a total of 157. I'm going to be in on the under. I just don't know if this Texas Southern team is going to be able to do their part with this total, as Texas Southern has actually been playing quite a bit more up-tempo here in recent years. Texas Southern right now, in terms of total possessions per game, they're checking in more around about 40th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, you've got a Sam Houston team that they were very inefficient on defense last season. They've been a little bit better this season, and with Sam Houston, they're about 107th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but Texas Southern having a very difficult time taking care of the ball. They're outside the top 330 in terms of ball security. They're turning the ball over darn near 16 times per contest. They are shooting 63% of the free throw line now. They're actually shooting 36% for three. Much of that has come against non-D1 competition. They do have a little bit more down low than a season ago. Troy Hupstead was really good over at Maryland Eastern Shore a few seasons ago, coming in, giving the team 15.5 points, 7.5 boards, and he's actually shot 50% from three. And Zaire Hayes, in the 4 games that he's played, he's right now shooting 77% from three. You'll say that'll be going downward a little bit, 10.5 points per game. But a lot of the guys that return, like Dwayne Posey, guys like this, you just haven't been able to get a ton out of them. Kobe Granger has been in the program for quite a few years. He's giving you only about 2.5 points per game. Zytrier Moultrie has gotten worse with every year that he's been at Texas Southern. So that's an issue, and that's a big reason why I'm going to be willing to lay with Sam Houston State. And Sam Houston State should be able to get some really good looks inside as well, as this is a Texas Southern team that is outside the top 350 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. Sam Houston, not the same 3-point shooting team that they were a season ago, but you do have Isaiah Manning, who comes over from TCU. He's done a nice job giving you some versatility at 6'8", 11.5 points, 4 boards per contest, and it's really a Sam Houston State team that, with the loss of Lamar Wilkerson, they become a whole as great than the sum of its parts team. You've got 8 different guys that give you between 11.3 and 7.3 points per contest. Damon Nichols, one of the main returners from a season ago, 8.5 points, about 5 rebounds per game. Velko Illich, who comes over from Loyola, Maryland, 2 assists, 5 boards, 9 points per game. Lots of good versatility for a Sam Houston team that has been a top 40 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. Now they're outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage as well, but they're allowing teams to shoot less than 32% from 3-point range. Texas Southern has very much been now built around 3-point shooting, and I think that Sam Houston, as a result, gets the job done, and they do it just enough to be able to keep this total under. Semi-total 157. I'm in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 8.5 with Sam Houston State. 36-631, 36-632. Vermont is on the road against Pepperdine. Pepperdine is a 1.5 point home underdog. Total on this game is 147.5, and as that Pepperdine is a 3.5 point favorite, I'm going to be willing to take them on the money line. I recognize that Pepperdine has a lot of moving pieces from a season ago, but you did maintain one 6'10" versatile guy in Danilo Dozic, who's been very good. 12.5 points. He only gives you about 3 rebounds per game, but he's shooting 36% from 3. Aaron Clark, who comes over from Wake Forest, and Javon Cooley from Marist, they've been able to combine for about 26.5 points per game between the two of them, 9 boards with Clark, a steal, 3 assists per game. Neither guy's really lit it up from 3. It's Pepperdine as a whole. They're shooting only about 29.5% from 3, but Vermont uncharacteristically has really been giving it up from 3-point range. For Vermont, they're not a team that's really going to allow you to get second and third chances. They're still a top 20 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage, but they themselves don't get a lot of second and third chances. And for Vermont, they're allowing teams to shoot 38% from 3. We should see some positivity with that, but man, this has not been the same Vermont defense that we've seen in the past. Now you've got the TJs, TJ Long and TJ Hurley doing a nice job combining for about 29 points per game. Hurley shooting 39% from 3. Long has been able to shoot 37% from 3. And Gussie Olden, how about 18 points, 4 boards? He missed the first few games of the season. He had 6'9", is providing really good versatility. You don't have a single guy on the roster, though, that is giving you above 5 rebounds per game, but Lucas Murray giving you approximately 5 rebounds and 3 assists per game. And for Vermont, doing a nice job keeping things clean. They're only turning the ball over about 11 times per game. They're outside the top 340 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. So, as well, for Vermont, lots of regression outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Though it is a Vermont team that they're still playing very slow, very controlled for Vermont, despite having a double overtime game against Brown this season, 288th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. You have a Pepperdine team that's content to not really run it either, 207th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. So I did set a line here of 3.5. I'm going to be willing to lay Pepperdine in. I'm in on that under. I set my total 143.5. We've got 306, 633, 306, 634. You've got Albany on the road against Columbia. Columbia, 13.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 147 to 147.5 with Columbia. I did set them as a favorite of 14.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 14 with them. Columbia is right now a top 10 team in all of college basketball in terms of rebound percentage. And while I do think that the 3-point shooting sees a little bit of regression, they're still shooting 40.1% from 3. They're shooting the snot out of the ball right now. Now, the big issue that you got for Columbia is the turnovers. They are turning the ball over about 13.5 times per game as a team that's outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. So outside the top 300 in terms of their overall ball security and turnovers on a per possession basis. But you have an Albany team that they've been leaving quite a bit of something to be desired in terms of their own ball security. They're outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, they've done a nice job locking down the perimeter. They'll allow teams to only shoot about 29% from 3-point range, but they've been giving up quite a few second and third chances, and they themselves have been able to grab their own offensive rebounds. For Albany, top 125 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound, outside the top 225 in terms of allowing their opponents to grab an offensive rebound, as well as you've got Okawuchi Okeke, who's been able to give you 11 points, 6 boards per contest. Zach Matalu has been able to give you about 11.5 points, 5.5 rebounds per game. And Matalu is shooting right now 39.5% for 3, but Albany as a whole shooting 30.5% from 3. Amir Lindsay has been that main man. He's been in the program for a few years. He's right now giving you about 15 points, shooting 35% from 3, 4 assists per contest, but they're not doing a great job in terms of taking care of the ball. This is a Columbia team that, in terms of generating turnovers, it's not their forte outside the top 300 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. So Albany should be able to get some nice clean possessions there, but Kenny Norad has been amazing for this Columbia team. 17 points, shooting over 43% from 3. Zenu Adiri Badri, he's saying 6'9", 6'10", 7.5 boards, 13 points. He's shooting 44% from the outside. Jared O'Keefe is able to shoot 39.5% for 3. You've got a lot of guys that stuck with this system, even through the coaching change with Kevin Ovey coming over as an assistant from Florida. And it seems like this team is bringing cleaner and cleaner with the possessions by the game, and it's a Columbia team in the top 50 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. So I'm willing to lay up to 14 here with Columbia. With regards to the total, set mine at a 150.5. I do like the over with a pair of teams that typically they turn the ball over a little bit more, but I think that you get more clean possessions here. 3-6-5-35, 3-6-5-36. You've got New Orleans, they play Houston Christian. Houston Christian is an underdog of 6.5 points, 141.5 is the total, and with Houston Christian, I did set them as an underdog of 13 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with New Orleans. I recognize that New Orleans has regressed a little bit ever since winning that game against ECU, but this Houston Christian team is just leaving a lot to be desired in general. They've lost pretty much 3 out of their top 4 scores from a season ago, and under Craig Doty, they've done a nice job playing much better defense than they have in the past, but they need to be a little bit better on offense. Right now, they're outside the top 175 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're actually averaging more points per possession when they're away from home rather than when they are at home, but for Houston Christian, I do fear that they're going to have a very tough time on the glass, as for Houston Christian right now, they are outside the top 175 in terms of rebound percentage. They're not grabbing a lot of second chances, though to their credit, they've been a top 100 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. You've got Elijah Brooks and Kylan Green both give you 13 points per game, and for Green, 5.5 assists, steal and a half per contest. It's a Houston Christian unit, though, that is allowing teams to also shoot 38.5% for three-point range, and they've been outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Now, for New Orleans, they're going to be able to take advantage inside. You've got Ja'Cavion Buckley, who's doing a nice job running this offense, 15 points, 6 boards, 5 assists, was the main facilitator over at Southeast Louisiana last year, and Colton Benson, one of the better knockdown shooters at the mid-major rank, shooting 40% from three on 9 threes per game, 15 points per game. MJ Thomas is really your main holdover from a season ago. He's going to give you 7.5 boards, 8.5 points per game. Churchill Abis, 6.5 points, 5.5 boards. Saw good minutes over at Wake Forest along with DePaul. And then for this bunch in New Orleans, they've been allowing a lot of second and third chances. They're outside the top 3 in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're allowing teams to only shoot about 29.5% from three-point range. And this is a New Orleans team that they're going to allow you to be able to get some clean possessions. They are outside the top 3 in terms of generating turnovers, but they themselves have been able to shoot over 33.5% from three-point range despite playing some of the toughest competition in all of college basketball. Stacey Hollowell, I think, has this team really humming, and just the fact that they have played the teams that they have, I think, is going to really yield some fruit. And you've got a New Orleans team that is looking to push a little bit more tempo, while Houston Christian, they're outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. New Orleans is about 70th, and I do think that you do get a little bit of a slower, more controlled game, but I do think that in the end, New Orleans is going to be able to do a good job on the inside, and they are going to be able to find those open looks to get the job done. Semi-line at 13, I'm going to be willing to lay it with New Orleans, and I'm in on the under semi-total 139, 306, 637, 306, 630. Lamar is playing goes to Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi, an underdog of 4.5 points, 132.5 is the total, and I did set a total here of a 135.5. I'm in on the over. You've got a Corpus Christi team that is playing quite up-tempo. They're right now 88th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Now, you do have a Lamar team that, under Alvin Brooks, they've been playing a much more defensive brand of basketball and a little bit of a slower brand of basketball. They're about 254th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but I certainly do think that they can do their part with this total. You've got Andrew Holyfield, who at 6'10" is giving you 15 points, 6 boards, and he's right now shooting about 38.5% from three. Rob Lee Jr. has been able to shoot over 40% from the outside, and with this Lamar team, they're a top 50 team in terms of percentage of their missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. They've been very good on the glass. They're a top 40 team in terms of block shot percentage, and they're a top 100 team in terms of generating turnovers as well. As you've had Cody Penbaker, who's been with the program for a few years. He's been able to supply 9 points, 1.7 steals per game. Does not give you anything from the outside whatsoever. As for this Lamar team, even though they shoot at halfway decent from three, they're a top 75 team in terms of the percentage of their shots that come from two-point range. And then for this Texas A&M Corpus Christi team, it is one that has been leaving quite a bit of something to be desired in terms of their outside shooting just hair above 30% for three-point range. But Nicholas Shamboyo, he's been coming over from Denver. He's been able to give the team about 12.5 points per game. The big issue, though, is that he's been missing for quite a bit of the season. He's only been able to play in 3 games now. It looks like he should be good to go in this game, but you're going to need to get a little bit more as well out of someone like a Mason Gibson, who's been able to give you 10.5 points per game, as Sean Boyo, who knows if he's going to be fully 100% for this game. And then you got Sheldon Williams. He's been really your main man. He returns from his season ago. He's been able to give the team 13 points per game, and ironically enough, he dealt with injury a season ago, but after he didn't attempt a single 3 last year, he's been able to shoot about 40% from 3. He's been able to add that into his repertoire. It's a Corpus Christi team that always gambles for turnovers. They're a top 125 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but vulnerable on the inside, outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. To their credit, top 150 team in terms of not allowing opponents to grab second and third chances, but with the way that this team is very vulnerable down low, and Corpus Christi is a bottom 5 team in terms of getting their shot blocked. I do think that Lamar is going to be able to find a way to be able to hold in there and get the job done, but I did set my line at 1.5, with Corpus Christi being able to really do a nice job in the backcourt, and this being a Lamar team that can be a little bit suspect with the way that they take care of the ball as well, and Corpus Christi's ability to generate turnovers. I do think that they're going to hold in there, and additionally, in a nip and tuck spot, this is a Lamar team that shoots 64% of the free throw line outside the top 330 in all of college basketball. So I'm going to be willing to take those points with Corpus Christi, and I'm going to be in on this over 306, 639, 306, 640. This will be the last game that I hit before we get to our final break. Boston U is on the road against New Hampshire, and New Hampshire does find themselves as a underdog of 5.5 points. Total on this game, 137 after 138. I did set my total here at a 138, so 137.5 is my max buy point on the over. This apparently opened up at 144 somewhere, so you got that good on you, but Boston U is always a team that plays very much under control. They play very slowly, but they just absolutely dominate on the glass. This is a Boston U team that right now has been a top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're not grabbing any sort of second and third chances. They've been outside the top 275 in terms of being able to get a second and third chance themselves, but they've been able to get really good production out of Michael Air McNair in the backcourt. He's shooting 55% from three, 16 points per game. This is a Boston U team that traditionally is outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Much better this year, though I don't think that the 40.5% three-point shooting that they've got right now and being in the top 100 in terms of two-point shooting percentage is really going to be long-lasting. They've been doing all this without Otto Landrum as well, a senior that's been out of the fold, but you've got 7-foot Ben Defty, who's been able to give you 12.5 points, 6 boards, and he also throws in there 2 assists per game as well. Chance Gladden, as a freshman, has really been able to breathe some life into this team. 4 assists, 12 points, doesn't really shoot well from three-point range, but you know, with this Boston U team, they've cleaned up some of their turnover woes. Now, they're not going to really force the issue themselves with regards to generating turnovers. They're outside the top 3 in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and Boston U has always been a very suspect three-point shooting defense. They always are good on the interior. Right now, they are outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but have a New Hampshire team that has been cold with their shooting. They're shooting less than 30% for three. Jack Graham has been able to give you 35.5% three-point shooting on about 11.5 points per game. You've got Reginald Kennedy, who's been able to give you about 6.5 points per game. A little bit of a long and winding road for him after he actually began his career over at UAB, but could never get out there on the floor for them. But it is a New Hampshire team that as well, they've had a difficult time in terms of finding open looks down low. They're outside the top 3 in terms of opponents' two-point shooting percentage. Now, to their credit, their defense has been much better. They've been a top 175 team in terms of opponents' two-point and three-point shooting percentage. So New Hampshire has been very much looking to play a little bit more defensive-oriented, and New Hampshire, they're about 277th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, with Boston U back to the old basics, 359th in terms of total possessions per game. So you've got two teams going in completely opposite directions, but that said, I do think that Boston U, with all the size that they have down low, they do find a way to get the job done, and Boston U has been a lot more efficient with their offense than they have been in the past. So at a 137.5, I'm in on the over. I'm willing to lay up to 5.5 with Boston U. We're going to hit our final break and get to the final 2 games on the flip side here on Coast Good with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we've only got 2 games left. I got through as much of the podcast as possible with relatively little interruption, so we put a commercial at the back half. We've got 2 games out there in the great state of Illinois. Let's get those final winners for you guys here.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306, 641, 306, 642. You've got Illinois State playing us to Chicago State. Chicago State is a 20.5 to a 21.5 point underdog. 147 to 147.5 is the total. And I did set a total here of a 150.5. I'm going to be in on the over. You've got a Chicago State team that they're not really pushing a aggressive pace, but they're certainly not playing slowly with Chicago State right now. In terms of total possessions per game, they're about 172nd in all of college basketball. Illinois State played very slowly last year, and they're sort of a mid-tempo team this season. They're about 215th in the country in terms of total possessions per game, but you do have yourself a Chicago State team that has very much been not great with regards to their defense, to say the least. They are well outside the top 3 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, offense is about 334th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and I do think that Illinois State is right now 102nd in terms of points per possession. That's going to improve. They had a little bit of cold shooting start to begin the season. They're back up to about 36.5% from the outside, with Johnny Kinzinger shooting 38% from 3, 13 points per game. It's an Illinois State team that's really not going to give themselves second and third chances. They're outside the top 250 in terms of their offensive rebound percentage. They're also a top 75 team, though, in terms of not allowing opponents to be able to grab second and third chances. Illinois State much improved with their perimeter defense, allowing teams to shoot less than 31% from three-point range. Chase Walker down low has been able to give you 5 boards per game. Bowden Skunberg is a little bit of a do-it-all guy that was missing last year due to injury, 10 points, about 5 rebounds per game. He's shooting 40% from three-point range, but with Chicago State, I did set them as a 20.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to take 21 plus. It is a Illinois State team that is a little bit vulnerable down low, and for Chicago State, this is not a team that's really going to be going into flamethrower mode from three-point range. Right now, they're shooting 29.5% from 3, and in terms of percentage of shots that come from inside the three-point line, they're a top 50 team in all of college basketball. Now, their two-point shooting defense is currently dead last in all of college basketball. They're allowing teams to shoot over 64.5% from two-point range, but you have Marcus Sankersley, who's giving you 16 points. He followed Landon Busey on over from Alcorn State, and I mean, it's been a little bit more respectable for Chicago State recently. They held in there against Fort Wayne. They had a nice game against Minnesota. So, that's what you like to see. And then Braylon Bush, who also comes over from the SWAC, he's been able to give you about 9.5 points per game. Doyle Cuckrell, who's been a guy that has come up from the non-D1 ranks, has been able to give you 13.5 points per game. Was missing for the first few games of the season, but since his return, he's been able to give the team 8+ points in every one of his games. This is a Chicago State team that's not going to give you a lot on the glass right now. Dallas Cox is giving you about 5 points, 4 rebounds per game. He comes on up from the non-D1 ranks at 6'6". He's right now your top rebounder, but with Brandon Leib, even though he's 7 feet tall, he only gives you about 5 boards per contest as well. And Chicago State, top 200 team in terms of turnovers force on a per possession basis. I do think that they do just enough to hold in there, and I do think that there's plenty of open looks from 3 for Illinois State. So set a line of 20.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Chicago State and do like the over. Set my total 150.5. We wrap things up with 306-643, 306-644. DePaul is playing us Arkansas Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff is an underdog of 23.5 to 24.5 points. 152.5 to 153.5 is the total. Set a total of 155. I do like the over. For Pine Bluff, they were playing a little bit more slow and controlled to begin the season. They're back in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game. And you had a DePaul team that has been very mid-tempo this year. They're about 173rd in the country in terms of total possessions per game. But with this Pine Bluff team, they got a really nice win as like a 18+ point underdog a few days ago, as they were able to do a nice job slaying Illinois Chicago. That was a 63-62 slog, and I do expect Pine Bluff, who's well outside the top 3 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, to execute a little bit better offensively moving forward. You've got Keon Williams, who's been able to supply 15 points, 6.5 boards, 4 assists. He was actually the main scorer over at Abilene Christian a season ago. Jaquan Scott, in the small sample size he had over at UTSA last season, he was pretty rock solid, and he's shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range, but now you've been able to get more out of Trevon Payton, who's been able to give you about 10.5 points. He's shooting 40+% from 3-point range, and he's supplied the team with at least 7 points in 4 of the last 5 games. You have a DePaul squad that was really looking for a changing of the guard from Connor Enright from a season ago at the point guard spot. They seem to have found it with Landon Blocker, who's been able to give you about 12 points, 3.5 assists per game. They had a little bit of a rough go of it when they went up against LSU, but past that, last few games, they've been able to do a nice job offensively as they've been able to get past the 75-point plateau, and now 4 other last 5 games after they had that rough loss to Buffalo, and you've had CJ Gunn be able to gun it for about 14 points per game, not shooting a ball from 3. It's a DePaul team that as a whole, they shoot 34% from 3, but they go up against a Pine Bluff team that's outside the top 250 in terms of pretty much everything defensive. And for DePaul, they've been able to do a nice job being a top 125 team in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They do allow teams to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. For DePaul, they are outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis because they do allow quite a bit down low. They've been a pretty mediocre team in terms of their overall 2-point shooting percentage, but in this game, that shouldn't matter too much. I do think that Caleb Banks was not even able to average 8 points per game after he was a rock-solid scorer over at Tulane. He's right now really your main 3-point shooter along Cruz McClure. These two guys combined to shoot about 40% from 3. They do get some offense going. I did set DePaul, though, as a 23-point favorite. I like what I'm seeing out of Pine Bluff. They're getting more out of the backcourt, so going to be able to take the points and the over, and that'll wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. If you like what you're hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at GUNet_81. Keep in mind, letters DM, they mean does not matter, so per usual, please do send these into the timeline. The other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review, and I am with you guys every single day on this podcast, giving you picks and analysis on every game, every day, so I'll be back to you once again tomorrow. Thank you.